Chapter 30. Kara was satisfied. She felt refreshed and cleansed as her ironclad fist bowled into the Kassaran's gut with a solid crunch. Like every remaining solace, she felt the power of the rod of binding slip away like puffballs in the wind. Every death of the council released them more and more. There was no need to call the other solas into action. They all felt their chains of inaction break. Kara was not alone in feeling guilty that she should rejoice in the needless deaths of the council. She regretted that it was their only key to freedom. But now the Order was free to follow their ignored natural impulse. It was wrong to be safely hidden behind these walls when Stratians were dying everywhere. She was ashamed to have discarded her heritage just to survive beyond the extermination. It made Kara ache that she couldn't stand with her most treasured student. She wanted to face this threat together. She wanted to witness all Ishel's studies come to fruition. She wanted to see her use all her strengths and knowledge. She would gladly stand with Ishel. Not as a mentor, then, but as a sister in arms. Kara could imagine such a thing giving Maticia, her mentor, a smile filled with pride. At least now they could all honor their student's courage. It was time to make the Crimson Empire regret their invasion. The roar of bonfire-sized flames reverberated across the courtyard. Kara felt the intense heat of Baron's signature blue heart fires while he laughed raucously. The light of his fires dimmed the overcast gray and filled the courtyard with an azure hue. "Come on, boys! Let's have ourselves a rowdy time by the fire!" Baron laughed harder as he dashed ahead, deftly juggling and throwing balls of blue fire with deadly accuracy. The Havoc elite that stood behind the giant leader conjured walls of steel to block the fiery assault. The swordsmen charged around the walls to cut down the solas before their next spell shape. The Havoc elite were quick to shape tendrils of crackling electricity that wrapped around the curved blades. The Chronomancer stepped forward in determined strides. They conjured howling gales of wind in shoving force. The soldiers only needed to slice the air before them to negate the defense and calm the air. Baron sighed. "Better leave this to me. You're only breathing on them. Get the flames and the candles out of here!" Baron ran with reckless abandon into the thick of the soldiers. They tried to slash and cut him down. Their blades turned into red puddles of slag as they met his aura of fire. He laughed and began delivering hard, wild punches to their faces and ribs. His fists burned through the armor and helmets, leaving smoking black burns with every impact. Men stopped to grip their burns and scream. "Come on, boys! You'll have to bring more than your bread knives to me! Ha ha!" Baron taunted as he continued to dance and weave through the fray. The Chronomancers gathered the children with urgent haste. They hurried them out of the courtyard into the safe halls of the citadel. Everyone else remained to hold back the Kassarans and cover the withdrawal. Kara dismissed the iron covering her arm with a shake of the wrist. The metal casing fell in a cascade of dust. She settled into a deep calm. She opened her hand at both sides. With only a thought, she shaped 2 lengths of loose green electricity. They were nearly identical to Maticia's combat favorite, the lightning whip. Kara joined Baron, lashing and whirling like a crazed dervish. Her whips crackled, snapped and hummed and hissed in the air. Each impact against the Kassaran caused them to fall into lethal convulsions. It might not have been the ideal battle partnership Kara could ask for, but she could admit that her lightning and his blue fire made a devastating complement to each other. Their attacks were all over the courtyard, leaving no room for the Kassarans to press in. The Havoc elite began to gather more endless current, and Kara watched as the walls were ripped into thin, razor-sharp spikes that floated in the air. The attack would do nothing to Baron. His fiery aura would melt the projectiles. As the stone lances were hurled forward in a crushing volley, Kara heightened the speed of her movements. Her whips twirled and spun in an emerald cloud that smashed the spears before they could reach her. One lance managed to split through the continual flourish. It cut a deep gash that ran the length of her right calf. The searing pain threatened to drop her to one knee. She resisted with an angry shove of her will. The Geomancers quickly raised slabs of the marble floor in front of the Solis, halting the stone barrage. Kara's offered protection gave her a precious moment to dispel her whips and mend her wound. The top of the marble slab burst thunderously. Where the wall stood, the giant Kassaran's fist punched through with a steel coating of his own. Kara rolled back clumsy and startled, only an inch out of the reach of the hand reaching for her neck. He kicked the lower half of the stone out of his way irritably. His steel fist sparked with crimson lightning. His lips were peeled back in the most frightening snarl Kara had ever witnessed on a human expression. The 3 scarred gashes on top of his head pulsed with tense fury.
I am Xenon Roll, Fist of the Crimson Emperor, and I will be shamed by Stratia. No more!
The Juggernaut sorcerer howled, spitting with fury. Kara backpedaled, trying to keep out of the raging sorcerer's reach. One strike from him would cripple, stun, or kill her. Baran spun about with an acrobatic flourish. In the building momentum, he conjured 2 balls of blue fire as big as himself. He hurled them with the ease of apples. They slammed into Xenon's back. The giant man stumbled forward but was otherwise unaffected. The fires did not even burn his red vest coat. But it did buy Kara an instant to act. She conjured a single, much thicker whip of emerald lightning. She lashed down low at his ankles. To her shock, he did not thrash in the throes of electrocution. As it wrapped around his legs, Kara gripped the whip in both hands and yanked as hard as her body would allow. To her credit, the giant fell on his back. The swordsmen charged ahead to substitute their fallen leader. The Polymancers walked forward to meet them. They altered the weight of the soldiers' boots and swords. The weapons and armor became so heavy that the soldiers fell face first. The Geomancers were quick to seize the moment. They softened the marble grounds beneath the overburdened soldiers. The Crimson soldiers sank from sight, their screams fading to sudden silence. The blue of Baran's heartfire was eclipsed by a sudden blood-red glow from high above. Kara looked up and saw hundreds of balls of red fire casting aside the gloom of the clouds. In that time she looked, Xenon was back on his feet. "Hydromancers and Evokers! Watch the skies!" Kara shouted, knowing she could not take her attention away from the sorcerer in front of her. Baran rushed at Xenon's back. The Kassaran spun to him at a speed that bellied his size. He delivered a whipping thrust kick that sent the Pyromaster flying backwards. It gave Kara an instant to shape her signature 4-element crush. The marble floor rippled with chest-high waves from behind Xenon. 24 lances of sharpened ice formed in the air to his right side. 30 fist-sized balls of orange fire hovered to his left. While the fire and ice volley dashed to converge on him, she leveled her fingertips in his direction. 10 crackling lengths of emerald lightning blasted from her fingertips to join the barrage. Kara used the magic once before against Rylan. She believed no one could duplicate his evasion without chronomancy. She was certain no one could survive it if she didn't want them to. Xenon steadied his balance against the wave of stone riding with them. He projected a wave of crimson flame from his right hand, melting the ice. His left hand made a lifting gesture. A thick slab of iron burst up from the ground to halt the flames. The slab turned red with heated impact but achieved his defense. Xenon puffed his chest against the electric assault. He eagerly absorbed the lightning. He was unaffected. Kara began to feel desperation creep over her. This titan seemed impervious. He rose quickly from anything that caused him to fall. If she didn't find a way to stop him, he would close the distance and break her. Her panicking calculations were not helping her either. The calm she utilized at the beginning of the battle was gone. She felt the hiccups of the endless current, burning and chafing inside her. Her thoughts and emotions were a resisting force to the endless current. Yet, Xenon's apparent rage caused no such conflict with the flow of his powers. How could any magus manage so much in such white-hot anger? She was starting to persist only with raw will, and that was starting to take a heavy toll on her. Baran could not offer as much help now. His heart fire waned, turning orange. Swords were only becoming red-hot as they passed through the fire. He was receiving dozens of cuts that ran deep along his arms and legs. He still burned and struck down dozens of the soldiers, but many more continued to pour through the entrance. Every other elementalist and evoker remained preoccupied with the descending volley of red fire. The creativity of the Polymancers was pushed to the limits against the press of the Havoc Elite magic. Vines began to break through the walls and floor, splitting marble and granite. Their dagger-long thorns ground against stone, promising much easier tears in flesh. The Geomancers turned their attention, trying to crush and thread the vines with stone blocks. "We can't hold the courtyard much longer," Baran's voice projected into Kara's mind. "They have the numbers and stamina to wear us down here." "If we withdraw, they tear us apart as we flee," Kara projected back. "Backstep to the corridors, and I'll hold them in a bottleneck at the arch. Take 5 evokers with you." Kara blinked with confusion. "Why shouldn't I help fight them? Why break into another group?" "Because wherever the children have been taken, it won't be safe enough. They need to be protected better." "What do you have in mind, Baran?" intruded another Solus from deep in the citadel. "Get them to Ryland's study. As soon as they are safe inside, destroy the door." Having been one of the few soulless to read and study the Chronomancer's tomes, Kara knew she held an observer's knowledge of time sorcery. She was surprised that Baron took the time to learn as well. "They could be trapped in there forever, like Baron," Kara warned. "Or, without the door to tether the errant future to our time, it could dissolve and kill them."
"They are at risk, yes," Baron admitted as he began erecting successive walls of fire while he and his fellow lights withdrew. "But you know the third possibility."
"They could all be safe and well until Rylan repairs the door and connects the time anew. Only a Chronomancer could do it." Kara reluctantly supplied the answer.
"If I am wrong, like Kara, then it would be no different than their fate here. It's a chance we have to take."
"Why not have all of us go into the study?" Crescent asked as they all gathered in the entry to the hall. A thick wall of fire stood between them and the Caesarans. Kara answered out loud. "For one thing, the door can only be destroyed from the outside."
"More importantly, some of us need to stay and rough up our guests a little."
Baron turned his head with a toothy grin.
"It would be awfully lazy of us to leave all the work for our wonderful renegades."
"What do you think he meant about the Void Hands?" asked a blonde geomancer with a deep gouge slashed into his cheek. The cut oozed blood and left his right eye swollen shut. He spoke with a ragged wheeze. Kara wanted to tell him it wasn't a good time to talk about it, but she wasn't sure they would get another chance. Kara shook her head slow and solemn. "I don't know. I think the details were between that giant man and the officer, but they were speaking in Caesaran. With Martenin being dead, sometime before the council, I think that had something to do with it." No one needed to ask how Kara could be certain Martenin was dead. They were free of the binding, which could only be true if all the spell-shaping leaders were dead.
"More of their work surfaces, and we won't even be able to solve their mystery," Baron grumbled. "Every time something is discovered about them, death follows the answer."
The time they discussed this was a generous standstill, but Kara knew they would all have to move soon if they were going to save the flames and candles. She didn't know why the Havoc Guilds didn't already make their move. In a fight of fire against fire, Baron's orange flames were inferior to the Caesaran's crimson fires. He was much too cut and exhausted to call on his blue heart fire.
"If you know all that, then get moving, like Kara!"
Baron shouted after heat-reading her. Kara directed 5 evokers in Crescent to follow her. Several geomancers were left behind to defend against the vines and bring down the arch where Baron dropped his wall of fire. Kara let her senses drift into the endless current, searching ahead, above, and below. Invisible tendrils of magic snaked through the stone, passing through as incorporeal as a ghost. Crescent caught on to her efforts. Together, their magic searched for the hidden aeromancers and the younger initiates. It didn't take long to locate them. They were in the first basement level, several rooms away from the furnace chamber. They began to race down the hall, enhancing their running speed with endless current. Urgency restored normalcy to Kara's efforts. Her breathing became labored, and her legs began to feel leaden. As if fate chose to exacerbate matters, several Havoc sorceresses finished a meld walk several yards in front of Kara. They brought 5 soldiers with them. The blades sparked and hissed with the same red lightning that sliced through wind magic in the courtyard. The soldiers rushed with their blades pointed ahead in 2-handed grips. The evoker stepped forward to meet them. Bursts of will and mumbled words called daggers of fire into their hands. The sorcerers were just as quick. They sent 5 metallic-linked coilings out of their palm. The metal was covered in sharp, deadly barbs. Kara moved to meet the attack with a pillar of stone. Crescent's polymancy was slightly faster. She felt him strain with the endless current as he transmuted the cutting metals into green vines covered in ripe red grapes. Kara turned a quizzical expression to Crescent. He shrugged his shoulders. "I make practical materials out of refuse all day. What would you have of me?" Crescent's thoughts projected defensively. The odd transmutation caught the sorceresses off guard. Kara seized the chance. As quick as her wrist twisted back, she held a pair of conjured silver daggers with a rare polymancy of her own. She hurled the blades with deadly precision. One lodged between the eyes of the sorceress on the right, while the left woman took the blade to the hilt, in the center of her sternum. Kara turned to find a younger evoker woman barely holding off a flurry of one of the soldiers. She stepped back, in defense, trying to lock his curved longsword with her 2 flame daggers. His attacks were swift and relentless, pushing her further and further. Kara rushed to strike the soldier's exposed back. Another soldier reversed his sword point from behind the evoker woman and drove a low reverse thrust with both his hands, while the blade moved along his hip. Half his blade lodged low into her spine, crunching through bone. The evoker arched back and stiffened. Her eyes went wide and her daggers vanished. Her first opponent slashed across her throat, while her unexpected attacker yanked his blade free. He swung his blade in an upward arc on an older dark-haired evoker in front of him. They were losses too sudden to follow or believe. Even without their red lightning or the assistance of the sorceresses, their weapons still dealt death as quick as any magic. The confines of the hallway were more familiar to the Order, but they were also advantageous to Kassaran fighters. It was a miscalculation even on Kara's part. Crescent, Kara, and the three evokers pulled back from the swordsman warily. Crescent had a cut from his upper arm to his chest. Blood soaked his gray robe. He was breathing heavy and his eyes drooped either from exhaustion or blood loss. Kara knew he wasn't very strong to begin with. It was a credit against his usual nature that he would even fight at all. She regretted every condescending thought she ever had of him. She hated that it was too late to take it back. "We both know the Chronomancers are already moving the flames and candles," Crescent projected to Kara, closing his eyes for concentration. "The Kassarans are likely meld-walking wherever they can sense us. I'm not going to be able to run far without current enhancing, so you need to run ahead as soon as we have an opening." Kara looked to Crescent, openly bewildered. "Why now?" she sent back. "Because I watched Light Merrill do the right thing. We watched all our most promising students do the right thing. I've done things the easy way every time, like Kara. I just watched the Council and Martenin die doing the easy thing. They begged. They bartered away their souls. They were so helpless as they whined." Crescent opened his eyes, advancing on the soldiers. Kara felt his resolve gather much more endless current than anyone ever believed possible for him. "If I seek the easy way now, they will only chase me, find me. Then I will have to beg. I will have to discard my dignity forever. I have to pay for my cowardice and indulgence now, or I will die both indebted and dishonored." As Crescent finished projecting his thought, Kara watched the air shimmer around him. There was a watery ripple that passed through his clothes. In the wake of the ripple, his clothes were changed to white robes and gleaming, crystalline Enreal armor. He held out his hand to the side and his red oak staff passed through the ceiling. When it obeyed his summons and found his hand, it changed into a staff of silver. She could only guess how he managed to imitate the enchantments placed on the soulless battle gear. "I am soulless Polymancer Crescent of the Order of the Enlightened Sun!" Crescent's voice thundered down the length of hallway. "I advise all of you to leave before I turn you into small lizards!" Chapter 31. Crescent moved empowered by the endless current, but he never expected he could do so much. His silver staff blocked a sword cut for his head and changed the weapon into a brittle twig that broke afterwards. He struck another soldier's right ribs and changed his armor into a tattered brown farmer's shirt. At the same time, Crescent's Enreal tunic allowed a healing wave of energy to pass through his skin and into his bones. It did not mend or pull as the elements did. Crescent only imagined each injury as whole, unbroken, and it completed his image. As Crescent continued to fight, he felt like the purest expression of polymancy. He could change anything around him to whatever he wished. He could alter the reality of anything. There was no place for wounds and the weapons that made them because he didn't wish for it. Crescent had always been lazy and unmotivated, taking his place in an ignored setting so that it would be easy for him. Only now, as Crescent stood and took his first determined steps, did he realize he had chosen a path as a master of change. It didn't have to be a world of ease and simple pleasures only for himself. He could give that world to everyone. Crescent's insightful ponderings cost him. One of the soldiers moved more skillfully than he expected. He moved in a series of uncommitted feints and cuts, careful not to connect with the silver staff. The soldier managed to create complacency just long enough to pierce low, stabbing into his right knee. Crescent screamed as hot pain brought him down. The soldier yanked his blade free. Crescent never trained himself to hold his concentration under pain like this. It overwhelmed his perception and shoved away his reach for the endless current. He fell to his back and rolled to his belly to find Kara. "Run! Find them!" Crescent roared against the pain. A new pain blasted into his back. The bones of his spine broke. He struggled for breath as liquid created hot streams at the corner of his mouth. Everything in his torso was ripped apart. It was worse when the soldier shoved and twisted the weapon inside. As Kara watched Crescent die at the feet of the Kassaran soldier, she understood the hard fate they all faced. Maybe, as Baron was cut in the courtyard, and Xenon Roll proved too much for any of them, the Polymaster knew it as well. There was the end of much of Stratia in the way they had known it. Survival was no longer a certainty for now. It would only be a destination for those fortunate and skilled enough to make the entire journey. Whatever would become of the nations after that would only be witnessed by those who lived to see it. The Order of the Enlightened Sun would not be so fortunate. They had come to a point of facing a united empire with a divided order. They would be found too lacking to live through this day. Maybe this was inevitable since the loss of Elysian, Matisia, and all their great leaders. Maybe, in that way, the Void Hands had won, and no one could see it that day. But Baran was right. All that was left was for them to save the children. The division in the Order and its destruction was not a price they could be forced to pay. They were blameless in all this. The last breath in the Zenith Citadel would be paid so that they would remain justly alive. So, Kara ignored her tears. She called on her steel titan gauntlets again. She delivered 2 crushing punches that opened the way ahead. Heedless of the Havoc Magi who would sense her, Kara let the endless current flow through her without stopping. She let the raw waves of creation fill her, burning inside her to the fatal point of dissolution. The white stone and fading current spheres blurred around her in a mad kaleidoscope. She could feel the Aeromancers and the children far ahead, climbing the steps from the basement. Just a little more time, Kara begged of fate. Let Baran hold them back, just a little longer. Dust and rock fell in loose, cloudy showers in the archway where Baran knelt. His breath burned with each heaving exhaltation. The entire right side of his face felt raw, as though the skin and muscle had been peeled away. His gray robe hung from his bloody round body in wet, dusty tatters. Thick smoke and hot fires filled the hallway. Much of it was Caesarans he had burned until they were black and brittle. The sharp reek of burned meat saturated the oily clouds of smoke. Baran was the last Stratian left in this hallway. His fellow lights lay in broken heaps, wet in pools of their own blood. Baran was only allowed a moment to gather himself because the Caesarans could not see through the smoke. They didn't know that there was one remaining, a weak and bleeding pyromaster. Only Baran's resolve kept the endless current flowing through him. He drank the heat of the fires, feeling their soothing embrace against the press of encroaching pain. When that failed, he knew the agony of his wounds would shove aside the presence of the current. He would be left with only his will. Then, there was the big Caesaran to contend with, Xenon Roll. The giant sorcerer had not joined in the fighting in the arch. What was he doing? He could not be on the ground still. The man shrugged off the elements with ease. He was too large, fast, and powerful to exchange blows with. But this was never going to be a battle to drive the invaders out of Stratia. Baran felt the body heat of well over 1,000 Caesarans, even as he and his fellow lights were gathered up. He knew even then they couldn't win. If the council had released them from their oaths, rather than beg for their lives, their combined might would have been more damaging. That was retrospect suited for another person. Baran knew that was more pointless than hindsight and regret. Any time now, the Caesarans would advance on the crumbled hallway. Baran held no delusions about the outcome. It was time to decide how he wanted the end of his life to be. Baran thought about his fiery-tempered student. Terranin began her training sullen, reserved, and full of determination. The last trait drew him to mentor her. Her early stoic demeanor was a small fire all its own. He never got to tell her, but she had already surpassed him. He had begun teaching her skills that he only theorized about for years. If he had another week or two with her, he would have demanded she be tested for the level of Solus. Her passion for self-expression had become unrestrained, while her concentration and forethought remained extraordinary. Baran was so proud of her that thinking about her caused a steaming tear to fall down his cheek. In the end, she did as he hoped she would. She chose to stand for her virtues as well as those of the Order. Baran placed a palm on the ground and pushed fire through his skin. His hand melted a red-hot imprint into the stone. The burn did not darken or cool. He believed Terranin would walk in this hallway again. She would find his handprint. She would read his final moments, and his last thoughts for her. Nothing has brought me more joy than instructing you, Light Terranin. Baran conveyed into the burn mark. You have become the great fire I knew you would be, the first day I laid eyes on you. When you see this, know that I love you, my white phoenix. I gladly give my life, so that you may triumph as I know you will. What comes next for the Order is in the hands of you brave renegades. Baran stood up slowly, ignoring the pains that seared over half his body. He heard heavy boots crunching against loose stone and burned bodies. Through a cloud of smoke, the massive shape of Xenonrol led several dozen soldiers and 10 Havoc Magi. Baron smiled a wide, broad, toothy grin that stung his face. "Come on in, Kassaran guests!" Xenonrol's grin was filled with knowing and certainty. Baron could tell the giant thought he would kill Baron as easily as the other victims. Let him think it, Baron thought to himself with a smugness of his own. It will make this so much sweeter for me. Baron flung his arms open wide. Fire and endless current answered him eagerly. The flames that filled the hallway abandoned their feast and rushed across the air. His skin absorbed the fire and endless current with equal thirst, even as his insides seared in protest at so much power flooding through him. The presence of the fire soothed and bolstered him. He drank in more and more each second. "Come on in!" Baron laughed boisterously. "I'll cook a grand feast for ya!" Xenonrol's eyes widened with horrified realization. He began shouting orders in Kassaran, gesturing for his army to withdraw from the hall. Baron closed his eyes for a moment. It was a moment that possessed a generous amount more time than he thought he had. Several familiar shapes formed in the silence of Baron's mind. Foremost, he saw the tall, wiry shape of Elysian. He saw his dark, narrow, hard face. The grand illumination smiled at him warmly. With him stood Maticia and Dara, the two Ard Solis Baron respected and revered the most.
"Do you see now? I told you his true path called to him,"
Maticia told Elysian. Baron remembered the day they spoke of. It brought a smile to him as he remembered Maticia arguing to the council. She defended a boy's decision to study the flames exclusively, even as the council pushed more for domestic polymancers. "You were right as always, old friend," Elysian admitted. "I may study my enemies, but you always seem to know our friends and allies far better than I do most times." Baron felt another hot tear fall from his eyes as he listened to the acknowledgement of the few people who had always understood him the most.
"Look at him,"
Dara marveled, smiling.
"He would defend the light of the Order with the radiance of his brilliant flames. We were right to call him one of our own. Go ahead, Light Baron,"
Maticia urged him on knowingly.
"Say it, then join us in our work."
Baron opened his eyes and they burst with blue fire. The blue fire poured from his fingertips, out through the pores of his arms and legs. His fire reached out, expressing the heat and spirit of his being. "All is known in the light!" Baron shouted defiantly. He smiled as flames began to erupt through every orifice in his body. "The light exiles the shadows, and today, it's going to roast your Kassaran backsides like a pig on a spit!" Baron's body and will could take no more of the fire and endless current. His nerves and skin began to burst, one cell at a time. A high-pitched keening screamed in the hallway and out of the courtyard. Hot wind and blue fire began to howl and roar outward from Baron. It cremated the remains of the bodies. It melted and broke white stone, casting it away. A moment later, as his nerve endings seared with all-encompassing pain, Baron's body dissolved into the endless current. The resulting explosion of blue fire made a fused crater that ran into the basement. 5 floors collapsed in a radius of several hundred yards. Hundreds of Kassarans were burned or crushed, the flames catching some who fled beyond the walls of the Zenith Citadel. The Kassarans did not look to the city of Catan. Had they done so, they would have noticed the dome of spirit energy, and it shimmered with azure light. Kara stumbled and fell hard on her side as the citadel shook to its foundation. Her ears rang and bled from the snapping boom that followed. She felt the hot gale of the endless current blast through the halls in a massive wave. Kara felt the intense heat and knew, without a doubt, that Baron was dead. He must have created a tremendous explosion with the last of his life, just to give her enough time. Kara struggled against her aching arms and battered legs. The fall ripped away the endless current from her, but she was only a hallway and a half from the basement stairwell. The Aeromancers were almost to the top. She could meet them at the hallway T-junction. From there, they only had to backtrack 400 feet to the south to find Ryland's temporal study. There were several small ripples in the endless current. The Kassarans were meld-walking to scour the halls. Kara gritted her teeth. She pushed her arms and legs to run at a sprint. Her legs felt a need to stagger and fall again. She would not allow it. She could no longer afford to bolster her running ability. The Havoc Magi would intercept her with ease if she did. Doors passed in the corner of Kara's vision. The current spheres were beginning to die down. Only daylight from the doors around her lit the way forward now. Kara realized that soon the citadel would be empty of life, silent and hollow. The great sunburst white bastion, which stood for knowledge, wisdom, and unity, would be a broken, empty ruin. 2,000 years of the most important and wise men and women were part of the Citadel's intrepid history. All of them lived, studied, and died to serve and guide the world. Kara understood Baron's final choice, and the final choice of her mentors and idols. They were confronted with an inevitable outcome. In the face of all that, all they could do was decide what they held most dear and were willing to die for.
"Like Kara!" exclaimed a dark-haired young Chronomancer man. "Fates, am I relieved!"
Kara rounded the corner, almost sliding sideways to the ground.
"Follow me and hurry! They meld-walk to us right now!"
She did not stop and look for their compliance. They ran the length of the west wall. She was just glad to hear the footsteps behind her. Kara swore as she felt a meld-walk end just dozens of yards behind them. The Chronomancer men and women whirled to face the Caserans, shoving the children further down the hall.
"Fire and lightning will destroy a door quicker!"
shouted a petite Chronomancer in a tone that cancelled argument. Kara did not have time to turn and help in any case. She continued to lead 30 boys and girls to the temple study. She felt intense heat across her back as the hallway was filled with a bright blood-red glow. Screams of burning and dying men and women sounded, even over the roar of the Crimson Inferno. Still, Kara and the children ran. Kara admired the bravery the children demonstrated. They did not weep or speak, only ran. They were as disciplined now as they were always trained to be. If the renegades defeated the Caserans, there was no doubt that such children would rise to the challenge of rebuilding Stratia and the Order. That thought filled Kara with hope. And Kara knew that if anyone could drive away the invasion, Ishel could. She believed her student would be a strong needed component to the future of the world. At last, Kara reached the knob of the dark wooden door and opened it quickly.
"Hurry, get in!"
Kara shouted, even as she gently pushed them into separate space and time. As she ushered in the last little red-haired girl, she turned to face Kara.
"Will we die in here?"
It was hard to answer a question like that truthfully to a child. Kara fought back her tears and lowered to one knee, placing her hand on the girl's tiny shoulder.
"I don't know."
Kara softly voiced the truth.
"But if you were out here, then you will die. Will you?"
Kara looked down and away. She reminded herself that she was speaking to a young light of the Order, not just another child. It was wrong to lie to her fellow lights. They were her family. They were everything to her. Every wrong she ever committed against them was a wound inflicted on herself.
"Yes, I will,"
Kara answered gravely, before meeting the girl's now tearing eyes.
"If all goes well, the renegades will come home. Light Rylan will get you all out of here when the war is over."
Kara heard heavy footsteps as she sprang up to her feet. She slammed the door shut. Kara turned to see the giant Xenon roll. He barreled down the hall at full sprint with a curved dagger in each hand. He covered yards with each stride. He would have the first move. He slammed his full enormous weight into her, shoving one dagger deep into her abdomen. Xenon hissed.
"You have played quite the game with me, little witch."
Spit flew free from his growling lips. The intrusion of the dagger ripped inside her. He lifted her up with the weapon. His raging dark face filled her vision. Kara's eyelids grew heavy while her mouth gaped open. She could not escape what was about to happen. The tip of the dagger angled up, scraping against the inside of her ribs. Her lungs were cut and filling with blood. She struggled to breathe. Her feet were off the ground. Kara's eyes found the door to the temple study. She steeled herself against the pain. She smiled and a trickle of hot blood formed at the corner of her mouth.
"I have one more game, Casaran."
Kara paused, coughing blood into Xenon's face. She struggled against her heavy left arm and pointed at the door. She mumbled a few words and poured her will into her hands. A ball of orange flame as big as her head dashed from her hand and slammed into the door. The force of the blast sent ember-edged pieces flying every which way. Beyond where the door once stood, there was only the white marble of the wall. The children were either dead or alive, but they were out of Casaran reach. Kara smiled knowingly.
"Keep away. I win."
Xenon angrily twisted the blade against Kara's heart before slamming her to the ground with a loud crunch. There were dozens of broken bones. She lay face down as blood continued to pool underneath her. As Kara died, she hoped Isha would find the letter that was tucked away in the walls of her study den. Chapter 32. Rylan sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor of a dungeon cell. The cell door was open to the dark hall. He was here of his own volition, to study in complete silence. A single candle cast its glow from several feet in front of him. Its solitary light heightened his concentration for many of the tasks at hand. Some of his powers were returning to him. Ryland could shape simple fire and men spells, and that restored some of his self-worth. But he needed to do so much more. The renegades needed more from him, now more than ever. On a straw pallet beside Ryland sat a tall stack of books. They were all filled with the most advanced mathematical methods and theories. He would need their knowledge above all else. He only recently began to understand that numbers and patterns were not just a way to shape chronomancy spells. They were used to commune with the temporal current. These last 4 years, Ryland cast hundreds of displacement cloaks. Only now did he know that a square represented an area. A triangle and a hexagon was a symbol of self. Numbers could be the size of an area, how many people, a difference in speed, or potential. By themselves, they meant nothing. If they were infused with endless current, a conversation with the temporal current might occur. If they were infused with temporal energy, an exchange and partnership was created. Ryland's partnership was temporarily severed. He could not have all his powers restored yet, but perhaps he was left with a basic connection to the endless current for a reason. For that, Ryland thanked the fates that Garrick, Malkinor's highborn tutor, held one of the largest personal libraries in Stratia. All his personal tomes were a collection of highest academics. His math shelves alone were an entire wall that predated the fall of the mage clans. Several weeks ago, Garrick found Ryland sitting alone at his old seat in the royal study hall. Garrick was delighted to see him. He gushed at how Ryland was his fastest learner. Ryland smiled. That was not all Ryland remembered of his first days in the study. The tutor held nothing but contempt for him when they first met. After a threat from a marine to invoke an opinion from Malloryk, Garrick was quick to change his approach. Later that same day, threats were no longer needed. Between the copied mind of Yekrum and Ryland's own will, Garrick poured through book after book with him. When Garrick found Ryland sitting alone studying, he looked at the book in front of Ryland and scoffed. Geometry and its practical applications? Fa! The short, velvet-clad bald man shut the book. This is a dunce counting stones compared to our intellect, Tort Ryland. I'll have you waste no more time on such dull-minded basics. His Majesty gives me personal quarters in the north wing of this place. Arrive there in an hour, and we will go to my collection. I'll introduce you to the ponderings and calculations of pure genius. Ryland complied, and Garrick was true to his word on all accounts. Where the Citadel Library boasted the largest collection of magic, history, and alchemy, Garrick's was as grand in a different direction. Ryland was amazed to see a high-walled collection of every non-magical study he could imagine. Ryland found a small stepladder beside the math shelves, and he climbed to get a better view. May I borrow some of these, Master Garrick? Ryland meekly questioned while his eyes never strayed from math variants he could only dream of. I expect utmost care and swift return to their precise locations. Garrick grinned as he acquiesced. Now, along with the stack of books, he kept in a small leather journal and ink bottle with a long feathered quill beside him. Over the past week, Ryland attempted conversations with the temporal current again and again. He recorded all his failed math formula, ruling out one theory after another. Today will be different, Ryland vowed in the dark, damp confines. It had to be different. Ryland needed it desperately. He tried to help the renegades ever since their arrival. He would help Terran ignite city watchfires and street lamps. He would help Pora and Maurice in the healer's triage, though he could only help with moderate cuts and abrasions. But even as he helped them, Ryland saw scorn in their eyes. Ishel only managed several words at a time for him. He did not fault their recriminations. His actions held a heavy price, and he was not alone in paying it. Ryland needed to repay the renegades for his selfish failure. Today would be the day he honored his debt. The town of Borke needed to be a place of great victory for the renegades. Ryland retrieved a small rock from his long coat, raising to one knee. He traced a triangle within a circle on the ground. Then, he surrounded the circle with a double layer of numbers. If all went well, he would need the circle. Ryland stood up and closed his eyes. He was grateful to have found an unused part of the palace dungeon, where the silence was absolute. Had the fighting with the Vodesian marauders continued a few weeks more, even this subfloor would have occupants and distractions. Ryland let his thoughts fall away one by one. Little by little, his mind slipped into the soothing oblivion of silence. It wrapped around him and absorbed him, like the comfort of a warm bath. As he drifted, he became open, The constant thrum and pulse in the air was not as strong as it used to be. Much of his inner being was sealed away, even as his will demanded so much more. It was a thirst that needed much to slake, but he only allowed tiny drops. So, it took Rylan much longer to hold enough endless current to properly infuse his hands. First, Rylan traced the geometry of self in the air, leaving behind pale green lines of endless current. He traced equations for distance, population, and potential events reduced to zero. For each of these equations, he traced a question mark around the symbol of self. In a shocking flash of action, Rylan's tracings vanished. His body tensed in a grip of unseen, implacable force. His eyes rolled into his forehead. His head rolled back against his shoulders. His awareness was yanked into an all-encompassing emerald limbo. Different equations began to take shape in the air in front of Rylan, filling his perception to the point of a migraine. He realized he was in front of the sentience of the temporal current. It was speaking to him. Rylan followed each equation, ignoring the throbbing ache in his skull. It was a repeating series. In moments, Rylan began to understand the numbers until they became words. Then, it was a voice in his mind. The same words were spoken in accusation over and over.
What the three might have done will never be accounted.
Rylan responded, tracing golden lines in the air before him. His own accusation was plain.
In their place, you have permitted the end of many potentials.
The response was dismissive.
Total conclusion is the outcome of all potential. I do not permit imbalance by taking from total conclusion.
Rylan needed a moment to understand the response. As best as he could discern, total conclusion meant death. Time needed to keep a balance by yielding to death. Rylan was frustrated and confused. How was death viewed as a natural event, but quick aging was a transgression? The temporal current read his confusion.
Total confusion permits the summary and counting of all actions, and their contribution into other potential. A hastened potential allows the continuation but not the contribution. The equation continues, but the events are garbled.
It was difficult to follow the current's precise and linear logic, but Rylan thought he at least saw a glimmer of hope. There was an unaccounted flaw.
Would death have been a preferred outcome for the three?
The answer seemed an annoyed but wary repetition.
Total conclusion permits a final counting. What contribution do the three make now? The three have been concluded. Their contributions counted.
Rylan suspected as much. The Kassaran's combat forces did not allow failure. They did not flee, and every battle was to the death. The three Havoc Magi would have been killed to give back their dignity. Rylan smirked. His hands traced an event where he killed the Havoc Magi. He drew a comparison to the actual event that took place. Each equation held the same outcome, death for the three. The answer was a begrudging, reluctant silence. Rylan pressed his advantage. He traced a frantic series of numbers and squares.
There are many total conclusions now. Many should be disputed. My ability to dispute these conclusions is diminished because of the three that meant total conclusion, regardless of my actions.
The silence that followed seemed thoughtful. Rylan waited patiently. The temporal current mimicked his earlier equation of self, surrounded by question marks. One question mark vanished. In its place, a line stretched outward before it was cut in half. Before Rylan could respond his thanks, his awareness snapped back into the dimly lit dungeon. A series of glowing green lines filled the air, fading slowly. Some were his own. Others were the formulaic response of the temporal current. Beyond that, Terranin stood, eyes wide.
Fates, Light Rylan. That was quite the trance.
Rylan blinked, as much in confusion as to moisten his eyes.
I thought you and Isha were helping Ernick repair Legion gear. I glimpsed you through his forge. I had to see what this was about.
Rylan nodded. Terranin would have seen him through this candle flame. She would have used her fire scrying to solve the dilemma with Borkay, but the Havoc Guilds would have sensed her presence in the endless current. Before Rylan could say more, he felt a tingling along his arms and legs, causing his hair to rise. Looking at Terranin, he knew she felt the same thing. An instant later brought a roaring wave of endless current, smashing through their being. It came from far into the east. They both gasped.
What is it? Terranin asked.
The waves of current waned and surged. Each one was an outburst from a different spell shape. Rylan knew what such magnitude and frequency meant. With a sense of urgency, he sat down in the triangle. It was difficult to calm his mind. There was a battle of sorcery. There were few in Stratia that could rise to that challenge. But this was a two-sided conflict. All the renegades were in Palantir. So, who was it? The questions flooded his mind, drowning away his needed clarity.
Light Rylan, stop! Terranin snapped in a brisk shout. She sat down on the other side of the candle. You will accomplish nothing that way. Terranin reached down to the candle. With one hand, she scooped under the flame. It floated above her palm and moved to her index fingertip. She lifted the flame until it was eye level with Rylan. It was close enough to warm his face. See the flame, and think of nothing else. Breathe. Terranin's voice was soft, and it lulled him into compliance. He saw the orange halo around the yellow center. Its brilliance drew his gaze. All his thoughts were lost in the light. They dissolved, melted into the heat of the fire. His breathing slowed. His lungs took longer to fill with air. His body relaxed and the tension left him, 1 inch at a time. Well done, Terranin congratulated quietly. Now, try again, Light Rylan. Rylan closed his eyes and the endless current answered him. It was not as little as before, but it still wasn't the filling wave he was accustomed to. Inside the embrace of the endless current, he pressed for the sharp ticking pulse of the temporal current. The energies did not inflict crippling agony on his head this time. Those energies did not respond right away either. When they did fill Rylan's perception, he felt the weight of an omnipresent scrutiny. He might still feel intense pain if he asked for the wrong thing. Rylan pressed his mind into the ticking pulse all around him. He was surrounded by the emerald hue of the still present moment. He saw the massive rolling shimmer in the air from the battle in the east. Rylan began to float up and out into the east. He moved swiftly, passing through stone walls and earth with incorporeal ease. Temporal projection was restored to Rylan. As he crossed halfway through Terrell, everything began to blur. At first, it was a dulling of hard edges. Then, definition of clouds and farm began to overlap and bleed into each other. When he knew he flew over Catan Shah, everything was lost in a blurry haze, as though he was viewing from underwater. It was not the cold or pressure the temporal current usually imposed for projections that went too far. But he understood what happened. The removed question mark represented his restored ability of temporal projection. The line that was broken in half signified his ability would be decreased. Rylan would not be able to discover the truth of the conflict. He could only speculate with everyone else. So, Rylan's awareness snapped into the skies above Palantir. He began to float west. If Rylan could not discover what conflict transpired in the east, he could at least offer a solution to the conflict in the west. Chapter 33. Ishel crouched low in the lush wild grasses. The green stalks were as thick as her arm and almost as tall as herself. The heat of the summer sun beat down, filling her lungs with a hard pressure to breathe. She remained silent, taking slow and smooth movements that reminded her of the crabs walking on the beaches of Catan. She listened for the heavy footfalls of the Kassaran soldiers. Ishel paused, easing the tension in her legs for a moment as she inhaled slow, quiet, and deep. She could smell rich, soft dirt and the musky pungency of the fields. She carefully brought up her arm and wiped a thick layer of sweat off her forehead with the sleeve of her gray robe. She wanted to current project to Rylan, to ask how much further, but it was too great a risk. It was a boon that at least one of his chronomancy abilities were restored, and with it, a greater ability with the endless current. It was not enough for active participation in battle, but he filled the critical role of viewing the Kassaran activities and deployment. His inability to view the eastern coast still chafed in a way Ishel could see and sympathized with. But it was a step in the right direction, and she would take it without question. Several days ago, Rylan conveyed the Kassaran placement of ballistae and catapults in the miles around Borcray. Rylan gave them exact deployment of their forces from the mesa to each siege weapon. Without his temporal projection, that information could only have been gained at the cost of all the people trapped in the town. More than a week ago, the Havoc Magi had meldwalked all over Borcray and killed every patrolling town guard they had. By morning the next day, the militia heads were impaled on bloody stakes in a wide semicircle all around the eastern gate. It was a warning to anyone that tried to leave. Now the Kassarans had over 300 people trapped as hostages. Any move to free them would have alerted the Kassarans, and the siege weapons and Havoc guilds would have scoured the entire town to ashes and bodies. Rylan's attention was on the forces overseeing from the top of the mesa. Ishel and a group of torches were preparing a sneak attack on the siege weapons. Terranin and a handful of evokers were leading their own ambush against the Havoc Magi. If all went correctly, all the forces would be in place at the same time. Then, they would simultaneously dismantle the entire Borcray assault and evacuate the townspeople to Palantir. They all had difficulties in their tasks. Ishel and the renegades needed to move in silence through treacherously loud fields. Terranin was at the head of 500 Phoenix Legion soldiers.
They abandoned their breastplates and cuirasses in favor of black matted chainmail. But this did not completely dull their armor to silence. Then there were the waiting dozen meld-walking candles. The boys and girls were far better trained now. In the past week, if they were not dueling and practicing with the torches, they held other training. When Marcellus de Care noticed the flames and candles were dying in battle, he was quick to offer help. He knew, as Ishel did, they were dissolving into the endless current when the pressure of combat pushed them far beyond their limits, causing them to act in haste. The Phoenix Legion would ambush the students in intense struggles that stimulated the battlefield. They managed to convince the students that they were in real danger from all sides. Ishel thanked the Lord General often. The boys and girls were no longer dissolving into the endless current. The pepper-colored haired veteran general only smiled.
Your renegades saved so many of my men, Torch Ishel. Why would I do less for my miraculous benefactors?
Ishel pushed quietly to the edge of a clearing in the grass before she withdrew into concealment. The grasses were flattened in a wide circle, meant to give enough room for the towering catapult and give the men a clear view of anything moving too close. This catapult was as large as Herdah's smithy. There was a pile of man-sized boulders covered in a sticky layer of black pitch. Besides the giant pile stood a muscle-corded Havoc sorcerer. His studded bracer hands were clasped behind his crimson knee-length coat. He appeared bored and disinterested. Several soldiers stood at the ready around the levers and draw ropes, while 10 more milled about in a lax patrol. They had no reason to believe anyone would attack this location. Ishel waited, staying silent in the concealing fields. No move could be made until Ryland signaled that everyone was in place. Ishel took stock of the scene before her, analyzing it to determine how she would take it apart. She needed to disarm the catapult and dispatch the sorcerer in the same quick move. Even if the munitions were not ignited, the spheres could still crush anything in their path. Ishel wasn't too worried about 13 soldiers. She only needed to make sure they could not retreat and regroup. She was already very accustomed to their first strikes. The curved blades were ideal for slashing, and with both their hands ready at the hip, they preferred a wide cut anywhere from the neck to thighs. Occasionally, they would gather and strike in unison, but these soldiers were glory seekers. They wanted to claim the pride of single-handed kills. The Cassarans held a lack of creativity that bordered on predictability. This was evident in both their swords and sorcery, but they would always make up for it in overwhelming force. Ishel also knew not to get too complacent with their signatures, or they would try something different and catch their enemies off guard. Ishel looked up through the pointed green stalks. The sun was 2 hours past noon. Well, there was no rushing a precise effort like this. She looked down at her grass-stained knees. She felt the dampness soak through and mingle with her sweat. She promised herself a long, hot bath that night. Ishel cleared her mind. She tensed deeper into her low crouch. As soon as the signal came, she would lash out in an instant. Ishel ached with stiffness when the signal came an hour later. Now! Ryland's voice snapped into the current projection. Ishel sprang out of the grass, her arms coated in obsidian. In one punch, she reduced the munition baskets to splinters. In another loud crunch, she struck the sorcerer's back, crushing the center of his spine. She added a length of sharpened stone to the knuckles of her gauntlet. She punched and pierced the fallen sorcerer's skull. The crunch of bone and wet splash of brains reverberated to her hands. She moved too fast for the soldiers to stop the assault. They were stunned and confused at the sudden attack. From far away sounded thunderous explosions. Ishel felt the earth tremble beneath her. The soldiers' tedium was upended in total pandemonium. Bursts of mushroom fire and clouds of thick black smoke erupted across the distance. Ishel moved with speed augmented by the endless current. Her stone-bladed gauntlet struck down 6 of the soldiers before the rest could draw their weapons. As Ishel expected, her knowledge of their methods allowed her to fight them with ease. Knowing she already held the advantage, they pressed at her in unison. As they cut at her, she parried their strikes and caused 3 of them to stumble. Their missteps staggered the others and allowed Ishel to evade the remaining attacks with ease. After a failed concentrated effort, the soldiers fanned out, circling her. They feinted with probing stabs seeking for openings, hoping to delay her until reinforcements arrived. Ishel refused to give them either chance. She gathered a heavy burst of endless current. She shouted, and a thick wall of towering fire erupted in a wide circle around her. She projected a wave of outward air into the fire. The bent firewall instantly embraced and devoured the soldiers and the remains of the catapult. After screaming and burning, the soldiers fell in charred heaps, lifeless. Ishel created dozens of spheres of water and doused any chance of a wildfire. Ishel paused in the aftermath, feeling for ripples in the endless current. Borvis had his objective under control. There was a steady sense of contained power from the other renegades as well. The siege weapons fell quickly. But the high ground in the northeast gave Ishel another impression. Terranen's spell shaping hiccuped with uncontrolled bursts as she struggled to keep the attention of the Havoc Guilders. The evokers also projected chaotic waves. Their situation was not under control. Ishel closed her eyes and slipped into a meld walk. She followed the ripples without her eyes, and with certain ease. When the meld walk ceased, Ishel was forced to steady her balance against the violently shaking ground. Explosions and shouts of men and women filled her ears until they rang. Heat seared against one side of her body before she realized she stood directly beside Terranen. Her white heart fire blazed around her body, blending into the light of the mid-afternoon. Ishel felt her robes and dress start to warm while her arms blistered. She took a step away from the roaring inferno, projecting a barrier of cool humidity against further burning. Terranen stood in a braced stance, one leg locked behind her. Both her palms were raised in front of her. Her hands blasted with a double stream of white fire that clashed with 5 streams of crimson fire. 5 Havoc Magi were on the other end of the clash of fire against fire. Terranen's lips were pulled back in a snarling rictus. Her eyes blazed with both the white fire and furious concentration.
Are you going to stand there or help, Light Ishel?
Terranen did not look away from her struggle.
We all have our hands full helping the legions cut down these Guilders. Doing 2 things at the same time is quite the chore.
Ishel glanced around in hurried assessment of the battle. She noticed the shimmering white fire that surrounded the spear and sword points. Terranen's dragon tongue allowed them to slice through the spells and weapons in a single strike. But this also meant that Terranen's awareness was spread throughout the top of the mesa. Ishel knew that her own insides would burn with pain from prolonging 2 such spells. She didn't know how the Pyromancer could keep it up. Ishel saw an opportunity to end this battle. With so much heat filling the air, all she had to do was create well-placed pockets of cold air to cause friction clashes. Ishel moved swiftly. She spoke in a rising mumble as the current flowed into her fingers. The movement of her hands slowed and cooled the vibrations in the air. She allowed her affinity to probe into the summer and the fiery heat, seeking the best placement for the bursts of cold. She shoved them into conflicting pressure. The resulting disharmony crackled and popped with flashes of white energy. Now that the tiny lightnings filled the air, Ishel needed to direct it. She pushed the pockets of conflicting air, moving them where she wanted. Havoc Guilds were too slow to realize a subtle spell shape was upon them. Tiny sparks of electricity seized into their arms and legs, numbing them. The lightning jabs left tiny singes wherever they landed. In seconds, the Havoc Guild began to convulse and fall into the electric paralysis. They were not instantly dead, but the Phoenix Legion would put them to a swift end. Ishel stopped spell shaping and the cold air pockets succumbed to the heat. The tiny lightnings vanished. Terranen released the dragon tongue and relaxed. Her heart fire waned before she turned to look at Ishel with a raised eyebrow.
If you keep strutting those shapes, I may have to use other elements.
Ishel sighed wearily and chuckled. Smoke and electric ozone filled the air with a sharp, stinging odor. Ishel was surrounded by a quarter squad of legionnaires. They took up position around her the instant she began to perform her lengthy spell shape. Now that it was done, they added their efforts into the bloody work of killing the paralyzed Cassarans. There was no sparing the Guilders, as the legionnaires called them. If the soldiers showed unyielding drive to battle to the death, it was much more pronounced in the Guilders. As distasteful as Ishel found it, there was no choice but to deal death to them wherever the chance presented itself. And Ishel hated every moment of it. Ordinarily, this spell shape would have permitted her to save lives. This time, she only made it so much easier to slaughter them.
And did they show such reservations to the villagers when they cut down children?
Ishel challenged herself inwardly. Ishel was startled when Terranen placed a hand on her shoulder. The woman was beside her without warning.
It is war, Light Ishel. It is how we protect all that is close to our hearts.
Ishel sighed.
I know, but this, burying people alive, it feels so wrong to use these methods. It is life or death for all of Stratia, Light Ishel. We do only what we must.
Ishel admired Terranen's simplicity and impeccable resolve. Ishel knew the Polymancer held a similar view to this bloodshed as she did. It was self-evident in the color of her heart fire, white, the purest fire of expression. But at what point was Terranin able to put aside her revulsion and set herself without hesitation on doing what was required of her? Why could Ishel never truly find such a point for herself? No, this wasn't the only truth to the Flame Witch of Dunel. The instant certainty came from a much deeper source. As Ishel only just observed, children were being butchered. To a mother who would give anything to hold her son again, there was no thought that she showed too little mercy. Ishel admitted she envied the Pyromancer that unwavering clarity.
I know, Light Terranin. I only worry that I may cross the same line these conquerors did, and find the same beast prowling within myself.
Terranin gripped Ishel's shoulders and turned her to face her directly. Ishel was forced to meet the absolute sincerity of her hazel gaze.
We renegades stand with each other, Light Ishel. We face all our enemies together, be they Kassarin or the cold that creeps within us.
Terranin drew Ishel close in an embrace.
Maybe we don't emerge unscarred, but I would never let you lose yourself. Continue to guide us, and we will stand with you, Evoker.
Ishel gathered a steadying breath and withdrew from Terranin's arms. She looked to the emerald fields below the sheer bluff and into the west. She saw dozens of clouds of smoke that surrounded Borcray in a perfect half circle. She felt the meldwalk of candles as they escorted the people out of the town and into the safety of Palanzir. Many of the torches arrived. They began meldwalking detachments of Phoenix Legions back to Palanzir. Ishel allowed a moment to take it all in. Borcray was expected to be a bitter struggle. The Kassarans were ready to break and kill the renegades here. There was an unexpected irony to that. The Kassarans expected a total rout for this town. They were right. One side was wiped out, while the other sustained no casualties. More importantly, the people of Borcray were safe. Borvis approached, standing beside Ishel. He was covered with dirt, sweat, and blood. He whistled a cheery tune as he spun a small metal sphere on his fingertip. Terranin raised an eyebrow before she left Ishel with a knowing smile and a wink. Ishel laughed.
Do you have any idea how ridiculous you look?
Borvis whistled a sharp high note as he popped the ball into the air. He caught it behind his back with one hand. He stepped close, sliding his feet before he dipped her back in one arm. He reeked heavily of sweat and bloodshed, but she ignored it. She would make him cleanse himself later.
You are intoxicating when you dance such a flawless general's ball.
Ishel felt her cheeks flush. She looked around self-consciously and inverted, to make sure they were alone.
I did no such thing, you buffoon.
Ishel laughed while she quickly kissed his lips. We lost no one, my jewel. All the townspeople were rescued. Borvis kissed her back.
Then will you not kiss Light Ryland to thank him as well?
Ishel teased while she stood up.
His temporal projection and coordination were impeccable.
Borvis flushed nervously. I would, but Lady Takea would be most cross. Have you seen her with a saber? After that, she might be my healer. That would be thrice as painful. Ishel laughed and punched him in the arm.
Come on, you dolt. There is no romance to be found in this bloody aftermath.
When Borvis and Ishel arrived at the eastern end of the street, at the edge of Palanzir, she was not prepared for the greeting she received. Hundreds of blue and black armored Phoenix Legions surrounded the entirety of the renegades. They were a thick, impassably throng that formed a surrounding perimeter in silence. One soldier, his face covered in blood and ashes, raised his broadsword high into the air. "Renegades!" he shouted. "Renegades!" He repeated before another soldier joined him, unsheathing his broadsword. One by one, the other soldiers joined in. They continued to repeat the chant, unsheathing their broadswords, pumping them in the air and chanting in a roaring shout. Their declared adulation climbed to a din that shook the ground and sounded into the skies. "Renegades! Renegades!" The chant filled the late afternoon summer sunlight. Chapter 34. Kentakira strolled the edge of the mesa that overlooked the valley to the west. In the breezy late sunset, she tried to make sense of the aftermath spread before her in the golden light. In the silence, she made no sense of any of it. Earlier in the afternoon, Kentakira saw 24 giant ruined patches in the tall grasses. Though she could not see them now, the broken and charred placements were well etched into her mind. There were an equal number of heavy ballistae and incendiary catapults poised to devastate the canyon town. Any sign of an enemy in compromised placement would result in an all-out siege from every remaining force. Kentakira looked at the town at the mouth of the canyon, nestled in the dense woods. With its meager walls to defend it, she should be looking at a giant heap of rubble. There should be Stratian corpses burning. Kentakira kicked a golden Karak helmet in irritation. Its red plume spun end over end as it rolled off the precipice. The only dead here were the Crimson Empire. How was such a monumental failure even possible? Kentakira also explored the town earlier in the afternoon. The gates were closed, but it was completely abandoned. There were no fires, no ruins, only belongings and homes left behind. The winds whispered across the darkening plains. A Katarth, one of the few scouts and trackers employed in conquest, peeled away from the lengthening shadows and knelt between two dead Karak. Kentakira did not turn to acknowledge his presence. She waited for him to report. "They are all dead at the camp in the east, at the base of the rise, Dragon." Kentakira ground her teeth. She already viewed the relief in watch camp. Every Karak in Magi was dead. That wasn't the most perplexing part of it, though. They looked like they were killed without alarm or struggle. This I already know, Katath. What else? I followed two narrow trails from the north and south. They appeared to have moved small, unnoticeable forces into position at the camp. Kentakira's eyebrows tensed. There was still not enough explanation for how the entire Crimson Force was wiped out without one Stratian death to show for it. Battles would always be two-sided conflicts. Death occurred on both sides and in high numbers. The Emperor sent more than enough of a force to withstand those losses. When battles only held death for one side, it wasn't a battle anymore. It was a slaughter. Kentakira inflicted enough of her own massacres to recognize that truth. Slaughters were the result of an inferior force being overwhelmed by something far greater. But by the eternity of the Empire, no force of the Emperor was inferior. Kentakira could not accept such a clear demotion of their superiority. She could accept the defeat resulting from the strange sorcery storm. There were losses on both sides then. Dunnel was the result of a stupid choice made by the elites that night, but this was baffling. Katath, answer in truth! How do you think this could have happened? Kentakira faced the tracker. His weathered eyes shifted as he licked his lips. I believe that this level of coordination is impossible, without a very deep knowledge of enemy placements and behavior patterns, Dragon. Most of the camps was cut down by sword, while everything else was destroyed by sorcery. More to the point, intruded a leathery elite woman as she climbed a steep rise. The endless current at each placement feels as though it was an exact bane to each overseeing Magus. They knew precisely how and when to strike, all at once, Ken mumbled. If I might boldly add, Dragon, this precise an operation is impossible, the tracker added. Even for a trained Magus, gathering this much information takes months in scouting and detailing, all while avoiding detection. This force has been stationed here for more than a week, possibly 3 at the most. Ken's eyes narrowed. Do we have a traitor? The elite veteran shook her head. Inquisitors and the Enchanters Guild vetted every Karak at length, long before departing the motherland. Ken whirled at them with fists clenched. Then how was our force taken to task by children and battered soldiers? She shouted as fury lightning licked her knuckles. Dragon, if I may. The veteran sorceress offered, earning an impatient gesture from Ken. This is not only watch and observation. The precise timing suggests an understanding of assigned posts and times allocated to each placement. Those would only be known in conversation between elites, officers, and subordinates. Ken nodded. Those conversations would only be spoken in Kassarin. Barring treachery and regardless of the magic, whoever acquired this detailed information is fluent in the dialect of the motherland. Ken nodded again. Her dark eyes were blank in thought. Delkit in Mazeneth, King Ironwall was the last encounter who spoke Kassarin. But this culprit was a Magus. It was the only explanation for the level of espionage without detection. So, this was a skilled Magus that could speak Kassarin. She wondered at the report of the 3 young Havoc Magi who were disgraced. Could it have been the same mystery sorcerer? But if it was him, why was he not seen since the disgrace in Palanzer? Regardless, Kentakira knew the plan to break the Stratians here was a failure. She held the rare chance to learn from her failure in battle and triumph next time. The Crimson Empire seldom awarded such opportunities. She closed her eyes, listening to the rustling grasses and feeling the warm evening wind brush against her. She calmed the fury of her mind to review what she knew. The Stratians were given time to observe everything and exploit that knowledge to the fullest. It may not seem enough time to anyone else, but it was clearly generous and ample for this smaller force. So,
an attack force could not encamp itself close to a siege for that much time. The second point was driven home for weeks. Though the Havoc Guild tried new spell shades from time to time, the versatility of Stratia was superior, even among their children. While this was insulting, Ken could not deny it. So what the Havoc lacked in creativity, they would always make up for in numbers and raw fury. Stratia was utilizing strengths and weaknesses. Ken Takira needed to do the same. Ken smirked with cunning. This knowledge was the start of a truly ruthless strategy. Solus Moral stood up, his legs stiff and aching. He blinked, allowing his eyes to adjust to the morning light. Solus Nerulus, a short, heavy-set Chronomancer, 5 years his senior in the order, sat down. In her cross-legged position, she assumed her shift. The transition needed to be seamless, undetectable, and subtle. That was the only way 24 Solas could protect the people of Parole Glay. The group of former Solas gathered in the Shining City only days before the Caserans began to claim the beach. That was 100 miles to the east. The Solas were only present to distract themselves with the artistic beauty of the capital city. It turned out to be a coincidence that saved hundreds of lives. Moral and several other sorcerers established the illusion that the city was nothing more than another decimated heap of cinders. Elements were weaved together in an intricate sequence that needed to be maintained at the 4 cardinal edges of the city. The current flowing into the ritual illusion needed to be constant from each direction. Moral and several other Solaces worked in exhausted shifts to maintain the illusion. All the other Solas were dedicated to tending to the city's needs. In the first week, the white-garbed citizens seemed to understand they need stay inside the city limits. If any of them were to leave the protective illusion, the Caserans might see an unscathed Parali leave a charred ruin. It would not be long after that the truth would be known to the invaders. Over a month after that, the citizens grew restless. They began to gather at the edge of the city, demanding to pass beyond the borders. Parali were never known for violence, so the city guard only needed to bolster their numbers and increase their patrols. It was the first time in centuries that their prisons held more than 100 offenders. With 16 Solas seeing to the city's needs, the food and water were unlimited, and the streets remained clean. Often, this meant they achieved the former by seeing to the latter. Transmuting mundane materials was, after all, a simple ordeal for a Solas. Moral walked the streets of Ivory. The stone shone with a rainbow brilliance that gave the city its namesake, Pearl Gleam. The streets were lined with smooth, pleasantly rounded buildings that allowed the sun and moonlight to reflect everywhere. There were islands of raised ivory stones spread throughout the middle of the streets. These were filled with rich Tyrolean soil that nurtured a myriad of both common and exotic flowers. There were also small fruit trees planted in the center of each of these islands. They provided a comfortable shade and a delicious treat at the same time. In the silence of the morning, Moral heard the bubble of water fountains. Some cascaded along crystal-tiered platforms, while others sprayed artfully from openings in ivory sculptures. Moral walked through several gardens and plazas, underneath balconies from open-aired bedchambers and art galleries. Moral drew in a long breath of cool morning air and marveled at the city. True, he was born and raised in Pearl Sen, but he was from a much smaller town, and its level of beauty and expression was only a portion of the wonder here. Despite the grandeur, the people believed it was a prison now. The Parali national spirit was free-natured and inquisitive. The people wanted to explore, to know and experience new things. All of them were artists and scholars. Moral looked ahead and saw a small blonde woman storming towards him. He ground his teeth in restrained frustration. Sometimes the people could be insufferable and impatient, complaining at the slightest discomfort. "Solus Moral," the white silk-robed Parali noblewoman began. "I come with a written permit from Queen Berain granting me departure." Moral sighed and glanced in the direction of the white, cloud-caressing spires of the palace. Of course, with Lysindrix sealed away in his chambers, the people went to their secondary ruler. The problem was that Her Majesty never had a mind for ruling. Everything about her presence was purely symbolic. Lysindrix wouldn't have been much better, but the Order could at least reason with him. "Lady Dagnay, Her Majesty is under unusually high stress these days. If not, I am certain she would remember that no one can enter or leave no matter the reason. It is for everyone's protection." Moral tried to keep the bored annoyance hidden as he spoke. Dagnay came closer, thinking to intimidate Moral with her angry blue-eyed glare. "I am Duchess to the largest estate in all Parole Sen. I am confidant to Her Majesty herself. Last night, I had the humiliation of falling ill. Can you surmise the cause?" Moral knew where this was leading, and he held no patience for it. One of the easiest and cleanest ways to provide an infinite supply of food
was to revert any material to its purest form in the endless current before changing its vibrations and giving it another form. Nobles such as Dagne believed they were eating waste.
Can you tell one iota of air from another, Duchess?
Morale asked with renewed patience. She stammered.
Well, no, but that's not important. It is for this tiresome debate. What we work with is even smaller than an iota of air. It's everywhere, all throughout creation, traveling so fast that we cannot perceive it. The tiniest of tiny, moving from the farthest star into the blood in my veins faster than I can blink.
Morale gave her a stern scowl.
So there are two certainties here. There is as much a chance you ingested divine light from a faraway world as much as you ate last week's refuse. Second, you likely fell ill from inebriation. I suggest a decanter or two less next time.
With that, Morale shoved his way past the Parali Duchess. He ignored the indignant gasp that followed him. Morale did not feel like finding an inn. His night was long, exhausting, and he knew he could sleep anywhere. He saw a long bench. It was several yards from a bronze statue of a fully plated soldier, his sword raised high. The point of the blade gushed water down to a bubbling pool beneath it. Morale pulled off his brown travel cloak and wrapped it around himself as he lay down on the ivory bench. The location fronted a basin of roses and orchids, giving Morale a soothing aroma to drift into rest. The Chronomancer sighed, thinking. He wanted to leave the city too. His bones felt the urgency to depart. He felt the violent shockwaves in the endless current. A war was being fought, no longer a one-sided massacre. He felt the relentless need to rush into the fray to end this madness or die trying. Morale also felt the clash in the south. While it stilled, he knew the Zenith Citadel had fallen. His home for decades was now gone, and there was no way of knowing who was left to tell of it. There was no way they would have all survived, but he hoped that many had fled. Chapter 35. Ryland shuffled his feet in ragged, weary steps, dragging his low boots against the dark gray cobblestone. He was physically and mentally exhausted. It was 2 days since the victory of Bourcray. He spent days in temporal projection, studying the Kassaran's layout and tendencies, stopping only to relay the details both in writing and speaking with Ishel and Taranin. Just as they toiled and trained hours of their day, preparing to ambush and dismantle the siege, he rarely stopped to rest or eat during those days. He would return to those exact moments around the mesa over and over, heavily scrutinizing everything he saw. Now, Ryland also had a deep-seated heartache that continued to throb with force all over his head. His earlobes ached. His sense of reality was a little distorted from forcing himself to play through a continuous déjà vu. The world shifted in a surreal way, hazy and dreamlike. He pushed himself through each task even as fever threatened to claim him. But how deep a price did every renegade pay to rescue each Stratian? How much strain and agony did each child Candle endure? Their pain and death paid at every turn while he remained in Palanzur. If his friends had to pay such a staggering price, he would make himself pay as close to the same toll as he could. Ryland would not allow that victory to become the end of his efforts. He did not celebrate and he did not stop to rest. In the past couple days, he pushed himself to help the malnourished and injured refugees of Bourcray. His men's shape was almost in constant use. He had greater strength with the endless current after pushing himself with temporal projection like he did. His men could restore broken bones, repair hemorrhaged and battered organs, and he could improve blood circulation or slow it. He spent the last 2 days at Amrine's side in the healer's triage. Maurice and Pora were also a steady presence. If not for the boy Elomancer and the Hydromancer, he would have pressed on even after Amrine departed several hours ago. In the first half of the day, Ryland sat in temporal projection again. He had to excuse himself several times to regain his strength, but his efforts did not reveal anything of great importance. After total victory at Bourcray, the Carissians held a silent and unmoving position just east of the Tyrillian border. So far, none of the Tyrillian farmlands were damaged, and the people were unharmed. The Kassarans' focus was squarely on Malkanor. Ryland saw it in the placement and reinforcement of their armies. Malkanor defied annihilation, stood against them, and survived. It confounded everyone because Malkanor was not the greatest military power in Stratia, even as they held the potential for it. The Phoenix Legions were only known in Western Stratia, and only as enforcers and peacekeepers. On their own, the Kassarans would have done away with them as swiftly as they dispatched King Delkid and his men. The Renegades were the component that changed that. As Light Terranin demonstrated first, when magic and swordsmanship were united, it was a greatly enhanced force. This was something the Kassarans would need to consider carefully before provoking. After Ryland left the tall, wide white tent, he attempted to fold step once again. He was met by a wave of exhaustion that made his knees buckle. He sat down on the dark cobbles to recover for a few minutes. The temporal current allowed him to have some of his projection restored, but it was not yet time for anything more. But there was much to suggest his penance was almost complete. A feeling of tightness in the current that made him think of anticipation. Not wanting to strain any welcome with the Takirs, and not wanting to exhaust the resources of the inns where the renegades slept, Ryland walked into the outer city towards his mother and father's home. He could help them at night while he was there. Each little chore he did for them, with or without the endless current, was another way to push his will. Tonight, as his feet stumbled with heavy fatigue, he was late. The streets of the outer city were empty and quiet. A sliver of the moon slowly made its rise over the dense woods and sprawling fields in the east. Tall, black iron torch posts cast their bright orange glow as they lined the walkways. The windows to the single-floor homes were dark. The people already found their beds for the night. Ryland arrived at his mother and father's squat, dark gray home. A single candle flame cast its tiny glow from a window's ledge. It was left by his mother to welcome him, allowing him to find a way to a meal and a place to sleep. They would be sleeping now, but they would try to greet him in the morning. Ryland entered and found a bowl of stew filled with bits of meat and vegetables, as well as a thick slice of bread. He projected a small wave of heat into the bowl to warm it. He sat down before the glow of the single candle and ate with fervor that surprised him. He really should tend to the needs of his body with more consistency. As Ryland ate, he thought more about the displaced potential reckoning, and its place in the history of the Golden Hourglass clan. It was obvious they had encountered it as well, or it would not have been recorded. Thinking about it was preferable. It stopped him from senselessly dwelling over his regrets. The history stated the Chronomancers melded with time in a reckless way. If they were disbanded as a result, why was their lore so well preserved? It was not the first time Ryland wondered about this, but this felt like the right time for answers. What if they took similar calculated risks that Ryland did? How close was he to repeating history? How many Chronomancers were crippled by displaced potential reckoning? Did they ever fully recover? Were there worse punishments? Ryland finished his meal. He lay down on a small mattress in a corner room. He covered himself with his forest green coat for a blanket. He opened the book of the histories of the Golden Hourglass clan. He read until his eyes drooped heavy with the pull of sleep. Nothing came from his examinations. Ryland projected a tiny burst of air at the candle flame before he drifted to sleep in the darkness. The halls were unlike anything Ryland could have imagined or dreamed of. So this was a vision. They were wide and cavernously spaced. There was a layer of perfectly smooth crystal over the floor. Beneath it was a series of gold and silver cogs of varying sizes everywhere. Their purpose was incomprehensible, but the temporal current manifested and channeled through them. The walls were made of silver, inlaid with emeralds cut into geometric shapes and equations. The temporal current hummed everywhere, eager to aid, guide, and supervise. Its potency was so tangible that Ryland could almost reach out and touch it. He walked, his shoes echoing loud. There were doors made of lustrous gold. Each had observation windows made of emerald smoothed to perfect green panes. The rooms were all empty of people. Ryland peeked into some of the chambers. They were gold tables and silver chairs set with green silk cushions. There were golden bookcases filled with tall, thick tomes covered in fresh leather. There were several familiar meditation circles, far more elaborate than Ryland's. The floors and golden stands held emeralds containing pulsing temporal energy within. Their placement seemed perfectly aligned for advanced spells and rituals beyond anything Ryland had ever learned. There were also empowered emeralds dangling from the ceiling at varying heights from hair-fine threads. As Ryland looked closer, he noticed the emeralds were not placed only for advanced spells alone. They were perfectly placed for every mathematical gesture Ryland had ever learned. The results would be awe-inspiring, no matter the level of chronomancy performed. Ryland was in a vision to answer his question about the Golden Hourglass clan. He was so excited he began a sprint to search for people. If he could find one fellow Chronomancer, he could learn so much. It was a chance he thought gone with the death of Elysian. He felt giddy as blood rushed to his head. He could have giggled like a child. He wanted to sleep and remain in this dream for years. This was his chance to learn as much as he could from this vision. It occurred to Ryland that he could go into any of the chambers. He could look at the shelves, locate study journals and spellbooks in minutes. But books survived the coming 7,000 years. Ryland was alone with that knowledge in his own time. Every light of the Order could share and relate their knowledge and experiences, but he was alone. No evoker or elementalist would truly feel empathy for the growth and trials of chronomancy. Now, Rylan could find out why. The temporal sanctum, as he knew it was called, was empty so far. He ran at a full reckless sprint, listening for steps and voices. He did not think he could talk to them and be heard, but he could learn the truth that evaded him for so long. Rylan heard the distant murmur of conversing voices over his own running feet. He wondered if these voices involved any true use of chronomancy at all. He knew if there was any chance of that, a chronomancer would detect his presence. But that seemed less important to Rylan now. All that mattered was that he was in the infinite interior of the temporal sanctum. This excited Rylan because, in a way, he was home. What must it have been like in the apex of its time? How did they distinguish between novices and masters? How did new initiates spend their days? Did they run for miles through sand dunes to increase their will? When did they use temporal projection to rise and tower over their precious limitations? How many people walked these halls during their golden age? What did they look like? As many questions as there were, Rylan had so many more. His thrilling sense of wonder was boyish in a way he never allowed himself to feel before. Rylan skidded to a halt at a respectable distance from two men. One was a tall, dark-haired man wearing plain white robes and carrying an ivory pearl staff. Rylan knew he was from the Supreme Radiance clan, Yekrim's clan. Judging by his confident posture and commanding presence, Rylan felt certain this must be the Supreme Magus of this era. Yekrim's memory confirmed it as well. The other was a shorter, stout-muscled man with long platinum hair. He wore ornate silver silk robes. He held a golden staff that housed emerald gears and turning cogs at its end. Rylan was fascinated to see the difference the Supreme Magus bodily conveyed to the Chronomaster. As he watched the two conversing, he realized the Master must be the Temporal Arbiter. It was a title bestowed upon the leader of the Golden Hourglass clan. He was not familiar with the name of this Arbiter, and there was no portrait of him in any historical tomes. "Please don't do this, old friend," the Supreme Magus pleaded. "Recruit, teach, start anew. Don't discard it all. The other 4 clans need you. They need the Golden Hourglass. All of Stratia will always need you." The Temporal Arbiter laid a reassuring hand on the Supreme Magus' shoulder, wearing a sad, wan smile. "No, Stratia doesn't. I believe in the abilities of the remaining 4 clans. I believe in their united strength, knowledge, and wisdom. They will be enough to guide our world. We will need you to lead us, to show us our strengths as you always have," the Supreme Magus countered. "Do you not see the lives you saved? Do you not see the lands you caused to flourish? Kings who once gathered their arms in complete hatred, determined to shed blood, and the Golden Hourglass stopped them until they were ready to part as brothers." The Arbiter nodded and closed his eyes. "I know this. The good we do, so many well-placed intentions, and we think to do more, beyond our abilities. It has caused a lack of respect for the forces we ally with. To what harm? What persons were injured or lost? We found no trace of anything you claim." "That is the only reason I am sane and lucid enough to soundly pass this judgment." The Arbiter spoke calm and patient, even as the Supreme Magus was desperate. "Because you set straight the mistakes of your brothers and sisters!" "You must understand, even with all our accumulated wisdom, even with all the good and powerful people in our clan, we all broke the rules of time. Your clan should have led all 5 clans, you know." The Supreme Magus slumped his shoulders as he mumbled sadly and lowered his eyes. "No, we should not." The Arbiter ducked into the Supreme Magus' sight. "All the greatest of humankind's achievement will always be under the light, old friend. If we were to lead, we would cheat the fates. We would be little more than jaded immortals, feigning a level of understanding far beyond our reach." The Temporal Arbiter straightened and stepped back. "Have you done as I asked?" The Supreme Magus nodded. I selected your secondary option." The Arbiter shook his head in dismay. "This is the only chance we will ever have to destroy the law. The temporal current will only dull the protective enchantments on the book for a few more days. Once I return the temporal sanctum to the endless current and the bygone futures, the enchantments will renew the defenses of the book." "That is what I'm hoping for. You may have never found an ideal keeper for your craft, but I must hope where you despair.
Maybe one will come who is equipped to withstand the knowledge and wisdom in a way you not dare to hope for. The Arbiter bowed at his hips.
It is your decision, of course. I will hold you no ill will, as long as you do as I wish with the final tome.
The Supreme Magus nodded before turning away. The law that you decreed condemned was already reduced to ashes and dust. The two masters walked in separate directions. The Supreme Magus left through the open, towering double doors. Ryland followed the Arbiter deeper into the sanctum. He listened to the mesmeric grindings and hums of the golden staff in the silence of the halls.
So, what did you do?
The Arbiter asked without turning. Ryland stumbled over his own feet, baffled and startled. Did the Temple Arbiter speak to him?
I am speaking to the one in future penance, am I not? Displaced potential reckoning? Tell me what you did, without revealing anything that will disturb coming events.
The Arbiter turned and looked directly at Ryland. How can you see me? How did you know I did something? Ryland asked with suspicion, but he felt dizzy with disbelief.
The temporal currents allow a look into history as a way for a chronomancer under penance to gain required wisdom before they regain their powers. I confess, this conversation is an oddity. Pondering how this came to be is enough to drive either of us insane. Normally, I would not speak to one in your predicament. The temporal current does not usually permit it. But I am alone here, and I am the last. What we discussed can be allowed, so long as I take it to the grave in silence.
Ryland nodded, mulling over the words. He needed to speak carefully. He understood the Arbiter's wary misgivings. Time was linear, but the future was an ever-changing nebula. It held many branches that off to events that constantly ceased existing. Because there were choices that always changed for it. For the Arbiter, talking to a student so far in the future should not even be possible. It hinted that there were some things in the future that were immutable. That alone was enough to cause a person to shudder.
You did not know I could see you. You are from far away. Our clan is gone where you come from. That is why you know so little. Yet, I sense what is locked away from you. There is great ability in you, though it is crudely used. Your skills make me think of an adept, yet you have more than enough power for a master. It is only refinement of your skill and infusion of other crafts that keep you from truly deserving the title of expert. I do respect the balance you strike in body and will. Most of our masters impose increases in will through the body alone.
Ryland's head spun for a few moments more before he pushed his mind back into order. Why? Why is there no one to teach and show me? Why do I only have books? Why is all of it gone? Ryland raised his eyes and narrowed them as he pressed his questions. The Arbiter sighed as he leaned against the wall.
You are not the only one who must choose his words with care. What is not known in the future is to stay mostly unknown. Answer me first.
I accelerated age on 3 people. I risked it as a means of sending a message, trying to disperse a volatile situation. The Arbiter nodded appreciatively.
Tactfully phrased. Did it work? Was your message heeded?
Ryland shook his head. It was a waste of time and my power.
It would have been worse for you if it wasn't. Do you know the 2 things we are least allowed to affect?
Ryland nodded again, reciting, potential and event. The Arbiter smiled and clapped Ryland on the shoulder.
You answered your question as well as mine. Perhaps he is not wrong to hope after all.
Ryland woke up, his eyes opening to discover bright sunlight spilled through the den windows. He flung aside his covers when he realized it was only an hour or 2 away from noon. He dressed and straightened his hair quickly. He needed to find Ishel and resume his watch over the Kassaran forces. That was when he felt it. There was no need to watch the Kassaran forces. A massive wave of endless current shoved through him, an echo of intense sorcery. It was followed by another, and then a series of bursts. Each one was large, pushing against his lungs. But they varied as well. There were hints of moisture, cool water on his tongue. There was heat warming his skin before it was cooled by a gentle breeze. There were other sensations warring for recognition in his awareness. That was the point of it. It was war. It was battle. It was in the east. Judging by the intensity and ease that he could identify it, Ryland knew it was as close as Terrell. While he slept so deep in the vision, the Kassarans must have struck against the nearby village of Thrywald. It was only 3 recently constructed farmsteads close to the Terrell and Malkinor border. It was hoped the 3 families that resided there would one day cause it to flourish into a town. That hope seemed dashed. The Kassarans must have struck before dawn,
forcing a defensive response from the united Stratian forces. It would have been in haste with no preparation and little strategy. Rylan ignored the breakfast left for him at the table. He slipped into temporal projection with a thought. Rylan sent his awareness over the vast plains and rugged woods to the east. He allowed time to move in its normal green hue, only seeking the defensive force in Terrell. The journey did not tax his will in the slightest, even without a drawn circle and a sitting position. Rylan located Thriwall in seconds. There were sprawling flats of crops growing in neat order at the base of the hill, climbing high to the east. Each of the modest farmsteads were little more than several brick and wood homes, as tall as several flights. Rylan felt a hard, jarring sensation jolting against his awareness. He forgot that it was nearing midday meal, a new respite Mallory imposed to keep the laborers of Malkinor in good health. Rylan's mother and father would have returned home only to find him standing in a trance. Rylan pushed through the intrusion to observe the battlefield. There were catapults and crimson spheres of fire hurled about to the east of the farmstead. Fields were ablaze with flash fires, filling the skies with a thick, oily smoke that started to dim the sunlight. Craters of crushed and detonated earth marked both east and west, as the gray and brown-robed renegades tried to deflect the devastating siege munitions. Hundreds of Phoenix Legion corpses were maimed and left in the fields where they would burn soon. The renegades were rallied together in a tight defense, but their backs were pressed to each other. There were hundreds of guilders maintaining their assault at a safe distance, while the Karak numbered in a crushing wave of thousands. This force was at least 4 times greater than the entire combined force of the renegades and legions. Imperial fire and blood-red vines assailed the renegades from every direction. The Cassarians were surrounding and isolating the renegades, creating a perimeter that was too thick for the unified forces of magic and swords. Rylan saw something that sent a surge of panic flooding through him. Marcellus Decaire and 5 legionnaires stood battered and cut off, surrounded by 36 Karak. Their chainmail was already broken in places, revealing deep, bloody cuts beneath. Their broadswords were marked with deep chips that would soon crack and break. Rylan searched a moment to find a clear patch of undisturbed farmland about a mile west of Thriwald. In a couple of footsteps, he could aid Marcellus. Rylan opened his eyes, his teeth rattling as his mother and father shook his shoulders. Rylan blinked several times. "I'm all right, Ma," Rylan reassured, chuckling as he gripped her slim shoulders. "I was temporal projecting, trying to find out what has transpired since I slept so late." Liane's light blue eyes were filled with relief. "I'll never grow accustomed to this." Rylan wanted to give his mother and father more reassurance, but there was not enough time. "I have to go now. Ishel, Imrine's father, they are in mortal danger." "Don't do anything foolish," Kylor cautioned, his dark brown eyes stern. Rylan snapped his fingers, summoning his coat to wrap his shoulders, and his staff into his hand. Both answered the call of his restored will and power. The temporal and endless currents flowed through him with a hunger for crafted purpose. Rylan winked and grinned before he shaped his footstep in a thought. Chapter 36. Rylan's second footstep placed him at Marcellus's side. He was close enough to wrap him in his own displacement cloak of increased speed. Rylan stood in a wide stance with its emerald staff ready in both hands. Rylan kicked up a cloud of dust at his feet. Before the dirt settled, a dust mimic stepped free of the debris. The dust mimic cast a displacement cloak of its own. It stepped forward and rapidly deflected dozens of sword strikes every second. The mimic was a blur of motion, moving everywhere at once. At first, it just stood before Marcellus. Then it blurred, the staff already halting a strike at a legionnaire's throat 20 feet away. Rylan chuckled. "You know, my lord, I never realized I appeared that way." Marcellus stammered with sounds that conveyed uncomprehending disbelief. "It is requested that we return alive. I'll not allow your daughter's heart to break this day." Rylan cast a separate variation of the displacement cloak over Marcellus and his 5 legionnaires. They would move 3 times faster now, and the variation would help them adjust to the increased speed. "I must see to the renegades and the villagers. My mimic will remain with you. You will not fall today." Rylan instigated the distance where Kassaran soldiers massed in a concentrated force. Raw, rippling waves of the endless current surged from inside the mass of bodies. Roaring groans sounded outward from the center. Rylan stopped a curved sword aimed at his hip with a projection of temporal current into his coat. A stasis cloak caught the weapon and broke it into shards before dispelling. He meld-walked through the soldiers to stand with his fellow lights. Rylan stood between Ishel, Terranin, and Borvis. Ishel did a double-take in her glance at him. Rylan wasted no words. He channeled temporal current into his staff as a dozen stasis spheres launched into the sky to seek out the catapult rounds. They crumbled into dust as they collided with the halted time.
Did you sleep well, Light Rylan? Ishel managed to jibe.
She whirled to deliver a round-crushing punch to a soldier in front of her. Her arms were coated with a thick layer of jagged obsidian stone. Well, enough to count, Light Ishel. Did you know there would be so many, or did you desire the thrill of being vastly outnumbered? Rylan spoke even as he let his staff float beside him, and he began to shape a moderate stasis field. His hands blurred with emerald trails of energy before a 50-foot radius directly ahead ceased all its movement. Everything in that space was halted in time. It was a temporary solution, but it did close away one direction. This would hinder the Kassaran press a little. Rylan crouched low and scooped a handful of dirt. He needed to shape a little this time. When he blew the dust free of his palm, 4 dust mimics emerged. Rylan limited their functions to defending against the Kassaran soldiers. It was a conserving endeavor. Even so, he was surprised to find his will and stamina were not taxed in the slightest. Several months ago, his insides would be raw with so much sorcery at once. Coming back from his penance allowed him to return stronger than he was before. But Rylan learned a terrible lesson from his battle in the outer city. He learned that his powers would not grant him the luxury of going through war with clean hands. He naively believed demonstration would settle things without blood and death. His arrogance only created so much more pain for the innocent. That was a moment in the past. If the Kassarans would only permit life to be a spoil for the victors, then Rylan would harden his resolve. He would deal death as swiftly as they would. Rylan felt the gathering current long before he saw a large bowl of trailing fire arcing high overhead. It was going to fall on the renegades. Rylan held his hands up to the coming attack. He poured the endless current into his coat. Lansu! Rylan shouted as the Imperial flames converged on him. It was a word spoken in the ancient language of the fabricators. It meant absorb. The golden runes along the lapels of his coat began to glow. The ball of flame decreased in size. Several feet away from his hand, it was little more than the size of his fingertip. Then, it vanished. Rylan calmed his mind to a soothing clarity. A massive wave of endless current howled through his being. The runes of his coat blazed with greater intensity, becoming golden fire. The torch renegades around him turned to look at him with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Dubert! Rylan roared at the top of his lungs. The word translated as duplicate. A volley of dozens of spheres of Imperial fire hurled into the ranks of Kassaran soldiers. Each ball was as large as the ones Rylan stopped. In every direction, blossoms of red fire burst into the sky with thunderous explosions. The ground trembled and quaked. Burning, screaming Kassaran bodies were cast high into the air. Rylan walked forward through the thickening haze of smoke. The cries of dying men were lost on his singular clarity. He reached into the rigid linear energies of the temporal current, focusing it into the end of his staff. Surviving soldiers rushed to cut him down. Rylan met them with a barrage of head-sized stasis spheres. The soldiers were struck in the head, chest, and extremities. The result was a gory mess as running soldiers left their heads and hearts behind them. Sword arms ripped free. Soldiers fell screaming, clutching the bleeding stumps where their leg once was. Blood soaked the ground while the body parts floated in the air. Rylan fold-stepped in front of a legionnaire on his back. Rylan's staff was overhead, catching a downward strike. He let it slip free to grind against his coat's stasis cloak. Bits of glittering metal showered to the ground. Rylan projected another stasis sphere into the Kassaran's chest. He gasped and fell dead as his heart seized. Rylan was devoid of mercy now, and filled with a deep focus that drove him from one soldier to the next. The legionnaires gradually regrouped with the renegades. The battle began to slowly change. Where before the Kassarans divided and trapped the Stratians, there were now great swaths of Kassarans being struck down. Among it all, Rylan fold-stepped and dealt swift, cruel death at every turn. Rylan's strange mirror images held off the press of the decreasing Kassaran soldiers. That gave Ishel a moment to stare with undisguised bewilderment at the ceaseless onslaught. Her shoulders sagged. Her childhood friend, the meek and selfless boy she had always known, moved with unbelievable speed and struck with otherworldly precision. The waves of current at Rylan's call shoved against the renegades with force. This was not the gentle boy who always helped Kylor and Liane in the fields. Rylan was a titan here, a being possessed of one unavoidable objective: to kill every Kassaran unfortunate enough to fall into his sight. He showed no fatigue that would prevent him from reaching that goal.
Fate, lied Ishel, Borvis gasped. But he is a terrifying one. Ishel could not think of anything to say against that. She was stunned herself, but she could neither agree nor disagree. This was a side of Ryland she never expected. His aggression was cold and methodical. He would appear at any point where the death of a single legionnaire would begin a new isolation for the Stratians. It appeared he felt the possible shifts in battle. Not much could be called common knowledge about the Chronomancers. Ishel read many books from the Dragontooth clan, and where there were mentions of the Golden Hourglass clan, there was one common agreement. The battle-hardened warrior evokers would never stand a chance in battle against even an adept Chronomancer. Only now, as Ishel watched Ryland pierce deep into the Kassaran offensive, did she understand the proud clan's reluctance. It was a sight no Stratian magus had witnessed in over 7,000 years. He is giving us an opening! Find Duke to care and let us rally against them! Ishel shouted, as she spell-shaped more obsidian to armor her body as she charged west. Jagged shards of sharp metal flew into a wild spray behind Ishel. Borvis overextended his energies to cut down anything approaching from either side. Ishel leaned forward into a shoulder-first dash. The weight and hardness of her obsidian armor crushed anything directly in front of her. Curved swords shattered to pieces, followed by obliterated armor. Crunching Kassaran bones reverberated through the stone. Explosions booming in the east. Terranin gathered her heart fire and shaped giant blooms of sun-white fire and melting heat. Marcellus and several of his legionnaires flurried into a speed-augmented counter-offensive. Though their armor and weapons were only a little more than useless, their movements blurred. Their broadswords flicked out the smallest inch of exposure in the pleats of the Kassaran armor. Marcellus and his men held ample time to locate and strike at any opening, no matter how small. One of Ryland's strange copies was present. It blocked any strikes the soldiers could not deflect or parry themselves. It created more openings for the counterattack. The copy was possessed of the intention of defense, allowing everyone to push back. Ishel ended her dash by vaulting herself forward. She slammed through the Kassaran mass before spinning and skidding to a halt beside Marcellus. She shaped a wind vacuum that pulled the air out of the Kassarans' lungs. They fell, gasping for a breath that would not come. "It has been an ill morning, my lord," Ishel commented dryly. Her voice was a muffled echo in her armor. Marcellus smiled.
Aye, but it seems our fortunes are changing, Torch Ishel.
"If you would follow me, I think Knight Borvis might be able to spare a moment for your present condition." Ishel looked over his broken chainmail and cracked sword. Marcellus shook his head.
There is no time for that. Torch Ryland has given us a chance to drive the Kassarans out of Terrell. It would be a waste to sit on our laurels as a reward to my son-in-law's generosity.
Ishel nodded in agreement, then blinked in realization to the Lord General's words. Did she hear him correctly? Marcellus chuckled low under his breath as he ran ahead to regroup with his soldiers. His few accompanying men dispatched the last of the Kassarans around them before blurring to catch up. Ishel shook away the moment of confusion. She spent half a year training for strength and endurance. That helped with the bulky obsidian armor, but she also had to mentally maintain several current augmentations for decreasing the strain of weight against her, while increasing the mobility of surrounding her body in stone. Confusion and distraction were dangerous threats that would slow her down. There was no time to waste. The obsidian juggernaut shape was seldom attempted for a reason. The prolonged channeling of endless current in 3 different ways had dissolved many magi in battle for centuries. It was a testament to her own strength that she could add her other evocations to the demands, but the inside of her ribs chafed with warning. Marcellus covered half the distance to several squads that were surrounded by a thick perimeter of crimson armor. Ishel began a full, ground-shaking sprint towards the thick of the mass. She burst into the outer edge of the crimson force, swinging her stone-clad arms left and right. Red and gold armored bodies were cast up in the air like leaves in the wind. At a safe distance to either side, Marcellus and his men cut through column after column of Kassaran soldiers. The steel of their swords creating shining blurs, leaving sprays of blood everywhere. The effort was visible to the embattled Phoenix squads. There were the sounds of renewed fury as the Kassarans surged backwards against the sudden ferocity. Caught between Ishel, Marcellus, and 2 different sides of the Legionnaires, they were cut down within minutes. With the 2 forces reunited, they quickly lashed out at the immediate Kassaran force to devastating effect. In the ensuing silence around Ishel, she allowed a moment to release the obsidian juggernaut and the endless current. The black stone crumbled, fell into piles around her feet, and then sifted back into the earth. She braced her palms against her knees, laboring to catch her breath. She was covered in a sticky, thick layer of sweat. There was no time to mend any but the most serious sword cuts.
She was battered with the promise of many more bruises to come. She was exhausted from maintaining the endless current for so many hours. She looked further into the east, close to the rising incline. All of this was a trap, of course. They attacked the village with a smaller force to draw the Legion and renegades out. It was still a force twice as large as anything they faced before, but she believed ingenuity would prevail again. When they arrived, the Cassarans revealed a force twice as large as she expected. It was 4 times greater than anything they had ever battled before. Such a force was overwhelming enough, but they began dividing the legions from the renegades in short order. Over a dozen lights and hundreds of legionnaires were cut down in the first hour. Ishel and Marcellus managed to rally a stubborn defense on either side of the battle after that. It was a stalling effort. The Cassarans held more than enough reserves to wipe out the last of the Stratian resistance in a day. Ishel hated to admit it, but Ryland's timing could not have been better. Her own sense of self-reliance and pride was wounded for it, but she would shelf it as a small price to pay. Ishel watched the Cassaran ranks close. Each foremost column burst into fonts of red liquid. Where the Cassarans were foolish enough to rush at Ryland, only swaths of sickening carnage remained. The Cassarans could not pin him down to any one place either. His footsteps saw him at any given location he chose, moving hundreds of yards in an instant. The Cassarans were pouring down the slopes of a mile-wide incline. Ryland's footsteps were carrying him further and further uphill. He was only as alone as he wished, creating any number of copies of himself. No one ever discovered how much endless and temporal current he could endure, and for how long. While Ishel's training made her a powerful sorceress, Ryland's unorthodox methods in chronomancy gave him an unfathomable wellspring to tap into. Even now, he showed no signs of slowing. She doubted his insides felt any searing at all. A cool breeze blew in from the south. Ishel straightened and inhaled the invigorating wind deeply. She had had enough time to rest. It was time to rejoin this chaos. Kentakira watched with dismay and disbelief. Her strategy was flawless, even if it was obvious once her trap was sprung. It was a simple, unavoidable conclusion. For several hours, she divided the Stratian resistance and set about a trial of attrition. With such force in her favor, victory was a slow brewing certainty. For hours, the catapults were positioned around the entrenched targets. With the press of swords, heavy siege weapons, and Cassaran magic, Kentakira was only minutes away from the final crushing blows against the Stratians. Now her fists clenched white with impatient anger. Her eyes widened at the visibly plain disturbance in the field. The catapults launched their heavy rounds, only to do nothing more. She watched over a dozen blossoms of Imperial fire explode among hundreds of Karak. From there, the battle inexplicably shifted against her in minutes. Kentakira felt the enormous waves of endless current that rushed to a single point. There was a strange tint to that current, a power with a variety she was unfamiliar with. It was the same power from a short time after Tilzen. This had to be the mysterious sorcerer at the battle in Palantir. It was the same sorcerer she believed responsible for the massacre at the canyon town. It was terrifying and massive. It was an easy equal to her mentor's power, maybe greater. And this sorcerer was climbing the hill in fast strides. He left bloody death wherever he passed. The hillside became slippery, soaked in flesh and blood. He was coming straight at her. For the first time in Kentakira's service to the Emperor, she debated fleeing. She could order a full retreat of the remaining forces. It was a rare order for a leader in conquest, subject to disgrace. But running at the appearance of this sorcerer was inexcusable. Kentakira would be even more disgraced if she fled before meeting this challenge. Her name would be stricken from the archives and written in the tome of cowards. At the same time, she knew it would be prudent to face him with an escape plan in mind. "Karak Gauntlet, formation to me!" Kentakira shouted. Crimson soldiers ran to create a wide double line facing each other. They were poised into their severing stance, one foot far back, posturing low, with the hands above the grip of their sword. Kentakira could not help but smirk in anticipation despite herself. How long had it been since she met such a challenger in single combat? She faced enemies possessed of greater power than her own before. She prevailed then. Perhaps she would now. Ryland approached the summit of the rise in dozens of footsteps. The soldiers behind him slipped onto their backsides as they attempted to traverse bloody grasses. He saw the double file of poised soldiers forming an obvious walkway to the top. Did they believe he used too much power in his climb to be able to defend himself now? Did they think his insides burned with the endless current? Did they believe he was anywhere close to his limits? This all felt so dreamlike to Rylan. In a dream, a person can run forever without getting tired. A person can touch the sun with wings of candle wax. It felt that way now. It felt as though his body and spirit defied reason and logic, existing only to realize his imaginings. With a negligent wave of Rylan's hand, shadowed by a trail of green light, the swords of the Caesarans around him were encased in displacement spheres of aging. The swords browned with rust before crumbling into flakes in their scabbards. The soldiers looked at their disintegrated weapons with gasps of disbelief. Rylan looked to the top of the summit. A small woman with corded whip-like muscles stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She was dark-skinned, with a menacing scowl on her hard features. A long, deep scar as a sign of loyalty to the Emperor ran along the middle of the top of her shaved head. She wore the long red vest coat and signature loose black tunic and pants of a Havoc sorceress. Her arms were covered in black tattoos and black leather bracers. Rylan knew this woman, both from description from Caesaran laborers and his numerous temporal projections. He already had thousands of reasons to end her life. I am Torch Chronomancer Rylan of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Rylan formally introduced himself, speaking the Caesaran dialect smoothly. His months of study and interaction were clear. Ken Takira arched an eyebrow before raising her head to laugh. Fool! Your order is no more! My master Xenonroll already crushed them! Rylan wanted to deny the claim, but he knew what he felt in the Far East over a week ago. The trail did end in Catan Shah. Rylan also knew the terrifying whispers that surrounded the use of the name Xenonroll. If he was present in the assault on the Zenith Citadel, with as divided as it was, there was a good chance that everyone there was dead. Ken Takira meant to break Rylan's fighting resolve with this claim. He would not humor her. No matter what she might claim, she was very wrong. Your claim is as unimpressively incomplete as your efforts to destroy Stratia, Rylan retorted, his voice cold and even. In both instances, Ken Takira, Dragon of Xenonroll, the Master Fist of the Crimson Throne, we are still here. Ken Takira stopped laughing and glared at Rylan with a gaze that would have frightened anyone else. I will correct this error. You are children, novices, and battered soldiers. The least you could have done is gather finer disciples. Rylan answered with a chilling smirk before fold-stepping to her right. Do you suggest a revered village witch? The best pyromancer in the world? Ken Takira lashed out with a dagger hidden at her belt. Rylan was safe out of her reach with a fold-step to her other side. Or perhaps you prefer my best friend, heir to the greatest mysteries of evocation. She is a prodigy of Stratia's lineage of most powerful sorceresses. Ken Takira attempted a backwards kick to Rylan's middle, finding only air. He fold-stepped back to her left side. I could find the student of the hallowed Grand Illumination Elysian if you like. Ken Takira gathered a gravelly wave of hindered endless current. It was enough to create a length of crimson lightning. She swung the length in a wide circle, hoping to catch him in his next fold-step. Ionsu! Rylan shouted, and the lightning whip vanished, gathered into the runes of his coat. Ken Takara's eyes widened. She was familiar with the primordial dialect for simulacrum. He would probably be an adept fabricator. Rylan tapped his chin with his finger, feigning thoughtfulness. He toyed with Ken's growing anger. Rylan projected a burst of temporal current into his staff. The end of his weapon blasted Ken Takira with a stasis cloak. Rylan created a sufficient opening for her to understand him. But you might not enjoy that as much as you think. You see, he inherited the long-forgotten secrets of the Golden Hourglass clan. He is the magic of time and space. Rylan released the stasis cloak before projecting endless current into his coat. Du Bert! Rylan shouted, whipping his free hand. His own length of crimson lightning struck the Caesaran sorceress. The electricity shock knocked her off her feet. She flew back yards, skidding and tumbling head over heels. Rylan dismissed the whip. Also, that would be me. Chapter 37. Rylan kept a measured pace alongside the renegades, though he wanted to hurry out of the commotion. His hood was up, shadowing his face while his coat billowed behind him. His gleaming emerald staff tapped an even cadence along the cobbled road. The inner turmoil was a sharp contrast to Rylan's outward facade. The battering heat of the sun lent a heavy weight to his thoughts. The worn and beaten legionnaires appeared beside him from time to time. Though their armor was broken, and they were riddled with cuts and abrasions, they still laughed raucously and clapped him on the back and shoulder. They openly attributed their survival to him, and they offered to buy his next meal or a tankard of ale. Ryland smiled in answer. They would not see the troubles that clouded his mind. He saved many of these men just as they were about to be cut down. It would be an insult to them by denying their gratitude. Marcellus Takir maintained an even distance from Ryland. The Lord General's gaze bore down on him, along with the heat and anxiety. The Duke's heavy scrutiny made him feel a bit like an insect under a reading glass. Ryland looked back and met the Duke's gaze. His face was covered in bruises. His head was covered by his broken and bloody chainmail cowl. His sincere and brown eyes met Ryland with warmth as he greeted him with a broad smile. Ryland returned the expression while wondering at Marcellus' sudden and unwavering interest.
"There he is!"
shouted a young corporal with a thick and rowdy accent. He was surrounded by several worn-looking comrades.
"The hero of the day he is! I was almost cut down by 70 of the Red Ones, and there he is! None moves an inch, and their swords crumble as though they never had been cared for in 100 battles."
He was about to cut them all down anyway. Ryland deflected, remembering something similar being said by Ernick some years ago. A series of laughs answered him.
"You let us buy you a round of the finest and coldest,"
the corporal invited in a way that rebuked refusal. "After dusk," Ryland begrudgingly acquiesced. Ryland searched hastily for Aimrine. She would be here, waiting for her father and himself. He wanted to hold her close, to press her tight against him and feel her arms around the back of his neck. He wanted to bury his face in her hair and smell the sweet fragrance of roses. Ryland also knew that Marcellus forced a choice on her. He wanted her to choose between donning the weapon and armor, marching into battle, or tending to the sick and injured. Marcellus made it clear that there was no wrong choice, but she needed to give only one all her effort and attention. Aimrine's choice was clear even before she spoke it. She was a healer. She studied for years to heal people. Her conscience would weigh her down with guilt if she chose the path of taking lives over saving them. She remained in the healer tents this time. Ryland was so wrapped up in the looming shadow of his thoughts, he barely took notice of the growing distance between himself and his fellow lights. But the wary and furtive glances that directed at him were as sharp as knives. They looked at him as though seeing a stranger. Had he really become such a pariah to them? This was their demeanor since the conclusion of the Battle of Thriwald. What could have caused them to behave this way? Did he do something different or taboo in some way? Such paranoia was a luxury Ryland could not grant himself. The dragon's words followed him, taunting him. He gave them no room in the duel. Zenon Roll's right-hand sorcerer would use that to off-balance him. She had to create a disparity that favored her, since her own strength and abilities were lacking. But with the chaos of battle settled, Ryland examined it closely. Even as the Phoenix Legions returned, grateful to be alive, heartened by their survival against tremendous odds, there was no such mirth for him. He felt horrible for it. He didn't want to be the brooding one, or the gloom cast over everything. Pretense was the only other option. But how could they celebrate when he knew that the home of the Order of the Enlightened Sun might have been destroyed? He needed to learn the truth and the specifics as soon as possible. But, if recent history taught him anything, he could not harbor the weight of this knowledge alone. Ishel found Ernick waiting for her some distance along the merchant way. She rushed at him, allowing him to wrap his tree-trunk arms around her and lift her high in a bear hug. He didn't pay much heed to her torn gray robes or her ragged blacksmith dress. He ignored the bloodstains that had long since dried, turned brown, and caked. She was dirty and sticky with sweat, but the smith was just as happy to have his daughter safe at home. Borvis joined them, at a discreet distance. Ernick would have none of it. He eyed him up and down, his face stern and grim, before he allowed a new thunderous peal of laughter. He wrapped one arm around the wiry Polymancer's shoulder while keeping the other on Ishel's shoulder. Ishel paused to give Ryland a glance over his shoulder. Ryland projected a thought back to her in the endless current. "Meet me by the fishing place, after sunset." Ishel glanced back again, and nodded. It was still a long wait for Ryland's impatient need to know. The sun still burned high in a late afternoon. The refugees of Thriwald were already ushered to the triage. Talek would have taken them in, but Maloric and Talek reached a wartime agreement. While Malkinor was able, Palanzer would be a temporary haven for all refugees until the Kissaran threat abated. It was a strain on Malkinor, and Talek hesitated to impose it, but Maloric's insistence won out. "Ryland! His grim thoughts were broken by the cry of his mother and father running toward him. Aimrine was with them. All three of them wrapped him in an embrace that threatened to squeeze the air out of him. When they gave him room to breathe, Rylan looked at Aimrine. Her white blouse and sapphire cotton pants were stained with blood and sweat from her labors at the triage. He wondered how much he could do to help her now. Elysian once told him that the Chronomancers could halt time on the body and allow healers the time they needed to save lives. He was eager at the prospect of helping her in these new ways. But his deeper thoughts must have peeked through to Aimrine. She looked at him with concern.
Something is troubling you. What is it?
Aimrine's emerald eyes searched his. She wanted to say so much more, but her gaze shifted to her father. Rylan hesitated. I don't know for certain yet. It may be nothing. If it is a matter of importance, it is also delicate. Aimrine pursed her lips, her eyes suspicious before she nodded.
Promise me you will not bear this alone?
Rylan smiled. I was just thinking that keeping such secrets would be foolhardy. I promise. Aimrine's gaze shifted to her father, and she gave a quizzical gaze of disapproval.
I will join you shortly. My father looks a little worse for wear.
Aimrine pushed past the battered soldiers that stood in her way. Kylor and Liane paused to measure Rylan with unique expressions. Rylan's cheeks heated before his mother and father looked at each other and laughed. I did not wish for you to remain silent during my words with her.
We know, Rylan. We know. Kylor accepted knowingly.
But some words are best spoken without intrusion, dear,
Liane added. Rylan was led home by his mother and father. He listened patiently as they admonished him for rushing into such an obviously dangerous battle. He would not disagree or argue. They were only grateful that he was alive and well, and just wanted him to stay that way. The sun was dim and broken by the tree burls overhead. Rylan sat on the familiar boulder by the stream. The waters bubbled and slogged over the rocks and forest debris. The fresh smell of the woods filled his senses and refreshed him. The cool airspeed into his sleeve of his coat, softly caressing the hairs on his arm. But here was the nostalgic step back to Rylan. This was the place of many days of childhood for himself and Ishel. He held up the mental gems of the past and present versions of who they were then and who they had become. It was a pleasant diversion, even if it was a little melancholy. The songbirds and the skittering of squirrels in the trees gradually succumbed to the rhythm of cicadas. The heat of summer faded to the cool breezes of night. These lulling whispers held their hands of the weary, guiding them to sleep. Rylan absently picked at the blanket growth of moss on the boulder. He looked over to a hollowed-out tree trunk. Inside, a rickety wooden crate sat, its contents wearing down to the passage of time. The earth would claim the crate and the contents. Rylan smiled wanly. No one would see or wonder what happened here, but the earth would always hold the memory. It was always as his mother said to him in the fields when he was a child. The endless current whispered gently in the air, signaling the presence he was waiting for.
Light Rylan!
She appeared directly beside him, sitting close to him on the boulder. Isha looked down at the stream absently.
How does such a brook persist through so many years?
Isha wondered out loud. Rylan shrugged. I don't know how such a thing can act with such defiance. It is a small stream. By rights, the bed itself should not be visible. Isha laughed. It sounded weak, but Rylan detected something genuine to it.
It is not the knowledge of a Chronomancer I would ask this of.
Isha turned to force Rylan's eyes to her.
I am asking one stubborn being about the nature of stubborn beings.
Rylan laughed. The laughter on Isha's face disappeared then.
Light Rylan, I also need to speak with you, and I believe I must speak first.
Rylan tamped down his impatient need to know the truth and waited, allowing Isha to speak her mind.
You don't seem to understand why the renegades look at you the way they did.
Rylan nodded, remembering the tentative glances. Ishel sighed. The weight of her coming words pressed her shoulders down.
How strong do you believe you are, Light Rylan?
Rylan shook his head. He never thought it mattered. Perhaps many magi pondered such things, but such thoughts paved the way for meaningless conflicts. Such vanity was dangerous for the pursuit of knowledge. If a magus already believed that they were at the summit of their abilities, it would never matter how much more growth they could experience. They would never become more. It was better to place the peak of their ability forever out of reach.
Today, when we went up to Tarrel, they sprung their trap. We could not break free. We lost more than a dozen renegades like Rylan. The rest of us believed this was the day we were going to die. I was certain of it myself. The force was 4 times greater than ours. We came ready to hold our own against a force only double our own. Only 40 renegades fought today like Rylan. There was no question about it. With so few of us left, we were going to die.
Rylan watched as Ishel's hand trembled. She rubbed them together, trying to calm them.
Before this began, you asked for my help. You asked for as much help as you could get. You said, no light can fight a war alone. Today you nearly did. What you did, it should not be possible, even in sorcery.
Ishel paused. Rylan watched the conflict of emotions play across her face.
It was more horrible that you don't know or understand. I am certain no one has ever told you about your strength. You probably thought it was no different than any other light.
Ishel waited. Rylan searched his mind and found he always did think of it that way. He would never allow himself to consider who was stronger.
Why did you think no Solas would train you after his radiance died? They were afraid of you, Rylan, and that was before Fates!
Ishel chuckled.
Before you found ways to leap into more power. You did not do it because you were hungry for power. You only wished to match the demands everyone placed on you. For that reason alone, you could never see how far behind you left us all. Today, I did not see Kylo and Leane's endlessly diligent son. I did not see the boy who used to come to this spot to go fishing with me. I saw a being that defied all reason and ripped apart an army with swift and cold precision. I was frightened by it. You never grew weary from it. What if we were on the opposite side of that? But you know, what is more horrible than that? All these years, I have defended you. I thanked you when you pushed against the limits of an Ard Solis and saved my life. Only when I witnessed your power in battle did I waver in fear. I hate myself for it, like Rylan. I am frightened of you and I hate it.
At that point, Ishel buried her face in her hands and began to shake with sobs. Rylan was at a loss for words to assuage her fears. The only thing he could think to do was cautiously wrap one arm around her. You speak of my strength, but would it grant you comfort to know that your strength and knowledge are greater still? Ishel looked at Rylan, her cheeks wet with tears, her hazel eyes curious. I could not lead as you do, Rylan began. I rushed off to battle, but I never stopped to consider those who might follow me. I never spoke with them or galvanized their fighting spirits. I never coordinated with the weary, battered soldiers of our homeland. I only charged without a second thought or strategy. Even now, as my friend, you face your own fear to give me the truth. You have always been honest and straightforward with me. I have come to rely on that to see the path I must follow. Ishel's tears subsided, and cicadas sang to them in the evening silence. Rylan allowed Ishel to feel the sincerity of his words, even as he contemplated what must come next. There was no easy way for it. Kentakira's words were a heavy pall, a crushing weight. As much as he hated to do it, he needed to share this revelation with Ishel. Even as she recovered from the turmoil of sharing one hard truth, he accepted he must impose one more on her. It was not a selfish inclination. He wanted to take this pain from her and investigate the truth of his own, freeing her of the consequence that knowing might bring. But if Rylan could not acknowledge her strength and let her take part of this burden that belonged to her, then all his words were hollow and pointless. There is a reason I called you here, Rylan gently urged. This will not be easy for either of us, especially if my concerns are not simple delusions. Ishel looked at him, baffled for a moment before her irritation became plain.
Out with it, Light Rylan. Whatever it is, it will do more harm in its delay.
When I faced the leader of the Kassaran detachment at Thriwald, Kentakira, she said the citadel had fallen. There was a play of bitter emotion on Ishel's face before she settled into a hard-edged disbelief.
She was lying. All their forces were at Thriwald. There is no chance they held enough reserves for such an undertaking.
Perhaps, but she added that Xenon Roll was there. I know of him, Light Ishel. Rylan dropped his voice, as if speaking of the terror of the Crimson Empire might summon him. The fist of the Emperor is more of a monster than a man. Over the last 50 years,
The Empire has propelled its boundaries farther out than they have in centuries. They did this with him at the front of almost every charge. When the Kasserans speak of him, they speak in fear and whispers. Ishel fought openly with irritation and uncertainty. What do you propose then? How will you discover the truth? Ryland sighed. Not alone. You will discover the truth with me. Ishel's laugh was incredulous. What? You wish to footstep a Mount Rock so far east? They will send all their forces. Temporal projection is the only way to know all that has transpired. Mind slip is the only way for you to know it with me. It was a reach, of course. The mind slip was an advanced version of current reading. It was more difficult as it required the Shaper, a Solus seeking to pass to Ard Solus, to experience the world through the perception and mind of another. It forced the light to project their mind outward and surrender its individuality, becoming absorbed into the mind of another. You presume too much, Light Rylan, Ishel warned. That is an Ard Solus skill. Why would I know that? I am talking to the same evoker who changed the shape of the Song of the Thunder Gods, Rylan told her flatly. Ishel's eyes were unblinking, but unreadable. I know the shape for the mind slip, but we will speak later about what your temporal projection should allow you to view. Ishel said nothing more, allowing Rylan to say nothing as she turned to face him on the boulder. She began pulling the endless current into her. As her hands weaved and her mouth mumbled words with her eyes closed, Rylan turned to his own task. Temporal projection was easy for him. His power was restored. He could reach deep into past events with little effort. When Ishel grasped onto his awareness, the weight against his mind was noticeable. Ishel was astonished at the skies and the emerald hue of the world in the temporal current. Her mind shuddered as they slipped into the cold, forceful weight of moments come and gone. In time, they discovered the truth. They were quick to locate the broken rubble of the once gleaming Zenith Citadel. The entire east face was a heap of molten stone and black debris. Rylan did not descend into their home as they moved backwards in time. The destruction was plain, even from so high above. If he took them down into the halls as the attacks were occurring, it would become personal and injuring. Neither of them could withstand such a thing. Being so close to the death of their friends and teachers would break them. The rain of bright red fires came, and with it, the cacophony of sorcery in attempts to save and destroy the citadel. Bright flashes of color filled the courtyard. Flames devoured everything. Booming explosions filled the air and shook the ground below. One figure moved away from the wreckage at a swift stroll. It was a figure that was much larger than the others. Rylan needed to see him up close. He swooped down into the cold blue toward a sheer precipice that overlooked the maelstrom. The large figure moved towards that bluff alone. The figure matched the numerous descriptions from Rylan's travels in the Kasserran Empire. Ishel gasped at the sight of him. Rylan never encountered a man so massive and intimidating. Everything from his black swirling tattoos to his thrice-scarred head radiated an aura of unyielding fury. He wore most of the same vestments as the other Havoc Guild sorcerers, though much larger and thicker. His black leather bracers were covered with rows of brass spikes, and Rylan saw 2 curved daggers tucked into his vest. The weapons radiated the energy of an unusual enchantment. It was enough. The temporal current shoved them back into their time and place. Ishel opened her eyes wide before she narrowed them on Rylan. It doesn't mean she is right. We have to go back, Ishel snapped. Light Ishel, we know what we saw. Anything more will strip us down and leave us vulnerable. There could be survivors. They could be alive and hidden. They can't all be. Ishel trailed off as her eyes began to water. Rylan knew what his friends could not say out loud. He knew what she was desperate to discover. It was true that the specifics needed to be learned to see if anyone lived. But they could not afford to discover that much while Stratia relied on the renegades to fight for survival. For now, it is enough to know that she was not lying, Rylan finalized grimly. Rylan etched the sight of Xenon roll into his mind, playing it through over and over. With each replay, the dread that Xenon imposed dulled. Rylan needed the colossal figure to be nothing more than another Kasserran enemy. That would make it much easier for him to face him down and kill him. Kentakira woke under the light of a full moon and a glittering sky of starlight. Her dark eyes opened. She raised her hand to massage her head against an ache that hammered to her ears.
Her arms and legs were twisted at odd and uncomfortable angles. A stream of drool fell from the corner of her mouth, seeping into the soil beneath her. Her clothes were torn and singed. Blades of grass tickled her nose. The dragon of Xenonrol was a mess, looking like a large animal chewed on her, then spit her on the earth to rot. But she was alive, and that was more than she thought she would be. The boy sorcerer was intent on killing her. Maybe he thought he did. Of all the forms of death in battle she was ready for, this instance made her feel lucky to be alive. Kentakira never felt as helpless as she did in the face of that strange sorcery. There was nothing in all her training in the Havoc Guild that could have prepared anyone for it. Kentakira untwisted her limbs. New aches and pains became known throughout her body. She stood up slow and gingerly, taking stock of her situation. It was difficult to discern the details in the dark of night. There were deep black craters and large swaths of field burned to ashes. She saw the dark, mangled shapes of the dead. Their bodies were twisted, looking like bits of driftwood in a flat, still sea. There were a small number of crows in evidence. They feasted on her through the night, even as most of their murders withdrew long ago. The air remained thick, with the acrid smell of smoke and the rancid stench of rotting flesh. Some of the dead were Stratians, of course. A few were the Lights of the Order. It was a gaping wound delivered to Stratia. As much as Kentakira committed to her strategy, this should have ended the conquest. But as many Stratians were dead on this field, there were thousands more Karak and hundreds more Havoc Guild Magi, including elite. Kentakira might have struck a blow to the Stratian resistance, but it was a greater disgrace to the forces of the Crimson Empire. Kentakira sighed with resignation. There was no help for it. She would have to report this to the Master Fist. She would not have to cut her throat. After all, she did face Rylan in battle, and he did not flee. It was only uncertain how her mentor might react to this turn of events. But Kentakira was no meek novice. She was not a nervous little girl. Fearing consequence was for the weak. Kentakira calmed her thoughts, ignoring her pains. She gathered the endless current. She shaped the meldwalk that would take her to the ruins of the Zenith Citadel. When the burning of the dark night came to a stop, Kentakira was in the early dawn, far east of the field. She stood on a towering bluff that looked over the foaming waves of the Maelstrom. The precipice was only a few yards away. The waves crested over the shallows and crashed against the cliff face. To the north sat the black remains of Catan, far beneath her current elevation. Xenonrol stood with his back turned to her, his arms clasped behind his back. He was alone. His vest coat billowed and whipped below his knees in the ocean wind. The morning air was cool. It was far more pleasant than the stiffening warm air of the fields in Terrell. The ocean fresh smell was a welcome difference. Down the cliff and to the west, on a low rolling rise, the Zenith Citadel stood ruined and emptied. Zenith relayed all that transpired here only weeks ago. The Order of the Enlightened Sun ordered some resistance, but their sorcery was weak in comparison to Xenonrol's constant magic. The flesh of the immortals. He was the last practitioner of the sacred imperial sorcery. It was once common before the Black Decade. Xenon's unique training allowed him to shrug off every elemental attack hurled against him. This made him the Emperor's perfect weapon against defiant magi.
I anticipated your report hours ago, my dragon. Did you tarry with your prey a while?
Xenon asked with sarcasm. Kentakira knelt in sublimation, her eyes just below his knees. I was struck by a perfect lash, and I could not rise until a few moments ago. Xenonrol spun about to face Ken with a cold raised eyebrow.
One of our own has turned on us?
Kentakira lowered her head in a bow. No, Master Fist. An enemy sorcerer absorbed and copied my prefect's lash. For the next hour, Kentakira remained kneeling as she relayed a full account of her defeat in Terrell. She leaned heavy on how close she was to total victory before the young man Rylan appeared and turned it against her in minutes. She detailed everything about the strange sorceries that so soundly bested her. Xenonrol paused, his eyes wide with surprise.
Are you certain he was a Chronomancer?
Kentakira looked up at Xenon's towering frame and nodded. Why was there such alarm on his face at that revelation? What was the difference between one Stratian elementalist and another? Xenon read the confusion in her eyes.
Have you read deep into the archives?
I confess my reading was limited to renowned strategies and the required reading of the Black Decade. Xenonrol disregarded her ignorance as an expression burst into an unusual grin.
At last! I believe there will only be a purge. I thought my only challenge would be found in a hidden void hand. Finally, a true legendary opponent presents himself. Ha 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 ha!
Xenon laughed loud into the night.
This conquest was not a waste of my skills after all. Imagine it, Ken. Our guilds were never a match for the Golden Hourglass clan. When they disappeared, so did our chance to surpass them. This is a worthy challenge I never imagined I would find!
Xenon howled with laughter a little while longer. Then he looked down on Kentakira as he beamed with glee.
Rise, dragon. You are not disgraced. Had you prevailed, I would only have been obliged in honor to surrender my position and privilege to you. Imagine it, Ulyssean's disciple, a fabricator, and a chronomancer. I must duel with him.
Begging your pardon, Master Fist, but as you said, this is a purge. We are to rid the world of Austratians and any chance of a second Black Decade. It is such a frivolous side pursuit, Wise. What if you were also defeated?
Kentakira asked, but she dreaded that Xenon already devised a plan for all of this. Xenonroll's grin was almost boyish, if dark and twisted.
I have something for you to do, my dragon.
Kentakira listened close. The first part of his plan was agreeable. Her stomach nodded with revulsion as he elaborated on his failsafe plan. Unlike any strategy in the history of the Crimson Empire, this had a distasteful lack of honor. She was one of the few to know about the secret weapon developed by the Enchantress Guild. The enchanters who created this weapon were dead, which only allowed the creation of one such device. Ken thought one was too many. Xenonroll acted in haste with the discovery that much of the Crimson Empire was bathed in purifying flames. Entire estates were reduced to ashes and buried in salt. It was custom for lands lost to demons. But did this circumstance truly warrant the use of the Seal of Stagnation? Chapter 38. Ryland slumped against the shaded side of the well in the center of the street. His hood was pulled far over his face while a cool damp cloth was folded over his forehead and eyes. The morning light was pale and blue. The sun was not yet risen above the plains and woods. The air was fresh and brisk in the early dawn. But Ryland's head ached and throbbed. The desire to curl in on himself and moan it away was implacable. The morning birdsongs hammered blows to the sides of his head. The aftertaste of vomited ale haunted every corner of his mouth, threatening renewed waves of nausea. Any more heaving would tear him inside out. The first golden rays of sunlight climbed through the woods and spilled onto the rooftop and walls. Heavy footfalls approached Ryland. He peeled back a tiny opening of the cloth. The lower half of the burly shape of Ernick greeted him. "How is Ishel?" Ryland groaned pitifully.
Same state as you. Dark, quiet room. Head over a bucket.
Ernick's cheerful booming voice was enough to force Ryland's brains out through his nose and ears.
I never knew you were so loud, Ernick.
Ryland winced against a fresh wave of thralls in his head. Ernick restrained an obvious booming laugh, reducing him to a low chuckle.
How many did you have?
Ryland knew better than to ask how Ernick knew what happened.
One too many.
I don't think the Order ever let you drink before. Must have been your first.
Ernick sat down on the cool stone beside him. At first, Ryland wanted to avoid any drinking or celebration after discovering the aftermath of the Citadel. His mood was darker, gloomier. If the Cassarians were to appear before him, then he would visit a far greater wrath upon them. But as he and Isha walked into the city proper, needing to clear their heads, they were greeted by a loud, stumbling group of legionnaires. As soon as the soldiers laid eyes on them, they would let nothing prevent them from buying Ryland and Isha rounds of stiff ale to celebrate their unexpected return home. Before long, the ale reduced his anger and grief. It was the first and only. I do not understand how the miners ever believed it to be a suitable escape. Every pain I ever had, and few I have yet to endure, came to me all at once. Ryland chose not to tell the smith that the heat of his proximity was squeezing his brain.
Yet you chose this well for sleep, rather than troubling Kylor and Liane.
Ernick observed with a commending hint. Ryland lowered his head. His absence must have caused his mother and father to worry. This is far too great a disgrace. I could not look at them this way.
You could do one of those things the Order tends to do at times like this.
A familiar voice of a young boy spoke for Ryland.
In truth, he can't. He is in too much anguish to gather the endless current.
Rylan peeled back the cloth and leaned forward, peering around Ernic's massive body. The motion threatened to bring his bowels up through his throat. Aimrine and Maurice approached side by side. Maurice's brown farmer's tunic and pants were stained and wrinkled. His brown robe was crusted with dark bloodstains. His blue eyes were red with pronounced veins of fatigue. His face was hardened with stern determination that belied his child years. His white blonde hair was tangled and unkempt. The young Chronomancer had forgotten much of his vastly needed sleep, focusing all his energies into healing every individual that came into the triage. He was one of the most exhausted lights among the renegades. He often allowed Lightport to sleep as he maintained a watch. It was far more alarming to see the self-neglecting child retain a lucid mind through it all. Rylan could not have functioned so well for so long. The boy was worthy of far more recognition and applause than he ever received or asked for. In a war that threatened to directly crush children in its path, Maurice stood as valiant and defiant bulwark. Aimrine's expression was not as forgiving as Maurice. Her red lips were pursed into a disapproving scowl. Rylan was not accustomed to the hard edge in her eyes. Her arms were folded, and this caused him to notice that she wore a modest, long-sleeved blue silk dress embroidered with floral patterns. It was not a common choice of clothing for her. I want you to know my ire is centered more on my father's men than you. Regardless! Aimrine approached and knelt close to Rylan. Ernick cautiously stood up and backed away, leaving Rylan to her scolding. At that moment, her rose scent, usually so pleasant and intoxicating, was too much for Rylan's sensitive bowels. These revelries are best reserved for the end of war, not the heart of it. Torch, Rylan. Rylan must have managed an argument in defense, but he recognized what an impulse like that truly was. It was childish and poorly directed, an attempt to mask his disgust with himself for letting himself be found this way. He would not allow his momentary self-loathing and embarrassment to inflict a wound on the love of his life. You are right, my love. This was the wrong time for this. Aimrine was visibly stunned by Rylan's total agreement. She must have believed this would become a shouting match. Rylan forced himself to chuckle. What is wrong, my love? If the Cassarans were to strike now, Ishel and I would be a liability. With honesty, I do not wish to do this again. Rylan fought down his nausea and throbbing migraine to look into Aimrine's eyes as she measured him. He read her while she compared her resolve to other men, those who spoke making the same promise born of regret. Aimrine looked to Maurice and nodded. Without a word, the Chronomancer candle approached Rylan. He placed a hand on Rylan's forehead, while he knelt and placed his other on Rylan's abdomen. Rylan gasped with shock. He was struck with the sensation of being hurled into a deep cold lake. An invigorating wave of cool cleansing energy washed through his entire body. It sought out and rinsed away every intoxicated particle in his blood, leaving refreshed clarity in its wake. The pain, lethargy, and nausea were wiped away in minutes. When it was over, Maurice fell back, landing on his rump. He did not bear the exhausted expression of a weary healer. His fair complexion was pale and wide-eyed with fright. You are not complete, Light Rylan, Maurice hissed in a whisper. I have never seen this in anyone, but something is missing. Whatever this is, it has left a hole in your will. Rylan knew what Maurice was referring to. He thought the rite of separation would only leave behind a spiritual scar, too fated to detect. He did not often require a healer, so he knew the discovery should come as no surprise. He wondered if a light discovered the same when they were trying to understand the displaced potential reckoning. The only surprise in this revelation was that his will and innate abilities were not fully recovered from losing the aspect of vengeance. Before Rylan could give the matter more thought, he sprang to his feet. The sudden move startled everyone but Maurice. The boy's eyes went wide. The candle felt it as well. Find Light Ishel, and do for her what you just did for me. Be quick about it. Go! Rylan kicked up his emerald staff into his hands. There was a play of confusion and worry on Aimrine and Ernick's face. The Havoc Magi are in the Merchant's Plaza. Rylan helped Aimrine to her feet and shaped an unplanned fold step. Aimrine never grew accustomed to the sensation of being in two places at the same time. The gut-wrenching lurch that followed came as a relief. Rylan needed to warn her before he pulled her into one of his fold steps. The complaint was irrelevant as they appeared at the far edge of the Merchant Plaza. 40 guilders stood in rigid columns in the center of the square, oblivious to the giant gold block in their midst. There was a dozen of Palanzer's residents, and their eyes were furtive and fearful as they pressed tightly to the walls at their backs. The guilders stood with their feet apart, even with their shoulders, while their arms were clasped behind their backs. Their dark eyes glared ahead, and their vest coats billowed and snapped in the breeze. If the lights of the enlightened sun were disciplined, the Havoc Guilds were rigid, seething with deep fury. At the head of the imposing mass was the most intimidating small woman Aimreen had ever laid eyes on. There was a long, deep scar running from the top and center of her forehead to the back of her neck. She was shorter than Aimreen, but her corded muscles seemed as hard as stone. Her face was comprised of hard angles, chiseled into submission by the scowl on her thin lips. Kentakira! Ryland bowed low at his hips. The gesture streamed force as his face barely restrained his contempt and anger at the sight of the Kassaran woman. Aimreen wanted to know more, but the Guilder began speaking to Ryland in the Kassaran dialect. She wished she had taken the time to learn the language from her father. Aimreen understood little by the gesture and body language, but the offered white cloth that covered a rolled-up parchment letter had clear meaning. The Guilder offered her wrists for irons. Aimreen gaped and her jaw went slack. Was this an official surrender? All night, the Phoenix Legions were loud and raucous about the sound victory in Thriwald. Aimreen found some of it hard to believe, but there was truth lent to the extreme tales when she saw in hesitation the Renegade's display for Ryland. Did Ryland reap such a grand victory that the Kassarans were now willing to surrender? The accomplishment was unheard of in history. It was a better fit for fairy tales and legends. Aimreen did not miss the slight smirk on the sorceress's lips when she placed her hands out. Without such a deep scowl before, Aimreen would not have noticed it. Aimreen did not wait a moment longer. She grabbed a fistful of Ryland's sleeve, yanking him away to a secluded distance. Aimreen's voice was a hushed growl. I do not know what this is, my love, but something is off kilter. Her surrender is not absolute. I know. It's conditional. It may be temporary. Aimreen planted her hands on her hips. What are their terms? I am to face Scene and Roll, Master Fist of the Crimson Empire, in a duel. If I die, they will release themselves and continue their destruction of Stratia. Aimreen groaned, resisting the impulse to pinch the bridge of her nose. If you win, all Kassaran forces will withdraw from Stratia, never to attack our lands again. Ryland, no! This is a trap! Ryland shook his head. I can't ignore this opportunity, no matter the danger. This is my chance to end this war. This is exactly as it was before, Ryland. You tried to take it all on alone. You attempt to finish it in one stroke. You tried, and what did it do to you? You were stripped of your power. Had you accepted that you were only one component needed for Stratia's survival, the war could have ended by now. You do not see what I see. This is a page of ancient history that he is trying to resurrect. The accusation of historical ignorance was like a slap to Aimreen's face. She would not allow her wounded emotions to obscure the need to reason with Stratia's best hope for survival. She loved him dearly, but she could not fathom why he chose this critical moment to become a blind fool. 8 millennia ago, the Kassarans struck at Stratia, just as they do now. The Golden Hourglass waited, hoping their powers would not be needed. In the end, they held no choice. When they were forced into battle, the fate of Stratia dangled in the balance of a duel between the Temporal Arbiter and the Master Fist. Arbiter Darakat Zorish prevailed with ease, and the Kassarans departed. Treaties were signed to forbid further aggression. Ryland's voice was excited and fervent. Don't you see? Xenon Roll's sense of pride and history dictate his need for this. He wants the chance that no Master Fist has had in 8,000 years. He will put down all his stakes for this. Aimreen held her ground in the face of his ecstatic optimism. Ryland, there have been Kassaran warlords and pirates that have tried to raid Stratia's eastern shores for centuries. Ryland looked at her with momentary confusion. She had to mask her relief at the opening. When you combine that with this horrific invasion, it is self-evident that the Crimson Empire never obeyed the terms placed on them by the Golden Hourglass clan. Maybe they waited several thousand years before they struck again. My point is they did. That is refusal to comply with their terms of surrender. Ryland's expression turned dubious and thoughtful. You believe that if they did not honor their agreement before, why would they keep their word now? Yes, Aimreen breathed. But there is another point to consider. I have already overwhelmed them once. What kind of machination or deception can they hold in the face of that? Aimreen had to resist one impulse to grind her teeth, and another to wrap her arms around his throat. Why is he being such a fool now? Where is this coming from? Imrine leveled her voice in a monumental effort of self-restraint.
Torch, Rylan, do you ever wonder why his radiance never spoke of your strength?
Once more, Ryland's expression was dumbfounded. Imrine knew that this was the point where he might be most receptive. Imrine pressed her advantage.
The most legendary of history's defeats were against opponents who could not accept the possibility that it might occur. Elysian trained you without ever revealing your strength, so that your arrogance would not rise and consume you. Please, my love, honor his memory and wishes. Heed my warning.
Ryland considered in silence before he sighed. What would you have me do? If it is as Xenon Roll proclaims, then I can end this without risking any more Stratian lives. Imrine wanted to laugh with relief. At least the humble, modest man she loved was speaking now. She could always reason with that.
I just wish for us to prepare in case this is not what it seems. Either they came because they are certain that you are no equal to Xenon Roll, or they came because they believe they have a way around your strength.
Imrine allowed Ryland to have a moment to absorb that possibility.
We do not lower our guards to these prisoners in the slightest. We have squadrons of Phoenix Legions bolstered by the renegades all over Palantir. We establish checkpoints. We watch for anything out of the ordinary. We have Torch Terranin's help with guarding the prisoners. We know that her heart fire is hotter than the Imperial fire. We can have these precautions in place within a few hours.
Ryland chuckled. You are ever a general, my love. It is as though I am speaking with Light Ishel. Imrine laughed.
She is not here to say these things. As I say,
you ladies band together when the cause is right, Ryland supplied. As if summoned by thought, Ishel and Maurice ended their meld walk a few feet away from them. Imrine and Ryland spent another 15 minutes informing Ishel of the situation and their solution. Ishel raised an approving eyebrow at Imrine's calculations.
I could not have measured it any better, Imrine. Those are sound countermeasures. Like Maurice?
Ishel turned to the boy Chronomancer.
I would feel better if Imrine was aided by a renegade. She needs to move in haste. Can you help her?
Imrine did not relish the thought of the Order's fast travel methods. Her stomach already began preemptive twisting in revolt. But speed was required. Xenon Roll's challenge might only last so long. Maurice inclined his head in a bow.
Certainly, Light Ishel.
Imrine and Maurice departed to appraise her father of the situation. Ryland gathered a patrol to incarcerate the Guilders, while Ishel left to organize and assign the remaining renegades. All celebrations were put far aside. Imrine Takir felt a tension in the air that was unlike anything she ever experienced before. A certainty seemed poised for good or ill. The war would end today. Stratia's fate would be etched in stone. She found herself inwardly praying to the fates that the day would see Ryland back in her arms at the start of a time of peace. Chapter 39. Xenon stood in the lethal, freezing winds at the far north of the world. Even as gigantic as he was, the year-round snows wrapped his knees. Blinding snow flurries swirled around him, obscuring his vision and forcing him to squint. He could not see far, but he knew this plateau ran for several hundred yards before ending at a precipice that dropped a mile into the icy-killing waters below. Xenon Roll allowed the endless current to create a searing wave of rage against his insides, causing him to become a beacon. The Chronomancer would be able to find it. He would be here soon. The flesh of the immortals was a constant armor against the deadly cold. It was an augmented endurance training that was unique among the Havoc elite. Few could survive the years of grueling self-exposure. A sorcerer exposed their body to a constant element or weapon. They tolerated it for days and weeks without end. After months, a sorcerer was allowed a slight infusion of the endless current to expand their limits beyond the previous level of the weapon or element. In the beginning, Xenon Roll only sat yards away from roaring flames. When he finished training for heat, he would sit in the center of an Imperial bonfire for days. The same method was applied to swords, cold, lightning, and wind. His lungs could stall breathing for hours. On top of all that, Xenon mastered the mental training for fire rivers. This was a mindset where he could be filled with fury, yet the focus of his purpose provided a state like tranquility. This did cause the endless current to burn as it passed through him, but the pain increased his fury and will, escalating his power. All this training brought Xenon Roll to this moment. His armies laid siege to Stratia. He was on a mission to find a void hand. The Crimson Empire was consumed with hundreds of purifying fires to drive out the hordes of encroaching demons. It was as though the world was livid with apocalyptic fury, and the coming duel sat in the eye of the storm. Here, a revenge duel would occur, a moment of history repeated after 8,000 years. His blood rushed with heated anticipation. Then, Xenonrol felt it. There was the rush of an enormous wave of endless current tinted with a strange sensation. The snow and wind whipped into a giant frenzy, repulsed by a maelstrom of power. As quickly as it came, Xenonrol was left with dismay at what he saw. His worthy opponent was 2 feet shorter than himself, and barely a man. His shoulders were not massive. What few muscles he had were a fit for a dockhand or farmer. His dark hair and skin, as well as his hard-angled features, marked him as a Malkinor man. The only difference were his blue eyes, so bright against the dark backdrop that they seemed to glow. He wore a farmer's tunic, pants, and boots, but he also wore a forest green long coat embroidered with golden sigils of the ancient language. He also carried a long staff made of emerald with geometric shapes and numbers etched in gold at the ends. Xenon never saw such a duality that baffled him as the boy did. He was not exactly frail-looking, but Xenon did not find his appearance imposing either. In fact, aside from his eyes and dark countenance, he was rather plain. But the power he radiated was an entire other story. Never did Xenonrol stand in the presence of something so massive that he had to conceal his trembling hands. It made him feel like a warrior in an old fable, standing in the gaze of a dragon. I am Torch Chronomancer Rylan, of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. The boy's voice was measured and collected, betraying no emotion. Xenon smiled. How long had it been since he last issued the customary introduction before a duel?
I am Havoc Grandmaster Xenonrol, Master Fist of the Crimson Emperor. Are you ready to join your beloved order in the grave?
So be it. Rylan accepted with ambiguity. He flourished his staff and began to circle Xenonrol's left side. Xenon allowed Rylan to take several spaces before he struck out as fast as a coiled snake. He whipped his hands out with a quick prefix lash, while he created several Emperor's Roses to rip through the snow and bind his legs. Rylan stepped out of the way of the burgundy-hued vines with casual ease. He held his hand up to intercept the red lightning of the lash. "Ayansu!" Rylan shouted. A sigil on his coat blazed with golden fire. The lash was swallowed into a devouring, unseen force. Xenonrol recognized the rune and command word at once. He respected his enemy's ingenuity. Both the word and rune formed the magic word for absorb. Rylan's coat was enchanted with powerful energy-eating magic. Rylan spun away in a rapid flourish. "Dubert!" A prefix lash burst from Rylan's palm and struck Xenon from shoulder to abdomen. Xenon's body did not acknowledge the copied magic. Xenon was already impressed and intrigued by Rylan's demonstration of the ancient art of simulacrum. He realized that every sigil in the coat created a shortcut to the fabricator's obscure path. Xenonrol grinned as he unsheathed his 2 serrated curved daggers from underneath his vest coat. He spun them in a blurring open palm flourish. If Rylan wanted to wield enchanted weapons and armor, Xenonrol could be an equal on that ground as well. He rarely found cause to unsheath both with the intent to call on their magic, but they would slice through most spell shapes. There was no certainty they would cut through chronomancy, but they would limit Rylan's versatility. Rylan stood in a low crouch, tightening his grip on his staff. Xenon knew Rylan would try to stay low and use his smaller size for speed. It was time to show the Chronomancer that battles in the Crimson Empire were not so predictable. Rylan waited, coiled with a lesser displacement cloak already wrapped around him. He would move double his normal speed now. Darrikat Zorish ended his duel with the Master Fist in a humiliating swift manner. Their shame might have created lasting hostilities. If Rylan tried to keep an even pace, humor the giant's pride, perhaps there would never be another war with the Kassaran Empire. Rylan directed some of his flow of the endless current at heating his body to survive. Then he subtly redirected his magic through the thick-skinned sorcerer. He never mastered current reading. He was adequate at best, but Xenonrol was a desensitized target. Rylan could read basic information about him, combined with what he knew from the temporal projections. He thought he might be able to assess Xenon with some accuracy. Xenon swept down low with a series of arcing cuts aimed at Rylan's thighs. If there were no displacement cloak, Xenon's attack would have been too swift to defend against. As it was, both ends of Rylan's staff swept low, one end after another. Sparks flashed bright in the air from each clash, peppering the white snow. He stopped the cuts with strikes at the giant's bracers in rapid succession. His hands scraped against the crunching Arctic snow. Xenon spun with a thrusting kick for Ryland's sternum. Ryland did not have the exotic fighting training to counter it with his hands. He shaped a fold step just before impact and reappeared at the giant's exposed backside. Ryland projected a tiny stasis sphere at Xenon's right shoulder, hoping to tear away a piece of muscle. Xenon moved with a speed far greater than Ryland expected. He whirled about, slicing the shimmering sphere in half with a cut from his dagger. Xenon halted the spin and lunged forward in a deadly stab aimed at Ryland's abdomen. Ryland barely managed to parry the attack with his staff. He did force Xenon to overextend and stumble forward. Ryland whirled about and brought the other end of his staff down on the back of the giant's thrice-scarred head. In return, Ryland felt a searing pain across his lower back. Xenon Roll fell face first into the powdery drifts. Ryland backpedaled as soon as he realized the Master Fist made him pay for his attack with a long, deep cut. Disgust overcame Ryland after a quick current read. Xenon felt nothing but an intense thrill in all this. The Kasserans were here to prevent further devastation by the Void Hands, whatever might be left of them. If Lysindric did not act so brashly, if Lightmar tenants sought answers over self-preservation, the two continents might have come to an agreement and hunted the evil together. Ryland only began to unearth the dark chapters of ancient history when the attacks began. The knowledge could have been shared, and all of this could have been avoided. The Master Fist was another matter, though. While he hunted anything of the demonic magics down with fear and zeal, he also reveled in the bloodshed and death he caused. He was addicted and intoxicated by intense battle. He held only contempt for those who could not withstand him. To Xenon, common, good people of any nation were to be crushed underfoot and cast aside. Ryland harbored only one reason to humor him at all. If his ego and strong-armed pride were satisfied, perhaps this could all come to an end. It was a desperate hope. Imreen was right to say Ryland had come ready to make the same mistake twice. Xenon Roll rolled away and sprang to his feet. He was oblivious to the layer of snow that coated the front of his body. His lips were pulled back in a tight half-grin, half-snarl.
Quit trying to read me, boy. This is battle. It is no place for mind games.
Ryland was surprised. He thought the Master's Fist could not sense his efforts. For one so well versed in history, I am alarmed you would say something so brutishly false. Xenon howled and charged at Ryland. Moving only twice as fast was dangerous and slow. The towering sorcerer was not some lumbering behemoth. He was incredibly swift, with a versatile array of techniques. Ryland mouthed mathematic equations and began to alter his displacement cloak. He moved 4 times faster. Each tightening of Xenon's muscles were visible long before he lunged and spun with a cut aimed at his throat. It was a lethargic effort to step back from the stab and duck under the slash. Ryland rammed his staff up into the exposed armpit and ribs. Outside of the displacement cloak, Ryland's blurring speed added powerful momentum to the attack. The blow crushed bones and deadened nerves. Xenon dropped the dagger. It was instantly buried in the white tundra. His giant arm trembled with a pain Ryland knew the Master Fist was unaccustomed to. Xenon Roll staggered back, his teeth clenched and his lips foamed.
I'll kill you!
Ryland's retort was plain spoken. No, you won't. Xenon Roll howled with fury. The endless current flooded towards the giant. How could he be so angry and still draw so much current? The snow on the ground bounced in excitement. The ground trembled. Xenon Roll lifted into the air, held by a grasping wind. He stood far above Ryland's head. At the same time, something strange slithered in the snow against his legs. His pants were torn through as the lengths passed. Ryland fold-stepped far away from the precipice. A towering wall of burgundy vines burst out of the snow and ripped away the high bluff. The massive vines and ice plummeted into the freezing waters below. The chunk of broken land shattered the thick ice with a crackling explosion. Xenon Roll was willing to tear the world apart for his pride and fear. The giant man was no different from a Morlick. Like a Morlick, he was a product of an elite caste that believed in breaking everything to achieve their petty goals. Xenon Roll might not admit it, but this conquest had less to do with hunting down Void Hands, and more to do with his glory-seeking. Xenon Roll floated in the air, his dark eyes alight with insane mirth. That was the kind of cruelty and malice that drew Ryland to seek instruction from the Order. Ryland vowed to put an end to this wanton malevolence years ago. For the dead and the innocent lives lost from Stratia, it was time for Ryland to fulfill that vow. For each of the unsuspecting lives cut down until Zen. For the citadel that Rylan called home. For the children who died fighting beyond their limits to protect the people. Rylan would have to kill this man. Rylan felt more of the ground rumbling beneath his feet. Rylan concentrated and calmed his mind, allowing the endless current to flow through him. He shaped and spoke. The ground fell away just as Rylan pressurized the air beneath his feet. It held enough force to hold him up. But he would have to focus on every step, moving the air as he went. As Rylan stepped upward, the divided concentration weakened his displacement cloak. His familiarity with elemental magic was better than it was several years ago. But the combined efforts drained his potency. As he came closer to Xenon Roll, the difference was noticeable. Xenon launched into a renewed flurry of cuts and kicks that strained Rylan's defenses. Rylan parried and deflected with his staff. He evaded the colossal blows while maintained a continual awareness of where to quicken the wind. The rapid pace was grueling and mentally taxing. He was bolstered only as he saw the sheen of sweat that beaded on the giant's skin. The grasping winds might demand less of someone more familiar with elemental magic, but Xenon Roll's style of fighting was furious and offensive. He relied on his aggression to end his enemies in swift order. The anger in his endless current, that repeated strike after relentless strike, maintaining the grasping wind and ripping the land apart were a clear strain. Rylan's movements were rushed in the beginning, but repetition eased his coordination. Now he could wear Xenon Roll down over time. That complacency proved dangerous for Rylan. A deep, searing cut sliced the back of his thigh. Xenon Roll's wayward dagger flew into his waiting hand. The pain of the deep cut broke Rylan's concentration. The air cobble he stood on was sliced by the dagger's passing. He fell and sank deep into the snow. Rylan scrambled to his feet. He was only inches from a mile-long drop into the cold waters of the Stone Sea. The daggers were an anomaly to Rylan. It should be impossible for anything to cut through a stasis sphere. How could any modern enchantment account for crossing paths with chronomancy?
The truth is, I was not certain they would.
Xenon's voice bellowed from far above. He surprised Rylan with a current read he could not detect.
But I was promised they would cut through any living sorcery.
That was when Rylan knew he judged his enemy incorrectly. Perhaps Xenon Roll diluted the read with something easy to see and believable. He allowed Rylan to think he was just an unthinking brute, a dull-minded Ravenger. Xenon was not as exhausted as he led on. He waited for Rylan to fall into a trap of smug complacency. And it worked. Now the snow was turning red with the cuts in his back and legs. He was losing blood fast. Any attempt to mend would be a deadly opportunity for Xenon Roll. Rylan berated himself. Amreen warned exactly against this conceited frame of mind. She might not have factored in the exact trap that waited for him, but fighting from a place of inflated ego was a costly mistake. This is why the ancient Chronomancers brought their full power to bear right away. When they entered, they already experienced the death toll of withholding their powers from the battlefield. It was far less costly to finish it quickly and be done with it. The ground began to rumble anew as massive waves of endless current surged towards Xenon Roll. The air began to warm. A sharp tang of thick ozone filled Rylan's nostrils. The Master Fist seemed to agree that it was time to end this duel. There was a spell shape from the Master Tome of Chronomancy that Rylan found few opportunities to practice. It was a dangerous spell. It was nearly deemed forbidden and destroyed along with many other secrets. Unlike times before, Rylan studied the risk of this shape and its demands. This was beyond any peril Rylan ever faced in Chronomancy. The benefit was that if he performed this correctly and maintained it, he would overwhelm Xenon Roll and end this duel. Rylan poured all his concentration into his displacement cloak, hastening time as fast as he could manage. The trembling earth slowed to rolling hiccups. The air warmed at a much slower rate. Then, Rylan redirected his focus. He slipped deep into the linear patterns of the temporal current. Rylan recited mathematical equations in several different languages. His hands moved, trailing vivid, bright streams of emerald light. The images were hard-edged shapes that united to form complex, three-dimensional patterns. His emerald staff floated in the air beside him, glowing with bright green light. His hands moved and created glowing, faceted cubes and dodecahedrons of temporal energy all around him. He spoke in languages unknown to the world. The spell required half an hour to perform, but Xenon Roll would only see slight twitches in green mist. He might have been able to feel endless current roaring towards Rylan, and felt the strangeness of the temporal current. Little more than that would be fathomable to the Master Fist. Then came the most challenging aspect of the spell shape. As with the Fold Step, Ryland's awareness was in more than one place. Unlike the Fold Step, he would not choose one place to be in a moment. He would be in hundreds of places at the same moment. Ryland's concentration bucked and threatened to give way to dizzying vertigo. His stomach revolted with churning discontent and rising bile in his throat. The spell was about to give way and fail to his inexperienced efforts. Ryland mastered many spells with reckless abandon. But what was he? Was he a suitable successor to the Golden Hourglass clan? Did he not prove time and again he was little more than a lucky boy dabbing with powers better grasped by the most gifted and disciplined minds? But this was not an effort to win an argument with his best friend. This was not showboating for the love of his life. Ryland looked at Xenonroll, and he saw the parade of thousands of faces. Ryland's first encounter of Xenonroll was the massacre of the people of Tilzen. His bloodlust was unleashed upon them without warning or compromise. Ever since that day, their screams filled Ryland's mind. Each of their voices clamored over each other in his nightmares. They all cried for one thing: justice. Now their voices returned to his mind. Their cries of pain and fear changed into demands made in justified anger. Ryland was not allowed to falter now. Each shout added a piece of determination to his own. Their fury added to his resolute calm. Whatever he might have done before now, he was their instrument. He was an extension of their desire not to be forgotten. Ryland did not just stand in a random number of locations as he gained control of the shape. He perceived his enemy from as many vantage points as there were victims of the slaughter of Tilzen. He stood in the air 2 feet in front of Xenonroll. He was in the bloodied snow. He was on a white tundra void several miles to the south. He was on a broken piece of earth and ice floating on choppy waters a mile below. He was in these places, and thousands more. Unlike the mimics of Simulacrum that were not copies of himself, these were all Ryland. They held knowledge, experiences, and the full will of him. It was a mad kaleidoscope of possibilities converged into this one reality. Had he failed to control the mental demands, it would have created a personal paradox that would drive him insane. With so many Rylands drawing so much of the two currents, the effect was violent. The winds and snow whipped in a frenzy. The air shimmered with a heavy magic pressure. The storm clouds above the Arctic parted, allowing sunlight to pour down. Ryland breathed relief. I did not think I would ever have to shape multifold displacement, but this needs to end. There was another danger to the multifold displacement. Ryland could not allow any of his thousands of cells to die. He could disperse the spell, but any death would be catastrophic on a personal and universal level. He and the governing energies of creation would acknowledge he was dead, while also recognizing he was alive. The result from the temporal current would be his complete erasure of existence. The multifold displacement was at fault for the loss of over half of the Golden Hourglass clan. Every Ryland swiftly shaped finger-sized stasis spheres. They launched a concentrated barrage at Xenonroll. The giant's movements were too slow. He was engaged in an action that was half an hour old. He shaped the 3 Imperial elements into massive destruction, unaware that Ryland had long since shaped a counter-magic. Xenonroll was oblivious to the danger. He could not cut through hundreds of stasis spheres shaped faster than he could perceive. All the spheres struck home all over his 8-foot body. With each inch he moved, his skin ripped away. His body oozed blood, while the halted bits of time retained his flesh and torn clothing. Ryland released his displacement cloak. He listened to Xenonroll howl in agony. He watched the master fist of the Crimson Emperor fall to the snow as his grasping winds failed him. The stasis spheres faded, and the feared Titan of the East was covered in a rain of bloody bits of himself. The snow changed deep red all around his body. Ryland thought Xenonroll was dead or unconscious from blood loss. Then, the torn, thrice-scarred head raised and looked up and around. Xenonroll had trouble raising his head from the snow. His entire body was raw and flayed. He was covered in deep pock tears that bled freely. Where did they all come from? How did he lose such control over this duel? Ryland was far more than average, but he also fell into multiple traps. Xenonroll was about to finish this with the rarely performed Imperial execution shape. Now, Xenon was torn apart. He looked up and around and could not believe he was anything other than delirious. Rylan was everywhere. Zenon did not know how this was possible, but he was barely alive. This revealed two truths to Zenon Roll. The first was that Rylan was taking him seriously now, where before he did not. That revealed the depth of power far beyond Zenon Roll's ability to survive. But Zenon Roll did. In pain that was far beyond anything he had ever endured. Because he survived, he could mend his wounds. That was pointless if Rylan could overpower him again. Which led to the second truth. Zenon did still have one way to win. The Demon Child said that it would not be enough against the Void Hand. But the Demon Child did not account for other possible threats. He could use it, and there would not be a living Stratian left in 5 days. Zenon Roll strained against searing, bleeding muscles. He reached underneath his chest and into the pocket of his vest coat. He found a smooth, cool metal disc and pulled it free. He held it before his face a moment. He admired the chromium shine and flawless etchings. It seemed just a tiny, irrelevant object. Only one had ever been created, yet it was such a devastating tool. It was fortunate there were no current readers as gifted as Elysian, or Zenon would never have this chance. Zenon Roll gripped the disc in both hands. He pushed his will into his arms and into the seal of stagnation. Then he snapped the disc in half. Zenon broke the tiny object. Ryland's spread perception snapped back into a single perception in the snow. The others vanished in the same instant. The winds died, and the clouds began to flood in on the clear blue they had been exiled from. The cold and the pain of the two cuts flooded on Ryland. He fell to his knees, shivering and crying out. Zenon stood up, slowly. The bleeding craters on his body filled and mended in seconds. His clothes rethreaded together. His smile was cold and malicious as he walked towards Ryland. Zenon Roll knelt in the snow and gripped Ryland's forehead, forcing his gaze. Ryland struggled to remain alert against the encroaching cold. Zenon's low voice broke the silence with the Kassaran language.
You were never going to win, boy. We had plans within plans of our own, you see. We wanted to see how powerful you all were, before we stripped you of your power. Now this imperial decree of obliteration can finally conclude.
Zenon Roll let go of Ryland's head, allowing his gaze to sag. He stood up and walked away.
Take this consolation to your grave with the enemy. You were far more of a challenge than I was ready for.
With that, Zenon Roll vanished. Ryland could not feel the Master Fist wield the endless current for that meld walk. Ryland was alone. He was stranded in the Arctic, slowly freezing and bleeding to death. He did not have the power to do anything about it. Chapter 40. A great explosion rocked the city of Palantir. The thunderous cacophony shook the ground. Every wall trembled. Shells spilled their contents, cobblestone cracked, and the dark gray building swayed, threatening instant collapse close to the palace. From the center of the palace, deep within the outer walls, thick black smoke climbed high into the air. Their source was giant tongues of blood-red fire. The patrolling Phoenix Legions were swept up among the throngs of panicked residents and refugees. People screamed and ran every which way, gripping with confusion and terror. If the palace could be struck down so quickly, nowhere was safe. The soldiers tried to regroup and band together. They tried to restore order, attempting to direct the people. It was a useless gesture in the total bedlam. In the middle of it all, Aimreen was struck with the full danger of the situation. It became evident in the triage tents. Pora and the boy Maurice looked at each other with wide-eyed terror. Aimreen refreshed a splint on a soldier's fractured shin, ignoring his wince and quiet grunt. She looked over to the two healer renegades. A grand boom reverberated to her. A deep, cold dread settled in her middle.
What is it?
Aimreen managed. Pora answered with quivering lips.
It's the endless current. We cannot take it in.
Maurice nodded his agreement.
Our will does nothing.
Aimreen only needed a moment to ponder the explosion and the inability of the two renegades. An inkling began to creep into her mind, but she dearly hoped she was wrong. Aimreen was on her feet.
Any soldier able to stand and lift a sword, do so now!
Aimreen's voice was a commanding shout in the tent. She moved behind an area partitioned by a canvas wall. She opened a wooden trunk and began to dress in chainmail tunic and pants, casting aside her dress for leather pants and a thick wool shirt. The legionnaires stood from their beds, silent and uncomplaining. Aimrine and the Phoenix Legion strapped on their steel bracers, boots, and skull caps. They strapped on their short broadswords and pulled on their black leather gloves. Aimrine finished arming herself and circled around the canvas partition.
Any change in your magic?
Pora's answer came with tears at the corner of her eyes.
No, we cannot feel the current at all.
2 more explosions shook the city, sounding from outside the tent in the center of Palantir. The screams of panicked people grew louder, sounding closer.
Form up, Phoenix Legion!
Aimrine shouted. Every able and armed soldier snapped to attention at the foot of the double row of beds. They stood rigid, disciplined, and ready. Aimrine continued in a brisk shout.
Our capital is under attack! We must get the people to safety, and we must drive the Kassaran threat from Palantir! There is reason to believe the Legion must defend alone! The Havoc Guilds are attacking, so we take every possible advantage! We fight underhanded if need be, and we cut them down, first squad!
Aimrine gestured to the soldiers to her right.
Group with the renegades and guide the people to safe locations, second squad!
Aimrine shifted her attention to the soldiers on the left.
You are with me! We rally our scattered forces, and we cut down anything dressed in red, gold, and black!
Aimrine softened her tone slightly.
I know you were all wounded, and you have already paid with pain in battle. I regret to demand this of any of you. Our homes and our people need us to lift our swords one more time.
Aimrine turned her expression and voice hard again.
Let's hurry and get the people out of harm's way so we can keep this conflict direct. Now go!
Aimrine reigned in her own fear as she turned and led the soldiers out of the tent. She looked to the west, up the inclining streets to the palace. The mid-afternoon sun became hazy from smoke. 3 red infernos licked with hungry intent at the palace walls. In the streets, the deadly thorn vines ripped free from the stone, seeking the people, tearing them apart in bursts of blood and flesh. Aimrine turned her fear into hardened resolve as she unsheathed her saber. She led the charge into the city. Vines came at her legs and arms. She cut them down before they found purchase. The Guilders were not yet in sight. Seeing a squad of the organized Phoenix Legion, the people began to settle down and accept directions for evacuation. Aimrine saw a tall, wiry Guilder reach for an elderly Stratian woman's throat. His hands and arms cracked with crimson electricity. Aimrine dashed while his attention was diverted. She skewered the side of his skull with a charging lunge. She kicked him away and yanked her blade free from his head with a sickening crunch. Aimrine's fears were confirmed in the city. The renegades were stripped of their powers while the Havoc Guilds retained full use of their sorcery. She wondered if this anomaly was limited to Palantir, or if it was a condition for all of Stratia. Was all of Province afflicted with this? This must have been the full scope of the trap laid for Rylan by Xenon Roll. The Kassarans could not defeat Rylan in a direct confrontation. They were certain to be wiped out with the full potency of the renegades and the Legion combined. They needed to deviate around all Stratian sorcery. Aimrine cursed it all inwardly. She believed the trap would be an ambush for Rylan, or an attack from within Palantir. She fully expected the dungeon to break. Terranin could handle such an attempt with little assistance. This tactic was beyond Aimrine's imagining. In the history of Province, nothing like this occurred. She could not have anticipated this. Ishel, Borvis Len, and several other renegades stepped within Aimrine's view. The 2 young women nodded in wordless agreement before Ishel turned to help the legions guide the evacuation. Ishel was powerless to fight, but Aimrine admired her quick rush to the task left open to her. Aimrine found 5 legionnaires guiding 10 frightened residents. 10 red-armored Kassarans appeared in the streets, blocking their way.
Watch your middle, and strike for the legs and head!
Aimrine spoke as she located the Havoc sorceress responsible for this offensive intrusion. Aimrine ran to the sorceress. The dark woman saw her at the last instance and whipped at Aimrine with a dagger. Aimrine deflected the blow off her steel bracers before she delivered a disemboweling slash. As the sorceress gripped her exposed entrails, Aimrine impaled her through her chin in an upward stab. The massive shape of Ernik bowled into the fray with a wide sweep of his hammer. 2 red soldiers were flung high and far with a colossal strike. Jorikin darted in from the other end of the struggle. He looked like a black wind, cleaving with abandon, leaving streams and sprays of blood in his wake.
Ernik, take the 3 legionnaires and gather patrols to the north. Jorikin, take 4 and go south.
This would leave only 7 injured men to follow Aimrine, but they needed to locate the legions with greatest haste. Jorikin opened his mouth to protest. Imreen shot him a warning glare that forced him to sprint away in silent obedience. Imreen turned to the west again. Her instincts and reflexes were only just enough to spare her life. She dived low, underneath a hot ball of red fire. She felt the heat sear her back through the thick shirt and chainmail. 2 of her 7 men were not so fortunate. 2 more balls of fire struck them in the face. Their eyes melted to jellied ooze. Their flesh was blackened to the bone in less than a blink. Their screams were brief before they fell back dead.
Move like a Kasora gladiator all you want, little girl,
taunted the familiar voice of the woman Rylan called Ken to Kira.
I will burn you with the rest of this city.
Imreen leveled her determined gaze on the small, menacing woman while she masked her sense of dread. She hoped to catch the Havoc Elite sorceress by surprise. She would have cut her down without warning. But the element of surprise was not on Imreen's side. She was the only child of the Takare bloodline, ancient allies to the throne of Malkanor and the Morinroke family. She stood straight and readied her saber. She steeled herself against a fight she knew she was not likely to survive. She would account herself as the daughter of a warrior family. She wished she could hold Rylan one more time. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him, and that she would cast aside everything to be with him forever. In Peral Glay, panic created a murmur of hundreds of furtive, hurrying people. There were 4 Solas at work, in the 4 cardinal directions of the city, but their eyes went wide and their faces paled. That was the first sign that people had grown accustomed to the unwavering presence of the former lights. The people relied on the constant vigil they maintained over the gleaming city. Neralise spoke first, her tiny voice with fear.
I don't understand. I can't feel it, Light Moral. I cannot feel the endless current.
Neralise visibly fought her despair, seeking her resolve.
We must inform the city patrols.
Moral nodded without looking away.
And whatever remains of the Parali forces. They are all we have left to defend this city. We must aid them in whatever way we can.
Moral's stomach went cold with dread as his fears materialized on the rolling hilltops to the east. Hundreds of red and gold gleaming rank of soldiers began to crest each rise. With the illusion gone, the Kasserans knew that Peral Glay still stood. They were coming to destroy the capital of Peral Sen, finishing the destruction of the Pearl Shine. Lysindric Darren, once the proud and clever king of Peral Sen, looked east from his tower window over his shining city. Tens of thousands of Kasserans marched in perfect formation. They were ready to raise his kingdom. Lysindric looked at himself in a full-length, gold-rimmed mirror. He attempted to straighten the wrinkled lapel of his once white silk robes. They were stained below the hips, with wide spots of unchecked urine. The robe was also spotted with splatters of faint brown and red above his belly from weeks of wine and ale spills. His face was covered with an unkempt brown beard. It was filthy from lying face down in a stupor on the floor. His once long, flowing platinum hair was matted, oily, and tangled with dozens of thick snarls. He wore nothing but the robe anymore. He was naked underneath and barefoot. He tried to stand up straight in a semblance of regal dignity. He looked at himself in the mirror and cackled madly. Lysindric's blue eyes were glazed and cracked with a webwork of red veins. He did not sleep anymore. The last time he tried, he was punished without mercy. He saw the face of the brave King Delkit. He demanded to know why a coward of a king should be allowed to live when thousands died. After asking this, the Katani king's face split and poured thick streams of blood. That was only the most recent dream. There were dozens more that were all just as bad, if not worse. He dreamed of mothers and children dragged, kicking and screaming before they were hurled on top of massive bonfires. He dreamed of miles of standing poles where his lancers were impaled through their backs and left to rot. Lysindric shuddered with cold revulsion. Nightmares. So many nightmares, he whispered. Then a tear formed at the corner of his eye when he thought of the words of King Delkit in his dream. He was right. Why should he still be alive? He looked out at the coming onslaught, marching against the late afternoon sun. It was an attack he personally provoked. He punched himself several times across the cheek, coloring his vision with spots. He was nothing more than a conceited fool. He believed righteous heroes always prevailed against villains in war. He believed that some sort of governing fate mandated that to be true. We did not recognize the absolutes of good and evil. It did not shield the innocent. It did not grant self-proclaimed heroes some sort of invincibility. It was only blood and death. It was agony for everyone. Lysindric was guilty of petitioning for its presence across Stratia. If Lysindric wanted to find a villain in all this, he need look no further than his own reflection. If he wanted to see evil brought to justice for the sake of the innocent, he only need bring it to himself for all his people to see. Lysindric turned away from his mirror and approached his open window. He climbed onto the ledge and stood up. He looked at the bright blue skies, the bright green hills, and his beautiful Pearl Glay. His eyes streamed tears down his filthy cheeks. He never wanted to doom his kingdom, let alone all of Stratia. He thought himself so clever and righteous as he maneuvered everyone into this war. He was a fool! He looked at the shining pearl city and kingdom that was his. Pearl Glay. Pearl's gleam as it translated. It was such a fair jewel of a city. It was filled with expression and brilliant people. And he failed them all. He condemned the good and innocent to a death sentence. Well, for once, the king of Pearl Sen would not force something on his people that he would not claim himself. You're right, Elkits, Lysindric murmured to Deaf Winds. Why should a coward live on when good people die? Lysindric closed his eyes and walked off the ledge of his window, over 100 feet above the ground. He walked to the death he unjustly fled time and again. Before the people he once ruled, the nation that stood defenseless before the Kassaran armies, he passed his own death sentence. Lysindric hit the pearl-white ground in a red splatter. His bones crunched loud and his skull split. His eyes popped loose from their sockets and his brains tried to force themselves out through new openings. Blood began to pool underneath him, adding to the initial spread around him. The Imperial obliteration claimed the life of a second king. Amorlik was not on top of the walls. The Kassarans assaulted with a fervor he had not witnessed before. Without the magic of the Bloodscath twins, now huddled and whimpering in the corner of the barracks. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The splinter traps and poison stingers had already proven effective, cutting down hundreds of red-armored soldiers. The invaders came in thousands. Their sheer numbers crushed down on the compound, eventually passing the traps. It was time for his ingenuity to reveal itself to everyone. The two women held no magic now. The Havoc Guilds rained down crimson fire and lightning. The bog willow trees were struck down and burning. The waters began a slow boil as the tall weeds began to ignite. Mist gave way to acrid smoke. But Amorlik's repeated arbalists were proven invaluable to their survival. There were 6 in all. Each was surrounded by a contingent of spearmen and archers. The arbalists spit an endless stream of poisonous bolts into the crimson waves, bringing down dozens of Kassarans in seconds. It seemed for a time that Amorlik would lead the compound to survive even this furious siege. But the vines began to find their marks in the mercenary spearmen. The Kassarans discovered some way for their vines to persist, even in the fetid swamp nation, and they were quick to utilize the discovery. They reached up from the waters to pull them off the walls and boil them alive in the swamp. The bolt cases were beginning to run low. Runners attempted to cart freshly filled cases of munitions. The Havoc sorcerers claimed the lives of the runners as well. In the commotion, Amorlik stood in the foyer. He shouted orders and tried to maintain the defensive. He waited on the chance that an offensive opening would present itself. It became painfully clear that the size and ferocity of this siege might be enough to sink the compound into the bogs of Narenmoor.
Chapter 41. A strangely familiar voice sounded in the silence with sharp command. Wake up, Rylan. Rylan did not want to obey. Pain and unbearable cold waited for him beyond the dark void of sleep. He knelt for a long time after Zealand Roll left him to die in the Arctic. It was pointless to do more. His back and thighs protested with searing pain in his nerve endings. It was not content to remain so close to the open wound. A dull ache spread throughout every fiber of his body. And then there was the bitter cold. At first, only biting at the ends of his toes and fingers. After a time, the needle pricks of ice spread all over his body. He could only endure so much before he fell into the snow and into sleep. Wake up, Rylan, the voice ordered with greater intensity. Rylan moaned in protest, but the sound of his own voice was enough to open his eyes. Beyond the darkness of his drenched hood, everything was white. His head was completely submerged in the snow. Do you not find it peculiar that your recollection is so clear? The voice was somewhat muffled by the layer of snow. You have lost a great deal of blood. Your wounds may be infected, but between that and the cold, you should be under the grip of a fever that will not allow you to remember your own name. Rylan listened closer, trying to place the familiar sound of the voice. Under the circumstance, his mind was unusually clear, but his thoughts were still a little hazy. Rylan's voice was a weak croak. How are you current rating me? Ah, so you grasp a little of the predicament, the voice condescended. I am, however, offended that you do not remember me. You do not remember that I have no need to current rate you. There was something to the voice, a cold, quiet contempt. Yes, that is what it was. This was something that tickled at Rylan's memories. I have no time to jar the feverish recollections of a dullard. Suffice it to say, I have watched as you failed to wield the will to do what must be done. Those words snapped Rylan's eyes open. He strained to lift his head above the snow. You cannot be, Rylan gasped. The one who looked down at Rylan with unveiled disgust was an exact reflection of himself. He wore the robe, the tunic, the pants. Only the wounds were absent. This was the part of Rylan that Elysian severed in the rite of separation. This was Rylan's aspect of vengeance. A part of Rylan that sought justice in a way that was extreme, often cruel. It held a piece of his magical potential. It also claimed to hold the ability to determine the fated actions of people based on their present choices. Twice its pursuits nearly branded Rylan as a murderer. But Elysian cast the aspect into the erosion of the endless current. It was more than 3 years since Rylan's last encounter with it. He thought its dissolution was complete. Oh, I have been with you all along, Rylan. The aspect read his thoughts. I guided you to discover the Demon's Claw, and to discover the truth of the Battle of Catan. I nudged my will into your own so that you might recover from the reckoning sooner. I thought you would bring the Crimson Conquerors to justice. I never imagined you would fail due to pride and foolish ideologies. So, Rylan began before he was interrupted. Why now? You were only alive because I wish it, Rylan. I gripped onto your life as you neared the brink of death. If I depart, you will die. I am here to give you information, and then grant you a choice. The aspect waited, and Rylan nodded. What else could he do? At present, all lights of the Order of the Enlightened Sun are powerless. Their magic is severed for the time being. They will remain this way for 5 days. This was the result of a secret weapon developed by the Kassaran Empire they call the Seal of Stagnation. It locks away the potential of every unwardened magus, the potency of their will, the endless current. These are out of their reach during this time. A search on the Havoc Magi would reveal a fresh tattoo. Most of them believe it to be decorative. This is the mark of the ward that protects them from the seal. The aspect leaned closer to Rylan, narrowing its gaze. It will take no more than 5 days for the Kassarans to kill every Stratian and burn away any trace they ever lived. You lie. Rylan coughed. The aspect shook its head. I have not lied in the past. I will not do so now. At this very moment, Aimreen is locked in battle with Kentakira. Aimreen will die. Malkinor will be ashes by tomorrow's end. Rylan's insides became cold and hollow, even as he fought with disbelief. Did he really hold her for the last time? Was she already no more than a fading wisp of vapor in his arms? Did he already lose everything she ever was? But Rylan knew the aspect would not share this information without an ulterior motive. He would begin with compounding his feelings of hopelessness. Rylan looked up into the cold gaze of the aspect. Why tell me this if I am too late to save her? The aspect's smile was more chilling than its blank malice. It does not need to be too late. We can turn the tides against this entire invasion. They can end Stratia in 5 days. We can end them by nightfall. By day's end, there won't be a single Kassaran in all of Stratia. There was a forbidden, overwhelming appeal to the offer. But Rylan remembered the last time he acquiesced to the aspect's terms. It was the first time he ever used a concentrated stasis sphere on a human target. The aspect hardened its voice with anger. Allow me to explain. You had the power, multiple moments to end all of this. You could have saved thousands of Stratian lives.
Now the rest of Stratia hangs in the balance. Their salvation depends on whether you will accept my aid, or allow genocide so that you may continue to cling to your self-righteous and woeful hesitations. If you choose to fail, Stratia, then I will abandon you to your fate. As I have stated from the beginning, I despise the lack of will to do what must be done! Rylan lowered his head, attempting to conceal his despair. He knew he had little choice. Whatever the aspect planned, it was the only chance Stratia had for survival. Unlike years ago, when Elysians still lived, this was not a matter of alternatives. There were none. Death was the only other option for everyone, and it was his choice to make. What would you have of me? Rylan managed. I require control of us. I will save Aimreen, your mother, father, everyone. Rylan nodded. Do what you must. Deep in a dense, towering city of the Kassaran Empire, several red-robed men stood watch over an inferno that consumed a tall estate. The noble home was surrounded by a circle of salt beforehand. This prevented the escape of any demons or people under dark influence. The darkness of hell was a disease, and it would not be allowed to spread. The entire manor, once the home of a lord, cast the night in a blood-red glow of imperial fire. Shadows flickered and danced in the darkness of the eerie red light. The intensity of the fire mixed with the summer heat. The air was thick with the reek of sulfur and smoke, forcing the purifiers to wear red cloth masks. Most of their work was done. All they needed to do was wait for the last timber to fall and the last ember to fade. That was hours away yet, but patience was required for the Purifiers Guild. Then, something strange happened. They saw movement from within the entry, deep beyond the bloody fires. It was a shambling figure. It was human in shape, but its remaining flesh and organs stripped away in melted ooze. Its spine and ribs were revealed, and the arms and legs were charred bones held together by unseen force. It walked, lumbering one awkward step after another. A strange, repetitious sound rasped from its throat. The sorcerers watched in horror as it crossed over the salt-covered threshold. Such a thing should not be possible. It had never been witnessed in the last 2 millennia. One of two things had to be true for a demon to cross a line of salt. Either the demon was a lord of hell, or the world was about to undergo a major infernal event. The purifiers could only stand with slack jaws as the sound became a clear chant from its lungs long since burned away. The chant filled the air over the roar of the Imperial flames. This possessed corpse was not alone in its macabre observance. Other shrieking and growling voices united in their terrible zeal. It was the sound of demons caught in the throes of dark reverence. Aimreen's arms were leaden, and her chainmail was covered in streams of blood. She knelt on one knee against the cobblestone, unable to lift her sword. Kentakira would finish her soon. The sorceress was unscathed, breathing unlabored. She smiled down at her. People ran screaming from the Kassaran soldiers. Few Stratians made it far as their heads were severed by arcs of flat red energy. Blood sprayed the dark stones of the city, running into puddles and rivulets. Many more met their agonizing end as they were cleaved and skewered at the end of the long, curved swords. Mothers and fathers protected the children with their bodies. No one was spared. Aimreen gritted her teeth against her pains and anger. What are you waiting for, Red Witch? Kentakira's smile broadened. I want to allow you to watch this city fall. I wanted you to know this was the only end for all of you. Aimreen spat blood on Kentakira's feet. Stupid games for stupid people. Kentakira kicked off the blood spit and nodded in agreement. She yanked off Aimreen's skullcap and pulled her head back in a fistful of hair. Quite right. Why should I expect such filthy creatures to understand this irony? Aimreen looked up while her head was tilted back. She was forced to look at the sun halfway in the western sky. Kentakira's dagger was poised at Aimreen's throat, ready to slice the blood free. She stopped when she noticed the sunlight was beginning to dim. Aimreen watched in fascination as the dark shadow of the moon began to overtake the sun. It was the start of a solar eclipse. No one predicted it, not scholars or the Order.
Had it been anticipated, she would have heard people discussing it before now. Imrine's belly filled with a cold dread. This was a rogue event, impossible, even for sorcery. While the sky darkened to an early night, a sound filled the air, repeating in cadence and rhythm. It was unintelligible at first. There were so many shouts and screams, so much chaos of battle drowning out the sound. But the battle began to quiet in the face of this ominous phenomenon. Neither Kassarin nor Stratian could help but stare into the deepening gloom, falling silent in the wake of that strange sound. While the streets froze in mute terror, the sound began to clarify itself. They were voices, but unlike any voice from a human mouth, it was a combined screaming, gravelly chant. It was a repeated sequence of confusing words. Deep in the festering abandoned bogs of Narenmore, there were hidden mausoleums and catacombs. The entrances were sealed away from sight by centuries of swamp muck. In one ancient era, these labyrinths were burial chambers for ancient rulers and their loyal servants. In more recent era, though still ancient, these tombs were the meeting places of the Order of the Void Triangle. Here they would train, receive instruction from their demonic masters, and plan the various stages of their conquest. The narrow halls and wide chambers were draped with thick gossamer cobwebs. The spiders abandoned these dank domains, recognizing that nothing living would ever belong here. Dust created a layer on the cracked stone floor several inches thick. It was no surprise when the stale, moldy air stirred and shadows began to gather with intent and sentience. They began to slither and walk upright, called to the surface for the first time in centuries. These shadows were not alone as they emerged into the swamp mists. Across the world, from within haunted estates and neglected graveyards, the shadows began to gather in the prevalent darkness, blacker than the earlier night itself. Their glowing blood-red and fiery green eyes blazed with dark delight. Their harsh voices were united in a chant that echoed to every corner of Provis. The power was indescribable and massive, alien in every way. It changed him. He was no longer the young man Rylan. He was filled with the aspect's strengths and experiences as well. During the time that Rylan trained in the Order of the Enlightened Sun, he learned to harness two tandem forms of energy. While Rylan did this, the aspect began to acquire the knowledge and skills of a different form of magic and energy. The energy was not like that of the Endless Current, so it existed on a primordial level that was beyond the influence of the Seal of Stagnation. This energy was filled with raw cold, unlike the Endless Current. It was a ravenous force that desired to consume everything. It was hollow, and yet filled with fury. It required no clarity or tranquility from those who brought it forward. It scoured away obstacles such as unwanted emotions, or matters that might otherwise obscure the Shaper's focus. The aspect shared this knowledge, and he knew this energy held the very concentrated methods of crafting its actual shape. The effects of this energy and its magic created distinct changes in the human appearance over time. It adapted its wielders to better suit its needs. These changes were beginning to reveal themselves much faster with him. If it had a body, the aspect would have experienced these alterations at a pace that mirrored the training. Life and warmth were deemed an obstacle to the perfection of the dark stillness. Death was the closest facsimile to this non-existence. Color and bodily warmth in the skin were the first to disappear. What was left was cold, clammy pallor of a drowned corpse. The lips also turned a cold blue tint. The color of the human eyes was stripped away, as they were extensions of emotion and the soul within. In the absence of the vibrant color, only two black pupils were left in orbs of milky white. He no longer felt the cold of the Arctic as he climbed to one knee. In the absence of the registered chill, the falling snow hardened to pellets, and the thick layers around him crackled with increased cold. He watched as the fibers of his clothes changed. One by one, every thread from head to toe was soaked in blackness.
The tormented wailing of man cried out from inside his mind as he stood up. His dagger injuries were transferred to the soul of a condemned murderer deep in the bowels of Block Karak, the bloody realm of sadistic agony. Filled beyond his limits with a new dark power, the black energy began to shove outward, lifting him off the snow with its inexorable force. The overwhelming darkness began to spill out of his body in the form of tiny cold black fires licking out of his pores. In this new form, with so much knowledge, will, and experience, he was not simply a hybrid of Rylan in the aspect. He was a vastly more powerful being. In this new shape, he was Kriaten. He was Negestrisis. Translating the demonic name to Stratian, it meant spreading negation. Negestrisis probed into Stratia with ephemeral strands of dark energy, seeking the Cassarans. He felt them right away. Their emotions and purpose were heated and loud, even so far away. He felt the righteous fervor that brought them across the maelstrom to burn everything in their wake. They were so convinced that they were putting an end to any resurgence of the Order of the Void Triangle. The fools did not yet realize their actions only solidified its presence. Negestrisis did not identify with every ideology of the Void Triangle, but he also held no delusion about what he was now. He was the Void Disciple the Cassarans were hunting. What the Crimson Fools did not know was that Negestrisis was the most powerful Void Disciple ever. He held the singular ability to wield a full range of powers and shapes that his predecessors never could. Every attempt to do so in the ancient era was met with the complete erasure of existence. Negestrisis felt the fear that froze every Cassaran in the middle of their actions. They feared the sudden eclipse that darkened Stratia. They feared the global unified chant of the Children of Nothing. Their paralysis made locating them so much easier. It was time for Negestrisis to seek out the Cassarans in Stratia and eradicate them all. Negestrisis opened his palms. The bitter cold dark of Sulfuris bowed to his will. The searing ash of the raging infernos of Etfleos burned eager to meet him. The corrosive blood that ran in lakes of oceans of Block Tarak screamed and laughed in mad delight to play in his hands. Combined, the three realms shaped the long, semi-transparent length in his hands. It was a weapon and magical focus called the Staff of the Abyss. It held the destructive capacity and dark essence of the three domains of hell. Beneath Negestrisis, just above the snow, an inky black dot spread, becoming a wide pool. He sank into the darkness, feeling the terror and the icy predatory hunger that filled the realm of Sulfuris as he passed through. He would travel with haste by crossing in and out of the dark world of madness and fear. He would emerge miles above a newly darkened Palantir, where he would return the furious extermination to the Cassarans. Chapter 42. The Cassarans were in plain view of Negestrisis. Everything was cast in a dim, colorless haze of gray, black, and white, but the shapes and edges were well defined. The fear and hesitation below poured from the souls of hundreds of human beings mingled in the air. The heartbeats hammered with hurried rhythm, creating thick, pulsing vibrations. Their tense sweat left a saltiness that wafted upwards, lighting on his tongue. There was a difference between the Stratian and Cassaran fear. Something ethereal and intangible defied their fears in the darkness, eager to be named. The Stratians felt the fear of believing that everything they ever knew was about to be swept aside. The Cassarans felt the dread that they found the beast they were hunting for, only to come to the suspicion that it might be too much for them. The fears Negestrisis felt for the Cassarans were not just from those present in Palantir. He felt their blades still. Their breath halted in their throats all the way to the edge of Peral Sen. In the darkness, caught in the sound of thousands of demons, they were paralyzed in terror. Negestrisis' cold blue lips curled into a tiny smirk. Anything he could sense, he could reach. He held the power to end this invasion in a few hours. These Karak and Havoc elite would see the foe they sought. Negestrisis began a slow descent that placed him in the center of the merchant square. 20 feet from letting his feet touch the ground, Negestrisis pulled from the deep infernos of Etfleos. Purple, green, and red fires burst through the cobbles, roaring and entwining as they sought to break the darkness above. The air filled with the thick stench of sulfur and charred flesh. Screams poured upward through the opening of this first domain of hell. a bleak symphony of burning agony. Waves of smoke undulated in dark, oily clouds from out of the hot base of the flames. Negistrissus spoke in Cassaran as he floated over a foot off the ground. His voice was cold, bleak, and quiet, like a storm on the horizon. It still reached every intended listener over the screams of perdition and the roar of the flames. Come for your prey, Karak. Come and claim your reward. The pillars of hellfire was only 10 feet wide, burning behind Negistrissus's back. Its myriad glow illuminated the Kriat's end for the Cassarans to see well enough. They abandoned their attention to the residents of Malkanor as they looked at him. Their fear warred with their sense of imperial duty, playing a conflict in their dark eyes. He waited, patient and unmoving, to see which among them would have the foolish bravery to strike first. 20 of the red-armored soldiers crushed down their fears and approached from the edges of the square. They moved slow and fluid, their long swords aimed at an uncharacteristic stabbing angle. The flashing colors of hellfire created dancing shadows on the walls of Palantir, casting Negistrissus's grim expression into horrifying light. His palms were at his side in open invitation. Negistrissus dared the Karak to come closer, and they did not disappoint. When they were close enough to run him through, Negistrissus's hands thrust skyward. The hellfire pillar roared with greater intensity, even as it refused to burn the champion who summoned it. The Karak blades came close, their blades inches from their clothes and flesh, but the swordsmen failed to account for the intensity of the hellfire, or their proximity to it. The flames melted the incoming weapons into dripping red liquid before they completed their thrust. Their armor began to heat to a brighter shade of red, but even as they screamed, he had so much more in store for them. Tendrils of purple fire as thick as an arm diverged from the pillar. They found their homes as they burned and cremated their way straight through the armored chests of the soldiers. Open holes smoked from cauterized gaping wounds. The Havoc elite were next to move, certain they could prevail where their subordinates died trying. 50 of their famed Emperor Roses split through cobbles and walls, seeking to rip Negistrissus to bloody shreds. He clapped his hands once, surrounding himself with a devouring maw. The vines were swallowed up along with the helpless remains of the fallen Cassarans. Negistrissus snapped his fingers and the ring-shaped vortex divided, gliding through the air, seeking the casters of the thorny vines. His expression was blank and stoic, as the Havoc elite attempted to flee from pursuing darkness. None of the elite managed more than 10 yards before the vortex winds pulled and tore pieces of their flesh away. They screamed in agony as their bodies were ripped apart and swallowed into nothingness. The staff of the abyss continued to float dutifully at Negistrissus' side. He grasped his black weapon even as his senses pulled deep into the darkness of the eclipse. It was only a moment until he found what he was looking for. Kentakira's mix of fear and rage burned like a beacon in the concealing shadows. Her dagger was pressed against Amrine's throat, frozen in the instant before spilling her blood. She was too afraid to finish killing her. Caught in the terrible black pandemonium around her, the dragon believed she failed to prevent the advent of a second Black Decade. Negistrissus called upon the cold darkness of Sulfurist, funneling it through his being. His mind projected out through cold strands of unseen magic. His magic circumvented the tenacity of her will, slipping around it with the ease of a serpent, and pierced into her soul. Negistrissus' voice filled Kentakira's head with the force of a debilitating migraine, dropping her to her knees. She screamed as she clutched her head. Dragon of Xenonrul, come forward, and let us end what was begun. The strands of Sulfurist pulled Kentakira toward him. She tried to resist with the force of her will, but it only lessened her steps to a clumsy shamble. Her feet scraped along the cobbles, and her shoulders jerked and spasmed with each step. Her fellow Havoc elite and remaining Karak watched her in the glow cast by Fleos. The Cassaran fear proved greater than their killing resolve as they watched their second most powerful magus pulled like a marionette. The dragon entered the illuminated view of the hellfire light. Her face took a moment of confusion as she processed what she saw. That melted to recognition, disgust, and fear. Kentakira gasped. You! That is irrelevant, dragon. Negistrissus reached for her, strands of Sulfurist snaking forward in the darkness, invading her essence. He would satisfy a matter of justice with her now. The strands did not cause Kentakira pain. She remained oblivious as she flinched from his raised hand. Negistrisis found what he was looking for. Gather and shape as many of your strongest prefect lashes as you can. Then you may strike me as hard as you are able. Negistrisis felt a twinge of discomfort as the endless current rushed towards Kentakira. Its nuance and vibration were keener to his senses than before. She strained it through all the anger she could summon against him. She grappled with the endless current, unlike the lights who allowed it to move through their will. How could she become so strong this way? It only served to exhaust them quicker and limit their creativity. It was no small wonder that they could not invade until the order was so weak and divided. 2 lengths of crackling red lightning sprang to life in the dragon's hands. Negistrisis released her from his dark grip, allowing her time for flourishes and spins to build her momentum. When the dragon struck, Negistrisis did not need to alter his speed as he did before. He met each strike with an easy deflection and parry from the staff of the abyss. After glimpsing into her soul so completely, her strikes and techniques were well known to him. Each movement gathered more and more hellfrost until he swung low and struck her left leg. Kentakira did not realize the danger of her situation until it was too late. She stumbled into a lunging step before her left leg snapped in two above the knee. Her thigh bled as she fell forward and screamed. Her abandoned foot remained stranded and frozen in place. Negistrisis extended his left hand in the dragon's direction. A mass of shadowy tendrils seeped out of his palm and wrapped around her. She thrashed in the throes of anguish as she was lifted off the ground. She remained in the air before him. Her leg bled a large pool below her, and her agonized screams filled the square. Negistrisis began speaking the primordial language of the children of nothing, shaping the essence of oblivion. The cold forces of the void scoured through him, delivering the collective energies of hell into his being. He focused on the realm of eternal fire. That was made easier by the opening in the merchant square.
Et flios!
The voice that thundered through those words sounded to the farthest edge of Palanzer. From Negistrisis, the words sounded inhuman, harsh, and low. In response, towering pillars of emerald fire erupted everywhere. In the city alone, hundreds of emerald pillars pierced the sky. The outline of Negistrisis was wraith-like in the eerie omnipresent glow. Each of these pillars of annihilation incinerated the body and soul of the Kasserans caught in the center of the flames. Negistrisis shifted the summoning energies, seeking out the realm of Blakarak. He pulled its presence up, yanking it through the earth until the corrosive blood of the condemned began to ooze through. The bloody rifts formed under the feet of thousands of Karak and Gilders all over Stratia. The tormented dead trapped within wasted no time grabbing the legs of the fresh victims. The Kasserans thrashed and screamed as they were pulled down into bloody perdition. Their flesh split and dissolved as they were pulled into the corrosive blood. Content the Stratians were left untouched through the condemning sentence, Negistrisis turned his attention to the last Kasseran in Malkanor. Negistrisis' voice returned to normal as he spoke in a low tone for the dragon. So will it be with all of you. With a yanking gesture from his left hand, Kentakira's 2 lowest ribs snapped free and ripped out of her torso in a bloody spray. It should have been the end of her life, but Negistrisis would not allow it. The strands of Sulfuris held her spirit tight within her body. She continued to scream, unable to move. Her 2 ribs floated and spun quick in the air, polishing themselves white, their ends sharpened to wicked points. Negistrisis pointed at her, and the 2 sharpened ribs plunged deep into her eyes and skewered her brain. With a flick of his wrist, Kentakira's unliving remains were hurled into the open pits of Etfleos and the burning damnation within. He closed the fiery rift, and the city was plunged back into the darkness of the eclipse. Palanzer was safe, but Negistrisis left some of Stratia's invaders alive. He would sentence them personally. Negistrisis floated into the abyss of the cold, infinite hunting ground of Sulfuris. The inhuman shrieks and growls of the children of nothing filled the blackness. His new name howled into the darkness by the methodical, cruel lords of hell. Many of them lowered to one knee and bowed their horned heads. Negistrisis knew more about the denizens of hell than any mortal was ever permitted. He knew their hierarchy and rulers. He knew what souls were sent to what domain, and what lords and functionaries would govern over them. He knew that the king of hell was a blue black-winged demon named Merroweave, and that he had ruled for more than 50,000 years. A tugging sensation pulled deep in his bowels, drawn to a green vertical circle, casting its glow before him. Thousands of rapid heartbeats played a quick cadence that reached into Sulfurist. As with Palantir, there were two forms of fear in Peral Glay. The citizens of the White City were afraid for their lives when they witnessed the approach of the Kassaran army. There was something else among the fears of the people as well. The worrying fears of Solas of the Order of the Enlightened Sun reached out to him, unknowingly. Ryland stirred in response to this knowledge, and Negistrissus wrestled him back into the inner darkness. Ryland was conflicted about this revelation. On one hand, he was grateful that any Solas still lived, but he was irate that they remained hidden for so long. There was much more of Stratia to defend than this solitary city. Their knowledge and experience would have been invaluable to the renegades. How could they crawl undercover and hide this way? Ryland would not be permitted to voice his frustrations now. Thoughts of judgment, as wielded by Negistrissus, were at the forefront. These trifling emotions were little better than a nuance. Negistrissus walked through the green rift of energy. The threshold was frigid. It scraped against his being like shards of jagged ice, pressing deep into his flesh as he passed. The barrier he crossed was crafted in ancient days. It was there to rend and disintegrate anything that tried to cross through. This only scratched at him as much as scrapes on a child's knee. The guilders in Karak were paralyzed with fear, as unmoving as the ivory statues that decorated the city. Many Parali citizens were already cut down, bleeding into the myriad flower basins. The Kassaran longswords dripped with fresh blood, even as they remained poised to spill much more. Splatters of blood painted the ivory walls. Negistrissus's tiny black pupils scanned the beginning of the carnage with growing rage. Not even the children were spared the slaughter. Some of the bodies were barely old enough to walk, and their heads were severed with blood pooling around their open necks. It was just as it had been until then. It was the same bloodlust inflicted on the innocent and defenseless. The aspect was right to be so critical of Ryland. These Kassarans were no more than diseased, murderous animals. It was beyond time for these invaders to remember how to feel fear. It was time for them to remember how helpless they were during the Black Decade. It was also time for them to take their place in perdition. So, you wish to paint this white city red with blood? Negistrissus observed, speaking Kassaran in his low, quiet voice. It shall be so. Negistrissus began to gather the essence of stillness. The Kassarans gathered their resolve to fight him. His magic was swifter and more brutal than their meager sense of defiance. He made a circling gesture with his hand like a coiling rope, before clenching his fist. He felt hundreds of soft veins in their necks break, pulled on intangible strings. The waves of Karak halted as their throats were ripped open in fountains of blood. Negistrissus made a pulling gesture with his other hand. Their faces and helmets of the Karak were ripped to mangled visages as their teeth were yanked out of their jaws. They fell before he made a shoving gesture with both hands. The teeth floated in the air, then dashed in a deadly volley. They ripped through crimson scale armor, flesh and bones with ease. The Kassarans were pelted with enough severity to rip their arms and legs to shreds. In seconds, the streets of Peral Glay were soaked with an inches-thick layer of Kassaran blood. Chunks of bone floated in the thick streams. Negistrissus deliberately aimed the volley below the neck so that he could yank new barrages of killing teeth. The result was a continual carnage shower of the city. Kassaran blood sprayed every which way, soaking everything. Many of the severed limbs twitched and spurted fresh blood amid the flower beds. Blood ran from the statue fountains where it collected in pools of sickening red, littered with floating human bits. Negistrissus pulled from the dark ether of the alleyway and cellars, opening dozens of rifts into Sulfurist. Cold, black mist spilled out of the dark doors. Then came the slithering, skulking black mass of hungry lesser predators that dwelled in the infinite dark world. They moved like oil on grass, and skittered with the agility of spiders. They moved with unnaturally long and twisted limbs. If not for the darkness of the eclipse, the Parali residents would have been exposed to the sight of the demonic intrusion. Pairs of glowing red eyes flared with hate and anticipation. They gathered armloads of the Kassaran remains. Frantic screams echoed from deep in the dark. The lesser children of nothing gathered Kassaran corpses and spirits, hauling them into the depths of Sulfuris and the lightless eternity that awaited them. The last of the denizens of Sulfuris vanished through the rifts with Negistrissus looking on. Though the walls and grounds were still red with blood, every bit of flesh was removed. There was no trace left of the Kassarans in Peral Glay. The Stratian bodies were left untouched. Negistrissus opened his being to the scouring flood of the essence of stillness. He climbed into a swift ascent in the black skies. Strobes of lightning and shredding gales of wind embraced him. He looked down, several miles to the east of the city, and saw the vast siege of armies of the Kassarans gathered on the hills and rises. There were tens of thousands of them, a massive wave of swordsmen and magi, suitable for a city 10 times as fortified as Peral Glay. If they were given a few moments more, the city would have been crushed. The city had no walls or gates, and no mentionable defenses for the expressive people. The last city of the Pearlshine Nation would have been burned. The nation of scholars and artists would have been no more. There would be cleansing fire soon enough. But for this moment, it was time for fear in its purest form. The Kassarans visited fear on the helpless people of Stratia long enough. It was time to return it to them. Negistrissus descended in a wind-breaking dive, plummeting toward the front line of the Kassaran ranks. The wind shrieked around him as he approached. He curled his dive and lowered his feet at the last possible moment, slowing his descent. He allowed the staff of the abyss to remain floating beside him as he stretched out his arms. There was a frenzied sensation of slimy wriggling in the sleeves of his black coat. Dozens of long gray strands, pulsing with jagged red veins, bolted free of his sleeves. They vaulted to the ground before they slithered with unerring speed towards the foremost of the Kassarans. As fast and deadly as an archer's volley, they bit deep in the eyes and throats of the first of the Karak. Their teeth sank deep, and the worms pulsed and throbbed. Their lengthy bodies undulated with lethal poison, invading their victims. Negistrissus did not wait as he began another infernal sorcery. His inhuman voice was spotted with fits of mad cackling. The Guilders shaped their reactive sorceries. They panicked and acted in fearful haste. The worm-infected Karak fell in a brief death before they began to rise. The contagion in their blood reached for their souls before they departed from their mortal existence. They were forced to remain in their dead flesh. They stood, their weapons forgotten. They shambled and stalked towards their former comrades. Lightning flashed with increasing fervor, illuminating displays of carnage as the dead began to bite and tear into the living. They pulled heads from their shoulders, tore limbs away from the torsos, and yanked entire victims in two at the hips. Screams and dying gurgles sounded against pearls of thunder. Entrails slicked the earth and masked the presence of the worms as they slithered to the fresh victims. The living dead plundered and devoured the bloody aftermath. Their blank eyes rolled with momentary ecstasy as they consumed the mangled remains. Negistrissus continued his next shape. It was a lengthy summons, but it would be sufficient to reduce the Kassaran force to a fraction in a few minutes. The Havoc Magi were already pressed with fear as their forces began to tear each other apart in the darkness. One of the sorcerers managed to make a ball of white light that floated high in the air. He regretted his choice to illuminate the full depth of the situation. Createn smirked at the center of the bloody rampage. Ignorance would have served the Kassarans better in their last moments. Dozens of shambling ghouls fell upon dozens more Karak. Some of the swordsmen managed to cut at the reanimated bodies, but they were slow to sever the heads. Their bodies would fall while the heads continued to move without effect. By the time more of the Kassarans discovered this, there were already far too many ghouls for their attempts to prove useful. They fell screaming as the ghouls weighed down in numbers and proceeded to devour them. Negistrissus finished shaping the summons. The conjured white light died. It was replaced with an omnipresent blood-red glow. The ground began to tremble and groan before cracks began to split the earth. The living Karak began to break what disciplined formations they had left. They scattered and fled the battlefield in disarray. They did not run far enough, or fast enough. The cracks in the earth widened, creating a massive chasm. The blood-red glow flared brighter from within the center of the opening. The reek of blood and sulfur assaulted everyone with the force of a blast. There was an infinite cacophony of fearful, agonized cries sounding from men and women from within the blood pit. The ground began to quake as large, round-topped mounds climbed from the dim red glow. It was slick with slime, rigid in places, and had the appearance of pink flesh. The agonized screams drew closer as the mounds continued to rise from the red abyss. 2 shining black domes came into view. There was no landmass, but a gigantic head, and the black domes were eyes. The mouth of the beast opened wide, revealing the ability to swallow dozens of people at a time. Its long, wide, sharp teeth impaled scores of naked men and women as they dangled at odd, painful angles. Its exhaled breath roared out from a throat reeking of rot and death. The stench rolled out of its maw in a wave. Its victims thrashed as though still alive. They were weeping, moaning, and pleading for salvation from their eternal devouring. Their arms and legs tried, to no avail, to pull free from their tormentor. The smaller worms were present inside the mouth of the beast. They bit into the flesh of the would-be escapists, wrenching them back into the giant tongue and throat. The upper half of the titanic beast cleared the edge of the hole. As it did, thousands more of the smaller worms shot out of its mouth. They sought out any Kassaran flesh they could. Many of the men and women screamed in sudden agony as they braced their hands against their fresh new wounds. There were too many worms to defend against. The worms tensed and dragged their fresh victims back into the mouth of the beast. The Kassarans thrashed and struggled, but the worms were relentless and inexorable. Scores of Kassarans were dragged and hurled into the mouth. The struggling Kassarans frantically pulled at handfuls of blood-slick grass. They clawed at the earth until their fingernails snapped and their hands bled. The worms ultimately accomplished their purpose and continued their pursuit of fresh Kassaran prey. The Kassaran infantry fell into total chaos. The Havoc Magi focused their efforts on Negistrissus. Around them, the Karak either fled and trampled each other to death, or futilely attempted to cut at the giant worm. The Guilders stalked forward in smooth, graceful steps. They projected a facade of killing intent while the endless current came to them in weak hiccups. They were trained to strain the endless current through their anger and rage. While they might have learned to channel their fear into anger, this fear was beyond them. The prefect's lashes were inconsequential, thin, and useless. The Emperor's roses were no better than morning glory vines. Negistrissus answered with a cold smile. They might mask their feelings, but he saw their powers betray their lies. Their thundering heartbeats belied them. These men and women were already too sick and weak with their fear. 2 of the Havoc sorcerers were swept from underneath by several of the lesser grey worms. Their screams fell into silence as they were hurled into the mouth of the worm. The other Havoc Magi closed within reach. Negistrissus felt for their shifting anger and fear. When their anger sufficiently pressed down their fears, he moved first, and much faster than they expected. A ball of red flame was snuffed out like a candle before it ever left a sorceress's hand, extinguished by a wide swing from his staff. In the same hellfrost swing of the Staff of the Abyss, the staff lengthened and struck her head. Everything above her neck exploded in a shower of icy shards. Negistrissus made a yanking gesture with one hand. Tiny bits of jagged sharp bone ripped free of the flesh of 20 Guilders. The bone shrapnel flew forward in a rending hail that cut down 30 more Magi in front of him. Lightning continued to flash with increasing fury, interrupting the blood-red glow of blocked Harak. Every flash created harsh illumination to the nightmare landscape that Negistrissus fashioned from his enemies. The waist-high grasses were leveled flat, crushed down by trampling soldiers, maimed corpses, and gallons of blood. Negistrissus was the architect of hell on earth for every Kassaran in Stratia. Chapter 43. Xenonrol sat cross-legged in his meditation tent. His attempts to maintain communication with his forces via scrying sphere were failing. The last he'd heard from Kentakira was just after Xenon activated the Seal of Stagnation. They struck at Palantir from the inside. Then the unnatural eclipse began, followed by the chilling omnipresent chant. Then There was only silence from his dragon. Xenonrol might have been able to dismiss her lack of reply, but his field lieutenants among the Havoc elite were also silent. To make matters worse, Xenonrol's scrying spheres would only travel 200 yards before they would black out. This was somehow the work of the enemy they hunted. Somehow, there was demon magic preventing Xenonrol from keeping informed. Somehow, this dark sorcery was at the center of this global phenomena. The black storms that boiled in the sky in the wake of the eclipse were proof of it. Collaborative history accounts all agreed that these night-like storms always accompanied the forbidden sorceries of the Void Hands. The constant, frequent bright flashes of lightning only hinted at massive levels of Void Hand magic. The howling winds ripped across the beaches and the fields. Xenon's thick canvas tent fluttered and snapped violently in the ceaseless tempest. The usually musky scent of incense from his brass censer was sucked away into the winds that pressed into his private sanctuary. Along with the faint twinge of sea breeze, there was the smell of sulfur and blood. Though the Master Fish tried to ignore the sounds outside his tent, he heard the nervous shifting of armor and the furtive whispers of the Karak. His remaining elite tried to quell the treacherous fear with angry threats, but the obedient silence they brought was fleeting. Beyond the sounds of camp, ocean waves swelled and surged in the force of the wind. They crashed into the cliffs and bluffs, crushing down massive boulders. Whole precipices gave way, splashing thunderously into the water. Trees groaned and snapped as they were yanked away from their roots in the powerful tides. Xenon was never in an event that felt so apocalyptic. While the giant sorcerer was not as prone to fear as he was quick to convert it to rage, something about this felt unnerving to him. But if he acknowledged this, he would give satisfaction to the gleeful forewarning of the possessed little girl. Xenon could accept many truths, and he would always be humble enough to kneel before the Crimson Throne. But he already bested a powerful Chronomancer in a duel to the death. How could even a Void Hand stand against his prowess? The answer came in the form of sudden destruction. It came unbidden and absolute. The wind stopped, stilled into perfect silence. The rancid stench of sulfur filled the air until it clung to the top of Xenonrol's mouth. A tremor quaked beneath his thick maroon rug. The distant horizon groaned with a rising peal like thunder. For a moment, everything was illuminated in bright green and purple mix of light. Then, there was a heat far beyond the testing fires of the flesh of the immortals. A roaring boom ripped away the tent and everything around it. Xenon shielded his face with both arms. When it passed, Xenonrol still lived. He lowered his arms, feeling the tender singe of burns for the first time in years. It was nothing compared to what he saw in the ember-illuminated landscape. There was no base camp, no Karak, no Havoc elite. The beaches were no more than black and red patches of sand fused into glass. The tall fields and trees were scorched to a flat landscape of stirring ashes and clumps of dim embers. In the vague glow and flashes of lightning, the ocean waves continued their tide under clouds of steam. The surface was littered with chunky patches of slime. It was a moment before he realized it was fish, flash boiled to a paste. The sharp, choking reek of burning things and smoke was as strong as the rancid stench of sulfur. Xenonrol squinted in the pressing dark, unable to see far. He was the only one left alive. Everyone and everything else was incinerated in an instant. This was Hellfire. Of all magic fires ever recorded, only Hellfire could burn so much, so fast. Xenon was alive by purposeful design of the Void Hand who unleashed these fires.
That is correct, Xenonrol. You live so that we may finish what we began, with justice.
The voice that came from above was a cold, quiet sound. How could such a sound travel so clear from so far? Yet this voice was also familiar. Xenon looked up with wide eyes, grinding his teeth and knuckles. The flashes of lightning outlined the shape of the boy Chronomancer that he left for dead in the far north. He had been left wounded, bleeding heavy, freezing, and helpless in the snow. How could he have returned? But the startling question of it all, how was Rylan this Void Hand that they had been hunting all along? The ancient history of the archives, gleaned at great length from Stratia, agreed on several points. The first was their ability to gather endless current was severely limited. It burned them to try. The second was their appearance was forever altered the more of the magic they mastered. Their Dark Order had to wipe away the memories of their fellows in the mage clans, so that no one would question their appearance or presence. This was especially true among the Emerald Spectre clan, who were known for their short lifespan and deathly sick yellow pallor. When Rylan lowered from floating 30 feet in the air, the changes to his appearance revealed a person far different before Xenon Roll. Gone was the blue farmer's tunic and brown pants. Gone was the green hooded longcoat and emerald staff. His clothes were as black as the sky. The luminous blue of his eyes were gone. Only the tiny black dots of his pupils were visible in the whites of his eyes. The lively color of his complexion paled. His cheeks were sunken, and his face and skin looked cold and clammy. Around the boy, the ashes and embers cooled, replaced by a thin white layer of frost forming in a radius around him. Did the air chill in the presence of his malice? That was nothing at all like the Chronomancer he defeated. That is an acute observation, Xenonroll. He was not current reading, but Xenonroll knew he could keep no secrets from this dark figure. I am not Rylan. I am Negistrissus. Without warning, Xenon fell as the ground beneath him gave way. There was no landing, and the lightning of the sky faded from his view. After a great length of falling into the darkness, a strange heat climbed below him. Perhaps it was the blood of Provis. Was he about to burn and dissolve in molten stone? But a cold crept with subtlety in his bowels. He knew this was not what waited for him. If Negistrissus, as he called himself now, wanted to burn him, he would already be ashes. His suspicions were soon confirmed. A faint, growing din of wailing and screaming reached up from far below. Firelight cast dancing lights and shadows in the darkness of the chasm. The flames cast these shadows on the wall. It was a deranged play. It was a living mural of powerful inhuman figures looming tall and menacing before people on their knees in subjugation for mercy. Xenonroll's growing dread warped into fear and despair. After all his years of serving the Emperor in unwavering loyalty, expanding the Empire in conquest, he had been cast alive into the burning eternities of hell. Though his judgment was passed by a boy, a voice whispered to Xenonroll from a forgotten recess within. It admonished him that this is where he should spend eternity. Xenonroll fell flat, face down against the hard surface. He coughed a mouthful of ashes, gagging. It was a wonder that he still lived again. It was miraculous that none of his bones were broken or sprained after such a monumental fall. The towers and fields of rainbow-hued flames burned a distance away from where he fell. Xenon stood up and brushed himself off. Large handfuls of soot and ash fell in showers. He looked down. The ashes formed a sporadic layer on glossy black stone. The piles of ashes reached above his toes. He looked around. He was on a wide stone platform, circled by a double length of thick, rusty chains barbed in dagger-long razors. The chains were held up by 4 iron posts, set in the corners of the platform. Each post sported a skull the size of his torso, snouted, with protruding horns and long fangs. Their empty eye sockets were directed at the center of the platform. The platform was suspended in the center of the chasm that fell far from view. It was much farther away still from the ledge of brimstone, fire, and ash. Xenon looked up, hoping to see an opening out of the fiery domain. The multicolored flames licked and roared far above, beyond the limits of his sight. If the stench of sulfur could be called stifling on the surface, it was thick, saturating, and pervasive here. Its all-consuming heat dried his mouth and caused instant thirst. Beyond the roaring inferno, the agonized cries of the dead and condemned were deafening. Demons spoke in their incomprehensible language, booming with laughter and shouting their tormenting jibes and taunts. The demons pushed towards the platform, crowding and clustering at the ledges before the abyssal chasm. They watched in silent anticipation, their baleful glowing eyes filled with eternal hate. They stood still and waited. This is the arena of fury, Negistrissus informed as he floated 30 feet above. It is a coliseum for the children of nothing, and it is above the mouth of return. Only one of us will exit after today.
Why? Why not leave me to this eternity?
Xenon's irritation stemmed from being looked down upon. It was only earlier in the day when he glared down on Rylan from high above. He was superior then. Negistrissus mocked their previous encounter. The mouth of return is one of the few places in creation that lead straight to oblivion.
to nothingness. First, one burns in hellfire, then they are no more.
Negistrissus continued the explanation, emotionless.
Enough words. We end this now.
Negistrissus slowly floated down to the brimstone arena. As he did, the denizens of hell raised their claw fists and began a slow building chant.
Creatin! Creatin! Creatin!
Xenonroll hurled his anger against his despair at being cast into hell. He opened his being with singular destructive purpose, gathering the endless current. And nothing came to him. There was no massive waves of energy radiating from all things in the universe. The endless current could not reach him in hell. He unsheathed his spell-cutting daggers and attempted to push his will into his arms and legs. He was relieved to find his will would answer him with power. Was that surprising, though? He was only just cast down. Many theories claimed that hell's efforts were poised at breaking down a soul's will. He could have his will for as long as he could hang on to it. Xenon's booted feet whispered in the layers of ashes as he stepped slow, circling Negistrissus. The void hand floated several inches above the brimstone platform. His sickly cold skin radiated tiny tongues of black fire. He stood straight, his black, semi-transparent staff held vertical in his left hand. His posture was completely prone. Xenon didn't see the need to circle and probe for openings. Negistrissus stood in total invitation. Only his tiny black pupils followed the Master Fist. Well, if the fool would ask for a dagger in his ribs, Xenon would oblige. He dashed forward, faking a cut for the eyes. Then he lunged, trying to get under his ribs with his other dagger. Negistrissus did not move for the incomplete high cut. He spun his staff in a swift arc and parried Xenon's stabbing forearm. The deflection forced Xenon to stumble to the side. The impact chilled his arm with a biting cold that threatened his grip. He slid in the ashes, and Negistrissus wrapped his lower back with a blistering strike. Xenon straightened and turned, humiliated that his first exchange made him appear a novice. Negistrissus did not use Chronomancy to overwhelm him with unnatural speed as Ryland did. He read Xenon's movement with uncanny clarity. But between their previous duel and this tiny exchange, it was far too soon to presume that Negistrissus held some sort of fighting precognition. Xenon launched into a flurry of high and low stabs and cuts. Negistrissus matched every movement with a precise and ready defense. Every parry and hard deflection were so well placed that the duel began to appear choreographed. Negistrissus allowed Xenon to move, to attack, as though he was toying with him. Xenon wrenched himself free of the clash. His breathing burned against the inside of his throat. Sweat soaked and irritated his eyes and drenched his clothes. The intense heat of hell was eating away his stamina. Only his will kept him moving. While he wanted to risk a spell shape with his will, he knew the effort would yield little reward against an opponent still so strong. It would be better to sustain his efforts and look for an opportunity. In the inferno to Xenon's left, a creature of spines and hard leathery scales held up a mutilated figure by the throat. It wanted Xenon to see the prize. It was a woman in shape. She was missing a leg. Her two lowest ribs were snapped away like the ends of a wishbone, only to be gouged into her eyes. There was little left to identify the pathetic trophy. Her skin was peeled away and burned black. Her lips and nose were cooked, leaving her teeth exposed in a skull grin. The absence of her nose left an opening for her brains to melt and ooze free. Her mouth moved in chattering, soundless twitches for a moment, before she screamed to the capacity of her weak body. Xenon recognized the voice of that blood-curdling cry. She had never sounded so full of agony and despair. Ken Takira had already been sent to hell. The demons were wasting little time in breaking what was left of her. Many more of his subordinates were naked, burned black, and wailing pitifully as they were held aloft like trophies. Nameless men and women were now condemned for eternity. The demons wanted him to see them. They wanted him to know that he did this to them. He would soon join them. Negistrissus replied in his low, cold voice.
No, Xenonroll. They want you to know what will become of your entire army after you cease to be.
Xenonroll ground his teeth and whitened his knuckles around his daggers. He whirled on the void hand, beginning a mad, howling barrage. His will was doubled with his heightened rage. He pushed his arms and legs to move faster, strike harder. For all that, Xenon was a whirling, spinning berserker. It did him little good. Negistrissus sighed and backstepped with ease, using his weapon to block only when needed to. Xenon was taught that only fools fought on defense alone. But the foolish one here was himself. Xenon halted after 10 minutes of sustaining a furious assault that led to nothing. He braced his hands against his knees. Sweat fell from his chin only to vaporize in the hot air. He glanced away for an instant, only to see the petite shape of the possessed demon child. She stood at the front of the demons, 4 times as large as her. Her smile was chilling and knowing, while her glowing red eyes conveyed her message.
I told you it would be this way.
Xenon tried to move, to strike again. This time, his arms felt leaden and lethargic. He was weary. His lungs burned, though not as fiercely as the burn on his back. Everything he sailed in conquest to achieve seemed so far away and irrelevant now. How did he feel this way, after less than an hour of fighting in hell? His resolve, the very core of his will, was eroding fast. It was a relief when Negistrissus smiled cold, causing Xenon to succumb to an involuntary shudder. At last, the Void Hand would cease toying with him and end this, looking at the demon child at her smug smile. He was glad he would not exist anymore. The blades of his dagger turned white with intense heat. They liquefied and fell into puddles on the brimstone arena floor. Negistrissus lunged forward. The point of his staff was unnaturally frigid. The point rammed hard into Xenon's sternum. There might have been more power to the strike. Perhaps Xenon was too broken to resist at all. He did not care to guess. The strike cracked his ribs and caused him to fly backwards, face up. He did not impact with the brimstone platform. He did not care that he was too high for the barbed chains to arrest his flight. He coughed up a spray of blood from the staff strike. His nerve ending seared into his brain. Xenon Roll, Master Fist of the Crimson Emperor, Patriarch of the Havoc Elite, fell into death and oblivion. He failed on multiple levels. He failed his Emperor and the Edict to eradicate all Stratians. He failed his entire army, as they were now all dead and condemned. He failed to protect his people from the coming of the Second Black Decade. Every particle of his body seared away on the devouring hellfire. And Xenon knew he failed all Provis. There might be some truth to the giddy foretelling of dozens of demons. He was witness to the power of Negistrissus. He knew Provis was in danger of being swallowed into nothingness. Chapter 44. Amorlik squatted against the corner of the outer wall, covering his head with both hands. The quaking from the explosive configuration halted, leaving only the crackling sounds of fire and the sizzle of steam. The battle with the Caesarans was silenced now. It was tense and fearful. No one alive dared to move. At the height of the fighting, nightmares were made real. Amorlik could not bring himself to think on it, would not give it words. If he did, he would begin to give it a shape and form. Minutes passed, maybe more. Amorlik could only guess as he huddled in still silence. He chanced to glance down to the mud at his feet. He trembled. Bits of burned and shredded carnage mixed into the wet earth. The sharp stench of urine reached his nose. He had wet himself. Why was he so afraid? Amorlik had never been this afraid of anything in his entire life. What about this was so terrifying? It was innate, raw, and primal. It was not the chaos that resulted from the long, uncertain battle with the Caesarans. They were never so terrifying as this. Something occurred that plucked at every involuntary cord in his being. Amorlik forced his hands down and his head up, willing away his fear. He was not the only one to have lost their dignity in the last few minutes. Some of his mother's finest mercenaries, including his own bodyguards, were lying in fetal positions, uncaring of the mud and maimed corpses around them. Many structures were leveled flat. Walls from the barracks collapsed, with 2 soldiers crushed in the debris. Their arms protruded from the rubble, clawed in a desperate, unanswered plea for escape. Deep pits in the ground were forced wide where the devastation blasted into the laboratories and forges below. Men were impaled, crushed flat, or torn limb from limb. Smaller fires continued to burn, absently licking at the wreckage. Beyond the walls, the once drooping willows were reduced to blackening spikes protruding from the boiling swamp muck. The bodies of alligators and snakes floated belly up, cooked to death. The iron spread of magic traps from the Bloodskate twins were melted to slag. The metal ooze still burned red beneath the swamp muck.
There was not a Kassaran corpse in sight. The cloud-piercing pillar of green fire found their mark in every Kassaran, living or dead. There was the strange blood-red pit, and Amorlik could not bring himself to remember the rest. It was better to think that the Kassarans were reduced to ashes and scattered. But Amorlik wondered why only the Kassarans were cremated. This appeared to be the work of a sorcery of some kind. Wouldn't a sorcerer have to be close enough to see their targets? He thought to give credit for their survival to the Bloodskate twins, but this kind of magic was not in their repertoire. Also, they were currently powerless. Maybe they were dead and buried beneath the debris right now. Or they were not. Their survival did not mean that much to him. For the time being, they would have to fend for themselves. Amorlik inspected the situation further. He needed to focus now and ignore his own fears. The slave kennels were broken to bits. The half-naked bodies were buried in decimated cages or flung to land at contorted angles. Some of the explosive barrels still above the ground were partly to blame for this. They were kept too close to the pens. He would have to reprimand the soldiers who did not think to move the remaining barrels out of harm's way. Amorlik's mother lost her entire compound's wealth of slave stock. He could not imagine there was much left in the compound that could be salvaged. Only a detailed and thorough cleanup would reveal what remained of value. "Get up!" Amorlik shouted, trying to avoid a pubescent-sounding crack in his voice. The answering movement was slow, only their heads raised as they dared a timid, incredulous glance at him. Amorlik lost his patience. "Get up, or I'll have the lot of you flogged with acid lashes!"
Begging your pardon, Lord Keeper, stammered a young sergeant of the darts. But are you fate's forsaken crazed? We do not know what just happened.
Amorlik stormed over to the hunched and squatting young soldier. He yanked his head back by his exposed long red hair before ramming a poisoned dagger into his throat. He let go and allowed him to fall and die. "Would anyone else care to speak words of insubordination?" Amorlik's stare was in a shout as he spread a challenging glance to everyone. "I'll tolerate no more whimpering in the mud. We need to sift through this. We need to find more able bodies, as well as Her Majesty's merchandise. We need to set up a camp perimeter and a watch, and we need all of this now!" Moral did not dare to move until the lightning no longer flashed in the dark sky. He would not raise his head until the first of dawn's glow crested the eastern ridge. He needed reassurance. He needed the world he knew to place light on his shoulders, to let him know that all was well. When he did raise his head to the morning light, he wiped away a trail of spit from the corner of his mouth. Moral still could not look directly into the east yet. What he saw in the night, in the revealing flashes of lightning, was more than just beyond logic. What the former Solis witnessed should have left him mad with terror. He looked around at Peral Glay. The Ivory City held many plazas and byways that were red and black 2 stories up. Blood and ashes had changed much of the White City's color, bathing it in a half-nightmare. He looked at the fallen bodies of the people, their white robes soaked in blood. What happened to the people of the fair capital was horrible, but Moral could not bring himself to condone the gruesome, merciless nightmare unleashed on the Kassarans. Moral saw much more than anyone in the city. He knew this because people were already helping each other to their feet, holding and reassuring each other. Their faces, though quivering with tears, told him they would sleep again. Moral was not sure he would be well enough to close his eyes. Sleep was out of the question for him. He would always see the way the Kassarans ripped each other apart. He would always see the giant creature eating them alive. Moral would always hear the screams. Moral, the composed intellectual archivist of the enlightened sun, fell to his hands and knees, weeping as he remembered. Beneath each body's racking sob, he blinked, and another horrifying image cast in the faint red glow played in his mind. He tilted his head back and screamed, howling with psychological agony. Moral felt hands on him, and he shoved them away, scrambling backwards until his back hit a wall. Though his vision was blurred with tears, he saw Neralise hunched low, approaching him slow.
"It's all right, Light Moral."
Neralise spoke soft, reaching for him slowly.
"It's all over now. All of it."
Moral shook his head with fervor, even as Neralise pulled him into her arms.
"No, it isn't over."
Moral's denial was sobbing and muffled against her.
"I watched hell unleash on our enemies. It can never be over. Or all right." "Then for now, Weep with me. We can stand another day.
Nerylise offered, allowing her own tears. Maloric opened his deep brown eyes warily. Though the eclipse was over and the thunderous clouds were gone, night had come. Tapestries fell to the ground to lay among piles of loose dust and chunks of marble. The explosions from within the palace shook and broke quite a bit. But that was merely the beginning of the chaos. Maloric was certain in an instant that the prisoners broke out of the dungeon. Marcellus did advise that they might try this. He also thought Lady Aimrine was correct to advise for Taranin's assistance. Even Maloric believed the Flame Witch of Dunwall would be more than enough help. The pandemonium erupted all over Palantir for the next hour. It was too much for the king or any of his advisors to make sense of any of it. Then the skies went dark in an ominous, unprecedented eclipse. The skies filled with the sound of a chant that made his blood run cold. Maloric watched from the throne through broken stained glass windows. Strange fires burned to the edge of the city. Screams sounded from far beyond the palace walls, from more throats than there were people. Their chilling cries filled the broken darkness. Maloric watched all this, even while his guards and Macellan curled in a crouch, hiding in the shadows of the pillar. His disappointment was centered on his queen. Even though she was the most morally bankrupt person he knew, though he had no way of proving it, she also projected at least a facade of fearlessness. Today, even Macellan cowered and trembled in terror. While Marcellus still out and trying to rally the Phoenix Legion in a desperate defense, Maloric was alone. He directed his thoughts to what Elysian would have done. He needed to draw an iota of courage from his deceased friend. Elysian died facing down a darkness not unlike this one, remaining stalwart till the end. Maloric would have to do the same. He started by prying his hands away from the armrest of his throne and stood up. Maloric's voice boomed in the cavernous silence.
I need a squad of 30 men, with cold compressors and splints by the gates by the time I get there.
You're a raving fool, Macellan hissed, not daring to raise her head. You have no idea what's transpired, yet you head into it brazenly. Maloric's answering smile was sarcastic.
My queen, I did not know you worried for me.
It is not worry for you, you blundering idiot. Fate, look behind your throne! Maloric turned and his brown eyes widened. In the darkness, what he saw should have been one of the first things he noticed. The huge, wide black sword, thought to be a replica and decoration, was lodged deep into the dais. It had hung on the wall high above the throne for as far back as Maloric could remember. His grandfather used to mystify him as a child by telling him it was there for 2,000 years. Now, not only was it stabbed into the dais, but the blade hummed with a pulsing red glow. Its dim light filled half the throne room and cast a tall shadow of Maloric and his throne. In answer to this day's dark secrets, another part of history revealed itself. This was, in fact, the massive sword of Calcis Morinroke, first king of Malkinor, Magus student of Yekrum, and a demon slayer since childhood. It stood to reason that the sword was active now. It was a living weapon, and it felt the presence of its ancient enemies, the Void Hands. That enigma would have to wait. There was nothing the sword could do to alleviate their current situation.
Be that as it may,
Maloric spoke steady, his eyes not removed from the glowing blade.
Right now, this bedlam would have ripped the certainty out from underneath the feet of our people. It is only right that we go to them, when fear grips them the most, and give them our support to stand together.
Your idealism will murder you, Macellan spat. But go ahead, fool. Go into that sulphurous stench and be torn asunder. I'll not stop your march into an unmarked grave of self-righteous heroism. Maloric paid her warnings no mind as he strode out to the throne room. 2 guards were quick to comply, rushing ahead in search of volunteers. As Maloric shoved through the double doors, he was greeted with the wreckage of the explosions. The torches still burned in the iron sconces. They cast the glow on overturned tables, shattered porcelain, and crystal decorations. In the darkness and broken aftermath, the palace was frightful and bleak. Many of the palace servants showed no sign of seeing the cloud-piercing towers of green light. They knew it was unnaturally dark, and they might have heard the inhuman chanting,
but their fear did not stretch beyond that. Fortunate enough to be sheltered from the full magnitude, they held the presence of mind to see to other servants and soldiers who were crouched and cringing in the dark. They were quick to examine for head injuries from falling debris, and then other open wounds. The stairwell that ran the height of the center of the palace was partially obstructed by corpses and piles of marble. Soldiers and servants worked in tandem to clear the stairwell, but there was only enough room to work in single file. Mallory found an alternative way to the ground. He was met by Marcellus as the Lord General ascended from the basement. Marcellus was accompanied by 5 soldiers while he supported Terranin as she leaned onto his shoulder. Terranin had 2 bleeding cuts on her head, one on her scalp, and another above her left temple. Her brown farmer's dress and gray robe were ripped, revealing many more cuts and angry dark bruises. Her left arm hung uselessly, covered in fresh blood mingled in a thick layer of dust. There were deep red welts that explained that the men had to reset her shoulder.
She can't talk now, Your Majesty.
Marcellus preemptively stopped the questions.
I think she may have been concussed. We had to free her from a large pile of rubble. She has no magic, and she needs a healer.
Mallory looked her over and nodded.
Very well, Lord General. See to her. Then gather some men and join me in the city. We have much to do.
I can help,
Terranin protested even as her eyes drooped. Mallory shook his head.
I'll have none of that now, Torch Terranin. Let us tend to your wounds and, by the fates, stay awake.
That bothered Mallory as he left them. Terranin had no magic, and he saw no one from the enlightened sun at work. The pillars of light were the last magic he saw. How much work would have to be done by hand? How many people would die without sorcery to heal them? Chapter 45. Negistrissus relinquished his control in a dense, cool forest far north of Stratia's main nations. The trees were as wide as 5 men and as tall as towers. The smell of forest earth and pine was thick and soothing, filling each breath with fresh invigoration. Rylan needed that now. The vibrancy of this forest fortified his will. The black clothes were gone, and in their place was his normal green coat, blue tunic, and brown pants. His pallor and vision were normal as well. The aspect of vengeance departed with all the telltale signs of the Void Triangle. Rylan saw his emerald displacement staff was also returning to him. How and when did he retrieve it from the Arctic? But now, he was weak and feverish. He leaned heavily on his emerald staff to keep from falling over. Rylan inhaled the cool, pungent air and collected his thoughts. Looking at the massive trees and the rocky outcroppings that broke through the forest foliage, he guessed he was about halfway between the nations and the Arctic. That would place him in the heart of the northern wastes. He knew this because it wasn't hot or muggy like the other nations would be in the summer. And it was not the endless winter of the Arctic North. Rylan squinted to look through the dense umbrella of forest branches overhead. The sunlight that spilled through revealed the time to be mid-morning. To his left was an incline that descended far from view. If he tried to walk this downhill path, his legs would succumb to gravity. To his right, the climb was a steep ascent. Why was it so much later in another day? Why was he in the northern wastes? His thoughts were fleeting and random, the more he tried to concentrate. He placed the end of his staff ahead, pulling himself uphill with shaking and buckling legs. Between his inability to focus and the weakness in his body, it was a grueling climb. Sweat dripped from his brow and stung his eyes. His breathing labored in the thinner air and high elevation. A deep, subtle cold clashed with an uncomfortable warmth, seizing his head and back. Rylan had a growing fever. He needed to find a place to rest soon. Rylan closed his eyes against the strain and instantly regretted it. Kentakira's blackened main body filled his mind's eye, held up triumphantly by the neck. Her agonized cries blasted and rebounded in the recesses of his mind. The aspect of vengeance promised an all-encompassing solution, but Rylan did not expect it would be so horrifying. "War is horrible, Rylan," came the aspect's cold, familiar voice in his mind. "When we are consumed by it, it forces us to do terrible things and make terrible choices. The Kasarans knew this, and that is why they nearly killed us all. They were looking for you, for me, all along."
It could have ended sooner! Rylan hissed between clenched teeth. Thinking about arguing was more difficult as the fever pressed on him. The aspect laughed. Are you still thinking with altruistic simplicity? It is as foolish to believe one sacrifice martyr could have prevented so much as it is to believe one display of power could accomplish the same thing. The appearance of the Void Triangle made a valid reason for them to strike, but in time, they would have done so anyway. If they executed us, they would have then justified genocide with the belief that any Stratian would become a Void disciple. But you allied with those that started all this, Rylan accused, his voice rising. They killed the leadership of the Enlightened Sun. You killed Martenin and gave the Cassarans reason to strike the Citadel without mercy. They murdered Elysian! That last is wrong. The Grand Illumination chose self-sacrifice to evade the inevitable, just as you suggested we do. It was met with the same result. Failure. The aspect's point struck home, painfully. As Negistrisis, I couldn't help but observe something valid. The aspect continued. I observed the same fear and pain in those Cassaran eyes that was present in the murdered people of Tilzen. Just as the Cassarans were the nightmare existence to the peaceful lives, we were the ultimate nightmare of their entire history. I once held the chance to rid the world of the Void Triangle forever. But they spoke a truth and potential I could not ignore. I saw this truth when we crushed the Cassaran army. The greater the fear an enforcer can impose, the more resilient will be the compliance to justice. Rylan spat. Those are the words of a tyrant! Think what you will. I can take ease with the knowledge that there will never be so much as a thought of a Cassaran invasion for more than 10 millennia. Their histories record events very well. Condemning souls is no justice! Rylan shouted as the aspect took visible shape in front of him. What of butchering children as they flee before you? The aspect snapped back angrily. By their ideology, their power granted them sufficient supremacy to dictate life and death. But that same ideology, I passed judgment. They were found guilty, and their sentence equals the lives and potential they ended. It is justice, in perfect, symmetrical form. Rylan gritted his teeth, refusing to look at the aspect. Perhaps he was too feverish, and his thoughts were too scattered. But the aspect had a ready deflection for his every argument. The real problem was that the aspect was making sense. Rylan grudgingly admitted to himself that a tiny part of him agreed with his unforgivable rationale. The aspect turned and pointed uphill. In about 400 feet, you will see a place where you may rest undisturbed. With your condition, you may arrive before evening if you go now. You may choose to thank me for transferring the displacement staff in place of the Staff of the Abyss. You will need it to climb in your weakened state. Without farewell, the aspect of vengeance blurred and vanished like a thick wisp of smoke. Rylan began his climb to a haven to rest for the next few days. 400 feet sounded like a short distance to Rylan, but he was mistaken. Under ideal conditions, the footing on the peak was treacherous. The rocky, jagged protrusions were twice as tall as a man, or as small as the height of his shin and toes. The loose dust and redwood leavings created slippery surfaces in these rocky forests. The most promising paths were frequently obstructed by thickets of poison ivy and stinging nettle. Rylan's fever and weak legs made the trek all but impossible. He fell often, earning new bruises and aches. His pants and coat were open with dozens of tears, even as rocks wore through the thick soles of his boots. The aid of his staff was the only reason he could continue the climb at all. He had to lean heavily on it often when it was not used to assist him in traversing the difficult path. Maybe it was just his delirious mind, but Rylan began to see the traveling pains as a penance for every life-costing mistake he made during the war. He would not allow himself to remain on his backside. He stood up again and again, walking and allowing karma to exact its toll from him. Rylan looked around often to appreciate the verdant landscape. The trees would not permit a view beyond the peak he climbed, but the wild, merciless growth reminded him of the uninhabited wild hills many miles east of Palanzer. He wondered if this mountain range held similar dead-end canyons and labyrinthine caves. The difference became obvious when the dense forest revealed a less wooded clearing and an abandoned modest gray stone cottage. That anyone could ever live in such an inhospitable place was remarkable, but Ryland began to feel something strange as he drew closer. It had a triangular wood roof that was rotting open in patches. A dusty stairway was piled with the remains of a long awning that decayed and succumbed to gravity. There were 2 windows at the front, but the glass was long since broken. There was a cutting stump to the left, but moss claimed the wood and trapped a rusty axe inside it. Ryland knelt to find brittle pieces of a tanning rack that crumbled in his hands. Still, the aspect was right. It was a place to rest undisturbed. Ryland stumbled up the steps and pushed his way through a thick wooden door. The hinges filled the air with a rusty scream of metal. Inside was small, bordering claustrophobic. There were 2 empty thresholds leading to cubby-sized bedchambers. The main room tried to provide everything in one tiny space. There was a stone hearth. Markings in the thick debris hinted at armchairs and a table that were either stolen or swallowed up in time and decay. Ryland tried to imagine what this place must have been like before it was abandoned. His mind supplied him with an image that was not unlike the hovel Ryland called home for so many years. The air would have been stale and moldy were it not for the broken windows and sagging roof. The openings brought in fresh forest drafts that stirred the layer of litter. Close to the deep stone hearth, under a resistant patch of roof, there was a single bed and end table. The bed was little more than a crude stained mattress held by a rusty iron frame and posts. Ryland pushed down on the cold surface and found it would still support weight. He laid his emerald staff down beside the bed and took off his coat. He laid down and used the coat as a blanket. He looked up through the gaps above. He began to drift into sleep while he watched the afternoon fade into dusk. Deep sleep came much easier than he thought the fever would permit. Ryland opened his eyes in total darkness. He was covered in a layer of soft comfort much thicker and bigger than his coat. His shirt was off, and a cold, damp cloth was folded and placed across his forehead. He scanned the darkness. His weak eyes shifted and searched for the unknown benefactor. He found no one. The aspect's voice broke a silence that was foreign for any forest at night. "He comes with me now. He has rested enough," the aspect of vengeance demanded. Ryland listened close, but if what he heard was an answer, he could not discern it. Low whispers, only a little louder than the rustle of leaves, held a defiant edge. "Do not stand in our way. You do not possess enough strength," the aspect warned, his threat low and chilling. In retort, a howling gale blew through the small den, casting dust, leaves, and decayed bits into the air. The thick blanket, the damp cloth, and Ryland's belongings remained still. This lasted for a few minutes before the deafening wind subsided. "I should not have allowed him to stop us from traveling to the forgotten catacombs of Narrenmoor," the aspect grumbled in grudging frustration before Ryland felt his absence. But this did not mean Ryland felt he was alone. He could not see anyone else, but he felt watched. Ryland also felt safe. Ryland was not afraid when the rim of cold tin cup was placed gently against his lips. He looked for a hand or arm as the cup was lifted carefully. The liquid was slightly bitter, but the cool water soothed his parched throat. Even as the cup lifted within sight, there were no hands. Ryland thought to question his unseen caregiver out loud, but his eyes became heavy with the renewed need for sleep. Ryland dreamed of a forest glade, of towering redwoods around a meadow of waist-high grasses, dappled with red and purple wildflowers. At the far end of the wide clearing, a shallow stream fed into a pond only deep enough to wade up to the hips. Dragonflies hummed through the air beneath the sky, mixed with light and dark gray clouds. There was a vividly potent quality to the world around him. The forests and meadows were a fit for the mountains that harbored him. The air caressed his exposed skin with gentle breezes. The smell of the flowers, trees, and the water filled his nose and settled deep in his lungs. Ryland was only surprised when he noticed the large boulder at one end of the pond. A woman sat on top of the stone, her hands wrapped around one knee, drawn up close. She was a tall, middle-aged woman with a thick brown hair. The loose leather clothes made it difficult to define her shape beyond her height. Her deerskin tunic and pants were complemented with similar shoes. Her face was gentle and warm, adorned only with inviting laugh lines. There was something familiar about the narrow face and hard-angled cheekbones. Her brown eyes were expressive, but they were focused and hard in contrast. She looked up from the rippling surface of the water with an unreadable expression.
I think this is the only way we could talk.
She patted the surface of the boulders.
Please sit.
Ryland didn't know why he was quick to comply with the stranger. Maybe it was the sense of familiarity. He could trust her without understanding what formed such blind certainty.
He would be here to talk himself, but he has a lot of work. He always works too hard, even though he should rest now.
Ryland nodded, masking his confusion. Her meaning was lost on him now, but he knew she would help him to understand in her own due time.
It was hard getting your attention, Ryland. You were so weak you barely felt my invitation. If your aspect had it his way, you would already be gone. You began to stir when you ended the war. That is what allowed you to pull apart.
Some of the woman's meaning began to filter into Ryland's understanding. I pulled away? So you called me to come to the northern wastes. Here, I can rest and recover without slipping away again. She closed her eyes and shook her head.
It's not enough. I'm giving you all I can, but I can only manage this for so long. I need you to fight and hang on to what you have always been. I will do everything I can to help. After all, we are all in grave danger if I don't.
She sighed.
He should not have simply left him in the current. It wasn't enough. He needed to disperse him entirely. The rules for such an existence are vastly different if you are strong enough to survive.
She laughed, a pleasant sound that filled the meadow.
But he does not listen. He never did. But they never listen to us, do they?
The last was especially confusing, but there were layers of meaning shrouded deep.
It's almost time for you to wake, Ryland. We must both hang on together. Help will arrive. I am already sending the message. Remember all the good you have come to cherish, and let it burn bright within you.
With that, Ryland opened his eyes to the dark ruins of the cottage around him. As he lay staring up through the roof, he noticed two peculiar details. There was warmth. Dim light filled the dark with a flickering orange glow. Ryland turned his head and saw fire blazing in the hearth. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of seasoned meat. His stomach grumbled when he saw a tin plate of pulled rabbit bits. There was another cup of strange bitter liquid. In the thick layer of dust on the table, a finger scrawled the words eat and drink. There was also the word fever, with a picture of an arrow pointing down. Ryland sat up in bed, his body protesting with lead and weakness. His arms and legs trembled as he reached for the plate of food. He thought he would devour the meat with ravenous abandon, but his pace was lethargic and slow. He continued to feel the gaze on him while he ate. The hidden gaze did not hold the overwhelming piercing quality it did before. Whoever was watching him, they did not do so with ill intent. Ryland placed the empty plate down and drank the bitter water again. The water must have been laced with a concoction that brought his fever down and helped him sleep deep. So, it was not a surprise when his eyelids became heavy again. As he drifted, Ryland absently accepted the idea that he was sleeping in a haunted cottage. It was not a horrifying concept. The spirit was doing everything possible to heal him. Ryland sat on the boulder next to the pond again. The woman was there. This time, there was a hunting bow beside her. Her gaze focused on sharpening an arrowhead against a flat stone. Ryland looked at her hands. There was a wrinkled, aged frailty to them. Were her hands aging faster than the rest of her? She looked up at him with a warm smile and tired eyes.
I'll be fine, she reassured. Doing things that I did when I lived, it takes so much more out of me.
You're the spirit! It was your home! Ryland gasped. She chuckled, pointing the arrow at him.
I hope the fever is what took you so long to figure that out, or he might be putting all his hopes on the wrong one.
The question from Ryland was a simple one. Why? She sighed with exasperation.
Your fever must be up. You were quicker the last time we spoke.
She put down the arrow and turned to look at him with a stern gaze.
Firstly, he put so much of his hopes in you. He died, willing, and gave his spirit for you, which leads me to the second reason. What you did
nearly rendered his sacrifice meaningless. Her voice held an angry edge, and the overcast skies began to darken. The air became colder. Yes, I know you had no choice then, but you made choices that led to that moment. It was almost enough to make me kill you when I had the chance. A part of me believes I still should, but while he worked for so much, he rarely hoped for anything. I won't take that from him now. I will take my chances, even though you were a danger to all of us. Rylan conformed to the tension of the silence, feeling awkward and nervous. He was not oblivious or asleep through Negistrissus. He was aware of all of it. The dark and terrible knowledge Createn held was still in him. He found no fault in this spirit woman for wanting to kill him because of the danger he posed. But he could still also conjure the mental image of what it would be like if she were determined to end him rather than aid him. Death at the hands of a disembodied spirit was a terrifying concept. She sighed, and the sky lightened a little. She looked like she wanted to think about anything else. The young lady you love so much, Aimrine? I want you to close your eyes and think about her. See her in your mind as clearly as you can. Every detail. Rylan held back the impulse to ask how she knew so much about him. He was living on borrowed generosity. Obedience was the best course of action. He closed his eyes, imagining Aimrine's almond complexion, the curves of her shape. He imagined her in the blue silk dress she favored when she wanted to entice his touch. He saw the warmth of her smile and the compassion and curiosity in her green eyes. He imagined the tickle of her long hair against his arms while his hands clasped behind her back and waist. He felt the heat of her presence and the press of her body against him. He imagined the heady smell of roses all about her. He felt and saw her so clear that it brought a pang of longing. Was she all right? Did Negistrissus stop Kentikira from killing her? Above all that he did, little mattered as much as saving her. The spirit broke the silence. Now, open your eyes. Rylan complied. Aimrine stood in the grasses as vivid as his mind imagined. It was not truly her, though. Do not view it as an illusion or deception. She is everything to you, and so you can see her here. That will help you remain who you are, Rylan. Seeing what you cherish will give your soul strength. It will remind you of why you fight. Rylan nodded solemnly. He did need to ease the burden on the spirit woman. The strain was heavy on her, siphoning at her resolve in a fundamental way. How long since the seal of stagnation was broken? Rylan managed, needing to take stock of his present situation. She rolled her eyes, mulling the time and numbers. 3 days. What happens if this is too much for you? Her answering smile was sad. If I am not strong enough, then I will never be with what I cherish again. You don't have to do this. I only just told you that I would end your life with the hands of a ghost, and you worry that I miss my chance for eternal peace? Her laugh was as weak and sad as her smile. That is selfless and sweet, Rylan. That is why he believes in you. Her smile faded. But I do have to do this. Your soul will not remain on its own. You are not strong enough. Anyway, it's only 2 more days. He had to bar the Aspect's way for more than a year. That is small in comparison. Rylan sat in contemplative silence, looking at his boots. He pondered everything she said to him so far. There were clues in her words, things she said in a very indirect manner. Then Rylan's eyes widened in a flash of realization. The unnamed man she spoke of would have to be Elysian. The pieces of the puzzle came together in his mind. Where he was, the cottage, and all her words. Rylan gasped as the truth dawned on him. You were Spark Elysian's mother! He spent his childhood here! Her face lit up with a radiant, infectious smile. The clouds broke, allowing a bright beam of sunlight to pour down on her. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes, basking in the dream sun's warmth. It feels good to hear his name again. When we cross completely, it all comes back to us. In the space between life and death, we forget so much. I was always so proud of Elysian. I loved and missed him so much. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye. Rylan watched as she struggled to contain it. His last thoughts were for you, Rylan. When he found out they were after you, it broke him.
Do you know how it wounds a mother to watch her child's heart break? He was on his knees while those cruel fiends laughed. I could do nothing, but my darling Elysian, my brave, strong baby boy, it meant so much to him that he offered his life and spirit. He did not regret or hesitate. It was not even a matter of debate for him.
She gripped Ryland's shoulders with cold hands as hard as iron, her fingers digging painfully into his flesh. Her face lost the warm visage of a middle-aged mother. The skin dried, pulling back against her skull while her eyes disappeared, leaving dark, empty sockets. When she spoke, her voice boomed across the meadow.
You believe he saved all you hold dear! You believe he struck down all your enemies! You believe the war has come to an end! And you are mistaken! Your enemy stalks you, and he is relentless.
Ryland jolted up to a sitting position in bed, soaked in sweat. His breathing was rapid and heavy. New aches flared in his shoulders. He looked down at the bare skin. There were a multitude of dark, angry bruises, with bleeding puncture marks in 10 places. Everything was illuminated in the pale glow of dawn. The sun had yet to climb high enough to reach down the slope. Ryland looked around the den, and his fearful chill deepened. On every surface, scrawled in the dust and debris thousands of times over, there were 2 words repeated with urgent fervor.
No fail.
Chapter 46. The next day, Ryland's condition improved. He sat up and ate, drinking the medicine water, and he felt more lucid. He would sit cross-legged on the bed as the rays of sunlight spilled through the roof. He attempted a meditation that was common for novices before the fall of the mage clans. It was a breathing exercise that improved blood flow and calmed the mind. It was designed to prepare the body to draw from the endless current. Ryland could not attempt the meditation during the night. He already tried. The night before, as Ryland closed his eyes, he was greeted with visions of Negistrissus. He looked into the dark pupils of his cold, colorless eyes. The looming black figure floated. Tendrils of cold flame licked and lashed from his pores.
Enough! Ryland, withdraw!
Shouted the spirit of Elysian's mother, Annaleth. Ryland opened his eyes in a frightened gasp. There was no one in the darkness, so Ryland lay awake in bed, staring up at the view of the stars and the pale half-moon. In the restless hours, he thought about everyone in Palantir and the Order. Imrine occupied many of his thoughts. Where would their courtship go from this point on? After all the chaos, Maysellen was certain to insist on Amorlix's return. The Queen would also insist on rushing him into marriage with Imrine. That would end their taboo courting. Annaleth voiced her opinion in the next dream in the meadow. It was the 3rd night, and she was losing a lot of energy. Her hands were bony and transparent in places. Her thin hair hung in wispy white coarse threads. Her clothes were large and heavy, while her arms and legs were stick-thin and brittle. What makes you believe you can be sure of any future, when it's a future of love? Annaleth's hoarse voice croaked.
Need I remind you that if mortals could be so sure of fate, I would have killed you by now.
Ryland ignored the now frequent reminder that he survived on Annaleth's good graces. She was not doing it in the sense of posturing, but the threat was old and tired. If this all passes as I believe it may, it is a matter between kings and queens. I have no voice there. It sounded pessimistic and irrational, even as he spoke.
What you are truly being is a fool, Ryland,
Annaleth bluntly chastised.
I do not believe my son would select one who would lie in submissive defeat with such ease. These matters have a way of escaping the hands of monarchs and rulers.
It was something for Ryland to ponder, and a reason to hold tight to what he cherished. Such downtrodden meanderings were little more than an effort to break him down from within. On the 4th day, events took a turn for the worse. A cold wind and gray skies brought a rain that turned to a heavy downpour within an hour. Lightning flashed in sporadic bursts around the cottage. Thunder rumbled with sufficient violence to quake the walls. Layers of dust and mold fell from above, mingling with the rain to become a chunky wet mud. Annaleth tried to bring down large branches to cover the holes above, but the decaying rooftop groaned in protest at the additional weight. There was little the spirit woman could do, and the rain tested her resolve as it continued to soak everything throughout the day. With so much exposure to the cold, wet mountain weather, A fresh wave of fatigue and aches assaulted Rylan. His fever returned, and there was little he or Annaleth could do for it. Nature was determined to test their determination personally. Several times, Rylan opened his eyes and saw thin wisps of smoke in the hearth. They were failed attempts for even a strong spirit to start a fire. The weather proved to be a harbinger of a long and terrible night. Rylan opened his eyes to the dark and cold world after dusk. The aspect of vengeance returned, his voice dripping with contempt. The rain and lightning continued with more aggression than before, responding to the coming spirit confrontation. In the darkness of the woods, halted just outside the broken walls and windows, there were dozens of pairs of flickering red and green lights. They were lesser demons. Alone, each might be irrelevant for a strong spirit and adept sorcerer, but they came in adequate numbers to aid the aspect. Desist, ghost hag. He is dying of a different fever entirely. His death at this moment would be too great a waste to accept. Rylan could not see the aspect, but his anger was clear. The howling winds and hard whispers that argued defiantly with the aspect before were greatly subdued now. Annaleth was much weaker than their first encounter. Rylan worried that she might not be able to bar the aspect's approach this time. As weak as he was, Rylan felt dismissed and embarrassed. He hated being protected by the spirit of a woman who should be resting in peace. He thought about Ishel. She did not stand by idly while children gave up their lives in battle. He was far from the boy who resided in the outskirts, who needed to be protected. He was a young man and a sorcerer. If his fate was in question, it was his responsibility to make it his own and fight. Your deception was as cowardly as it was abominable. Rylan sat up, directing his angry gaze into the darkness. I saved all Estratia. Everyone you love, fool! The aspect retorted. And you believe this dark rescue entitles you to some sort of war prize? If you foresaw the potential actions and outcomes, as you claim you can with no spared repetition, then you are just as at fault as I am, Rylan shouted. It means you knew the raw displacement cloak on the 3 guilders would accomplish nothing. It would not cause them to reconsider and return to their empire. It means you knew about the seal of stagnation, even before the duel with Xenon Roll. Fates! You may have known about the raising of Tilzen long before the Cassarans arrived. You say you seek justice, but I name you liar. I say you merely desired to become Negistrissus and wield the power of a dark god. You wanted to preside in judgment over life, death, and eternity. Well, you may now judge and sentence yourself. Your undisclosed foreknowledge places the blood of thousands on your hands as well. You knew, and you did nothing. The aspect spoke low and menacing. Rylan imagined the cruel, cold smile that played on its face. Weak, stupid Rylan. I brought many of the children of nothing. You are powerless, hiding behind the skirts of a frail shade. You are in no position to deny me. Allow you and I to be complete once more. Ah! Rylan wagged his finger. Therein lies the truth of it all. I am not powerless. Our restored separation gave me the power of choice. You cannot have what I will not give. You may threaten with demons, and you barge in uninvited, but they, like you, can do nothing. Empty words, Aspect. All empty words. Silence and storm answered Rylan. He felt the Aspect staring with enraged consternation. I came offering to save your miserable life, so that you may return to the nations. I come offering a gift, and you hurl it in my face? The Aspect hissed with venom. So be it. You lack the will to do what needs to be done. May your mundane, pathetic fever kill you, and may your spirit wander just out of reach of a marine's embrace. A long series of lightning flashes filled the cottage. The glow of eyes vanished, and Rylan did not feel the cold presence of the Aspect for the rest of the night. The night and the storm quieted after their confrontation. The rains decreased to a weak drizzle, while the thunder rumbled distant and low. Gentle, fresh winds brushed the forest trees with cold whispers in the darkness. Rylan passed in and out of dreams that bled into his delirious waking world. His head was heavy and stuffed when he woke. He was covered in a layer of mixed moisture of rain and sweat.
Ryland struggled against the crushing weight of his fever dreams. His mind wandered to his mother and father and everyone he fought for. There were 2 ailments to battle, but he would not be found lacking now. It was the longest night and struggle of his life. There was no way to measure the passing time. Every cool breath was long and grueling, stretching moments into years. Time drifted into an endless abyss, instantly fashioned kaleidoscopes in his fevered perception. It was a mad limbo where crazed visions danced around him in a ceaseless circle. Faces of the living and dead played in silent, vague maelstroms, dancing at the edge of shadows. Ryland shut his eyes. In sleep, he returned to the greater insanity of his fitful dreams. Would these relentless stirrings pass the time with greater mercy? The bed shifted many hours later. "One for each element on every side! Hurry!" The urgent male voice was familiar. At first, Ryland would not open his eyes. The glare of light, even with his eyes closed, caused his forehead to throb with insistent aches. How did he feed and care for himself? How did he last this long? The last inquirer was a less familiar woman. The same spirit who called to me in a dream has been caring for him. Ryland refused to remain locked in a helpless fever as he was during the displacement potential reckoning. His awareness latched out to that sense of familiarity, forcing his memories to cooperate with him. Ryland opened his eyes. Painful morning light flooded his vision. "Light Morale!" Ryland's voice was a weak croak. "Good work breaking his fever chill so quickly, Light Mathis," Morale congratulated. The dark-haired Katani shook his head. "He is pushing through 2 diseases with his own will, Light Morale. I am quite impressed. The physical fever should be enough to dull his mind, but this spirit, Milady, should be crushing him." "Where were all of you? Light Ishel! The renegades! We all needed you!" Ryland accused. Morale answered Ryland. "We settled in Peroglay before the full onslaught began. When the Lancers were butchered, we knew the capital would rely on us for survival. We had no word. We thought the rest of the Order perished." Morale looked away. His expression panged deeply. "I know. When it was safe, I returned to the Citadel for information. We could no more rush to their defense than yours. We kept an illusion over Peroglay to deceive the Cassarans. No one entered or left the city. It was the only way we could keep the people safe." Ryland gave a weak nod of acceptance, jarring the aches of his fever a little. "Now, you need to rest. Your spirit is in a terrible state. Sleep." Morale infused the order with a gentle push of the endless current. Ryland was sound asleep in seconds. Chapter 47. Isho and Solus Lauren arrived at the debilitated forest cottage in the late morning. The air was thick with the smell of fresh rain and sweet forest growth. Birdsong chittered in the heights of the trees at a tentative distance from the cottage. The hum of the endless current was thick in this clearing. A small crowd of Solas loitered about from the outside of the ruined walls, speaking in hushed and nervous volumes. They were at ease in the cooler mountain air. The endless current bolstered their tolerance against the chill. Ishel empathized. It was a great relief to gather those infinite vibrations. The past 5 days left her feeling useless as she walked the battle-ravaged streets. This was compounded as she listened to the cries of the sick and injured. She watched the number of graves increase well after the burial of those who fell in battle. Ishel was the daughter of a blacksmith, even before becoming a sorceress. Her father reminded her every day she visited him that her strength was more than just magic. So Ishel helped Aimrine and her troop of healers any way she could. She poured her frustrations into a shovel as she helped bury the dead. Ishel halted her reminiscence and climbed the cluttered steps of the cottage. She stopped at the broken remains of the door to take stock of the situation. She relegated the signs of decay to obvious backdrop, focusing her attention on Moral, Neralise, and the 3 evokers Ishel only knew in passing. Moral held open a book in his lap with the 4 other Solas stood around a bed. They were concentrating on maintaining a complex series of spell shapes. The energies were bound to Ryland. He lay in the bed, sleeping, covered in sweat. His face was pale. But it was enough to contradict the rumors that were passing between legionnaires, villagers, and renegades. They insisted they saw Ryland's shape in the darkness of the eclipse. They spread the impossible rumor that he was their terrifying rescuer, a Void Hand. Ishel put those weighted suspicions down angrily. Her friend was sick, and Moral sent for her to help. She would not allow poorly placed fears to grip her in hesitation in front of Ryland again. After a moment, Moral looked up to the front door, blinking in bewilderment. Ah, Light Ishel! It is good that you are here. Moral put aside the large leather book and stood up to embrace her in greeting. There was a trembling quality in his arms, and a trace of veins in his eyes that told that he was not sleeping well. My, but the war has made you formidable, hasn't it? Moral complimented. There were many unpleasant things to say that came to Ishel's mind. She shoved it down. While she was just grateful to see any Solus still alive, she was concerned for Rylan. War only ever takes more than it will give, Light Moral. Whatever strength I have gained is the smallest consolation when compared to the enormous loss of lives. Moral nodded. Of course, which is why I need your help to prevent the loss of one more. Ishel looked at Rylan questioningly. Displaced potential reckoning again? It is far from deadly, Light Moral. He only needs rest. The look on Moral's face was as comical as it was dumbfounded. Displaced potential reckoning? What tome mentions that? Moral shook his head, banishing a parade of questions for the moment. Regardless, that is not what ails him. I assume his condition is much worse than what you are familiar with. His soul is barely tethered to his body. What? Ishel gasped, taking a steady step back. Are you sure? How can you be certain? No healer would know. Just as there are prerequisite skills for Solus, there are those for Ard Solus, Moral explained. A Solus must spend 5 to 10 years in service to the world and the people, and must demonstrate adept knowledge of spirit spell shapes. Martanen did not allow us to begin our service, so I took advantage of my abundant time in the archives to study. Isho looked at Rylan. Then she looked at the interior of the ruined cottage. She thought about when he was last seen, and his acceptance of the duel was seen in roll. How did he get here? Ishel scrunched her brow and thought. If he was in such a condition after fighting Xenon Roll? Moral gasped with interrupting alarm. He fought the Crimson Emperor's fist? Fate's light, Ishel! That explains much. That is one monster on the battlefield. He reclaimed and expanded the Kasseran Empire more in the past 5 decades than in the last 8 centuries. Ishel shrugged aside the accomplishments of the enemy leader. That still leads me to ask how he got here from the Arctic North. How has he lasted this long in such a state? Moral smiled. He had help. This is no ordinary cottage in the northern wastes. It is haunted by a most benevolent spirit. Light Rylan likely had help in getting here. The same spirit sent for me in my dreams. I was shown where to find this place and when I could arrive. All the while, the host seems to have been focusing all their efforts on tending to his condition. Ishel took in the surprising information with an ease she found unusual. She had heard many stories about homes that were haunted as a child. Much like the horrifying tales of the Void Hands, she spent years believing they were only so much nonsense. Recent events forced her to change her views about the evil sorcerers. Accepting spirits in haunted abodes was not much of a stretch from that perspective. As a matter of curiosity, Ishel closed her eyes and quieted her mind. Now she was not simply taking in the endless current. Her elemental affinity rekindled and resumed the sensitivity she had at the start of the war. The air shifted in response to the spell shaping from the 4 Solus standing around Rylan. She felt the aggressive haste of the fire, the swiftness of the air, the implacable hardness of the earth, and the fluid coolness of the water. They were shaped into subtle forms as transparent as mist vapors. They converged and pooled into a protective humming dome over Rylan's body. Ishel's senses drifted further into the cottage. There was a conflicted tension in the air. It felt both urgent and tired. It felt like walking into a long and senseless argument. Was it the result of the spirit's expended energy? She held no real knowledge of such things, but her intuition told her there was more to it. Moral interjected against her inner observations. In any event, finding you was not that simple. To be pointed, I need your help to save Light Rylan. Ishel blinked, wondering why Moral would begin to believe she would refuse. Moral was quick to raise a stating hand. He turned and opened the book he was reading, offering it to her. Before you rush to agree, you should know what I'm asking of you. Go on. The circumstances outweigh your curriculum and the Order's protocols. Moral was referring to the rule of the Order forbidding torches and less advanced initiates from delving into Ard Solus knowledge. Ishel accepted the book and began reading. Ishel read the intricate and ancient ritual Moral intended to use to save Rylan. A moment later, her face warmed with an undeniable blush. After several detailed paragraphs, charts, and instructions,
Ishel doubled over with an outburst of laughter that stole her breath. Ishel felt Light Moral's stare of confusion, but she needed to breathe before she could speak, let alone answer.
Dear me, Light Moral, but you appear to misunderstand the nature of my bond with him. I cannot assist you in this capacity.
Moral's expression was painfully mortified.
His soul is in the balance. How can you speak so and laugh?
Ishel raised her hand, shaking her head as much to dismiss the laughter.
I will perform the ritual, but I have someone in mind who is better suited to help in the method you intend. Do you believe you can hold this spirit tethered for several more hours?
Moral sighed, resigned, and slumped his shoulders.
It's a lot to ask of us, Light Ishel. The 4-element spirit cocoon is equally intricate and strenuous. The delicate balance of the 4 elements and their constant shaping and weaving could be very tenuous. We have to work in shifts of an hour, or we may exhaust, or worse.
Ishel nodded with solemn agreement. She was witness to several current dissolutions. She harbored no desire to see it occur to any other light.
I will be as swift as I am able. Understand me when I say that I am about to attempt something nearly as delicate.
Moral paused, inhaling deeply. Ishel was amazed that he could draw a refreshing breath here. The smell of mold and rotting wood was as thick as the rich, sharp musk of the forest outside.
We will hold all our strength, Moral promised. Waste no instant, Light Ishel.
Ishel's answering smile was bold and broad.
None, Light Moral.
Ishel turned and left the cottage. She wanted to tell the men and women gathered here that it warmed her to see so many souls alive. Whatever the circumstances that allowed it, she felt a surge of hope. The Order of the Enlightened Sun would rise again, meeting the hard work Stratia demanded of them. That, in turn, brought her a second piece of glad tidings. Ishel felt giddy to think about it. Nearly 4 years ago, Ishel made a silent pact with herself. Today, she believed she could fulfill that vow. Chapter 48. An eager, predatory smile played on the deep red lips of Macelin Morinroke. Her stride was long and filled with purpose and energy. Her crimson velvet gown billowed in tandem with her long, braided black hair. She was flanked by 2 blonde handmaidens in pink silk dresses. They struggled to keep pace. Macelin held no thought for them. The Queen of Malkinor felt the tide of events turn in her favor as she approached the throne room. The invasion was a terrifying thing, and for a time it forced her to reconsider withholding her forces. But everything transpired better than she could ever hope for. In the early morning, just as the sun crested the eastern rise, Macelin sent a courier bird to the swamps of Narenmore. A message was sent from a courier bird in her Narenmore stronghold, telling her of Amorlic's collective successes. It was time for him to return to Palantir. His ingenuity allowed 200 men to withstand repeated sieges against her compound. He developed new, deadly weapons and toxins beyond even her own capacities. He safeguarded many workers and slaves until the very end of the repeated sieges, losing them only to an all-out assault. Most of these triumphs he achieved with minimal supplies and no reinforcements, even before she employed the assistance of the Bloodscape twins. He was far too talented now to be anywhere but the center of events, which brought Macelin to the next wondrous news to reach her. Most of the rulers of Stratia were unaccounted for. Macelin was aware of the plot between Lysindric Darren and Delkit Mazeneth to mercifully annex Malkinor. That was a decade ago. Lysindric might be a peacock-brained lunatic, but Macelin respected the unspoken element of his plan. By taking control of both sides of the pacifist farmland of Terrell, he could claim Talik's crown as well. He would have controlled most of Stratia. But fate favored Macelin. Lysindric had not been seen since the invasion was well underway. Delkit died in battle against the Cassarans. Talik ruled without military. If Lysindric was gone, Barain was too much of a brainless fool to resist the slightest aggression. King Kelman Forzan of Vodis was a worthless opium slave. The greatest boon of it all was that every known military was severely reduced by the invasion. Even the Order of the Enlightened Sun was numbering less than 100 people. With such a desperate need for soldiers and peacekeepers, Macelin could begin the slowest and most critical part of her plan. Then a frown straightened her lips and her brow furrowed. Could it really be so simple? Her enemies numbered far less than before, but enemies did not always require numbers to be dangerous. She would do well to remember that the Cassarans failed in the face of that very same truth. Mayselin shuddered involuntarily as she remembered the black day that ended them. She was not a woman easily cowed by fears, but that day reduced her to a fearful, cringing ball. It was humiliating to admit and remember, but that day was so raw and gigantic that it left her small and impotent. When the skies allowed the light of the sun again, there was not a single Cassaran corpse in all of Malkanor. For all the screams, the fires, and the stench, it was as though it never occurred. That detail haunted and chilled Mayselin. In addition to it all, the black sword revealed it was no mere decoration. There was some sort of strange history about the unusual blade that was passed down between kings and princes of Malkanor. That no longer mattered now. The glowing weapon vanished in the night that followed the eclipse. Mayselin might have tried to discover how such a theft was executed, but the sword frightened her. She would have disposed of it in time. This worked just as well. At every corner and junction of the palace, the Phoenix Legion stood in stoic and statuesque pairs. After the dungeon break by the Havoc Guild, their vigil had become unwavering. They would not allow their capital to be violated that way again. It would be a long time before they relaxed their watch over the place. So the throne room was no longer watched by the usual ceremonial honor guard. Two hard-faced corporals of the Phoenix Legion pulled the doors open with ease and stepped aside. The two guards were picked from the scarred veterans of the Battle of Thriwald and Borcray. The gathering at the cracked dais at the throne was a questionable surprise, drawing up one of Mayselin's eyebrows. Maloric leaned forward in a hushed conversation with Marcellus. His expression flashed between dour and amused. They were standing close to the far corner of the throne room, just before one of the few red and dark blue stained glass windows that remained intact. It was conspiratorial, and that worried and angered her. She distrusted any instance where men might hold their secrets from her. They were, as a rule, too stupid to concoct a proper plan. Whenever their schemes were brought to fruition, it tended to be a disaster for everyone. To the right stood Imrine Takare and the Order Witch Girl, the daughter of that stubborn fool smith Ernik. Whenever two young ladies of their age were together, Mayselin expected to see silks and frills with a lot of whispers and giggling. These girls were so far beyond that stage that Mayselin suppressed a wince looking at them. Imrine no longer clattered around in that ridiculous suit of armor, and she no longer favored the blood and dirt-stained trousers and blouse. But her azure silk dress with its single-thread embroidery was nothing more than plain. She was the daughter of the Lord General. She was betrothed to the future throne. Could her foolish, righteous indignation not end? Mayselin paid little heed to the Order Witch. For all her bluster and being permitted to hold sway among her betters, how much was it worth in the face of the eclipse? She was both powerless and worthless during the final Cassaran strategy. She wore the gray robe of the Order, likely hiding the brown peasant dress she would never rise above. But what could the fool girl do now? The Order held no power. Mayselin stepped with command to the dais and whirled to glare at the girl.
Will someone remove that filthy peasant girl before she spreads her stench in the palace?
Mayselin did not look at Maloric, and did not see him pinch the bridge of his nose. She heard a nervous cough from Marcellus. She did see Imrine cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. The soldiers did not budge from their post. Maloric did not command his men to obey. The only noticeable result was a moment when the girl clenched her fist into white knuckles.
I believe obeying that order would be foolish to anyone, Your Majesty.
The girl spoke through clenched teeth before calming herself with a deep breath.
The palace and the throne tolerated your presence only at the behest of your success and your power,
Mayselin informed without betraying her irritation.
You are currently lacking both. I live. Many of the people I cherish are still alive, and my homeland is not in ashes, Your Majesty. In these regards, success is mine. As for my power...
The girl raised her palm high overhead. A cloud of dust gathered over her palm, spinning and congealing into a sphere of glossy obsidian. The ball rested in the center of her palm as she brought her arm down. Mayselin quietly ground her teeth. She thought the days of pandering to the enlightened sun were over. Their loss of sorcery was only temporary.
To what grace do we owe your presence, Torch?
Mayselin feigned a smile in greeting that oozed condescension. Did the girl roll her eyes in disgust? Maloric turned his attention back to Marcellus.
Are we in enough agreement to inform my queen, old friends?
Marcellus answered with a somber nod.
I am resolute in this, your majesty. The condition has been met.
Maecella knew she was not the only woman to don an expression of confusion.
Forthwith, I, Mallory Morinrook, lucidly possessed of the integrity of my word and honor, do hereby nullify the arranged agreement for my son, Amorlic Morinrook, to wed Aimrine Takare, daughter of Marcellus Takare.
Maecella was on her feet with livid outrage. You cannot! The contract is binding! Mallory nodded with infuriated patience.
It is, and so is the continuation that was drawn the same day. It was agreed upon by Marcellus and myself, my lady. Without it, the contract would not have his signature.
And this was why Maecellin hated men creating their own schemes. And the conditions are? Maecellin growled the question.
Should Aimrine Takare fall for a man whose integrity and good nature exceed the value of Malkanor's throne, the arrangement is nullified so that she may follow her heart's desire.
The recitation seemed to be one Malaric memorized well. Whose greatness is beyond us?
Torch Rylan has won both my daughter's heart and my approval, your majesty.
The ever and calm way in which Marcellus answered only angered Maecellin further. Did he think she would view this as any less of an insult? Torch Rylan? The one born of those filthy peasants of the outskirts? Maecellin clenched her fist, knowing this looked less than regal. Perhaps the Lord General will allow his daughter a tryst in the stables with one of the stable boys. Maybe he can pass her around his men like a tankard of mead. It was Marcellus's turn to don an outraged and furious countenance. Both the girls looked ready to strike her. She welcomed the attempt. They would be in irons within an hour. But it was Malaric who stepped forward, holding back Marcellus with one massive hand.
My lady, on the honor of the throne passed to me by my ancestor, Calcis Morinrook, you will beg pardon for the strike upon the dignity of my guests.
His brown eyes were flat and cold with warning. I will not! All decrees and edicts of the nation are shared by the king and queen. There is no punishment you can serve me that I cannot nullify.
Do not take this path, my queen.
Malaric spoke more in warning than imploring. How much did the bear really know? His words hinted at far more, at knowing they had been in a deadly dance for many years now. Was he truly so aware?
We are all too weary and battered to cast ourselves into civil war.
The oaf was using a bold play of words that belied everything anyone ever believed of him. It did take her aback, but there was only one way to be sure of this gambit. Perhaps you and your men are, my king, but I have been safe and rested the whole time. Malaric stared at Maecellin, quiet and unblinking. Maecellin would not stand down, and she matched his stare with her own icy gaze. They were at a royal impasse, a standoff. She would force him to see that there was no test he endured that she would not dwarf by her own dark and hard experiences. Whatever he might bring to bear against her, it was small and irrelevant. Aimrine cut into the silence. How long do you imagine I will belong to His Highness, Your Majesty? Maecellin answered without turning away from her stare down with Malaric. You will give him an heir. Then he may do with you as he pleases. It is humorous that you believe I will tolerate 9 months with that brute. Such a joyless world is no place for me, especially to shame the honor of my father by allowing our repeated rescuer to die. Maecellin blinked and turned her eyes to the young noblewoman. How does marriage have any relation to his life? A good question, but I do not possess time enough to acquire the answer. Suffice it to say, if I do not do this, if I must turn away from Ryland to belong to your son, then the dishonor will be a deadly curse. It will end Amorlic's life or disgrace him. This I vow. So the fool Takare finally did it, did she? She found a way to best a far more experienced queen. Maecellin wished the steel in her veins and the resulting victory were present for any other matter. She measured the girl's resolve for murder or suicide and found no trace of bluffing. Now she understood the heir of Malkanor would never be conceived by Aimrine Takare. Her foolish altruism was a contradiction to any such futures. This threat would not go unanswered, though. For this, the girl and Ryland would die. It would take time, but she would make them both suffer. So be it, Takare brat. Run along with your animals. May you birth a litter of worthless freaks!
There was a sharp sting and a jolting impact to the side of Maysellin's face. When she turned, she found Malaric standing before her, furious contempt burning on his dark-bearded face.
You disgrace us, my queen. I'll tolerate no more.
Maysellin paid no heed to the gaping expressions around her. She touched her cheek where Malaric's palm struck her, and then she shoved her way through him. She stormed her way to the throne room door. Consumed by such heated rage, the soldiers rushed to open the doors for her. Before this day, Maysellin might have ordered her armies to graciously spare one or two of those fools. No more. This day and its events were a declaration of war. She promised herself she would mount their heads on spears at the four corners of her empire, no matter how many months or years she had to wait. Chapter 49.
Maurice walked a measured stroll down the ravaged road between the Zenith Citadel and Catan. The boy Chronomancer walked alone under a cheerful, cloudless sky. It was a horrible contrast with the ruins and the blackened heaps of burned bodies from the Citadel. Maurice hated being here now. The ocean waves and the distant gulls filled the air with mournful cries and sighs, the only sound present. It was a bleak and sad monument to the vibrant hopes snuffed out and burned. Not that new hopes could not be born from the ashes of the old. They would be, just as he knew he needed to be here. That was part of the mystery of Chronomancy. It was infused with innate wisdom and the fickle appearance of foresight. Those foresights drove Maurice mad now, because he did not know how far into the future these newborn hopes would persist. Hopefully longer than the slab of white granite that was the monument to the fallen light of Catan. It was nothing more than a deep black crater, peppered with tiny white chunks. Maurice sighed with deep sadness. Whatever came next for the survivors of the Order of the Enlightened Sun and Catan Shah, it would not take shape here. This was a mournful ruin filled with ghosts of pain and loss. Against such pain, Maurice continued to descend the broken incline. There was not much time. Isha read and reread the ancient rite in the large leather book. It was thought that Moral would shape the rite, as he was the most knowledgeable, but the rite called for the most powerful magi to shape it. Next to Rylan, that was her. So, Isha fastened down on her concentration. It was difficult, as thoughts of a child's promise and fate and irony paraded into her thoughts. Was it coincidence that she was keeping her word and standing at the head of this rite? She believed it was more. Isha sat alone on a boulder that overlooked a steep high bluff far above the forested valley. It was the 10th time reading through the millennia-old passage. The sun vividly defined the bright gold-leafed words and colorful diagrams. Half a mile up the treacherous rise behind her, the entirety of the living order was gathered at the decrepit cottage. It was not the first time for her to wonder how Rylan, broken and beaten down to his spirits in a duel, managed the journey here with no magic. When he located the signature of Xenonrol's power, Rylan departed Palanzur with unstoppable haste. But Ishel knew she was not the only one to mull that enigma over. It was an uneasy riddle, and it frequently conjured images of a dark and terrible shadow for many of them. Be that as it may, Ishel could reassure herself that the Void Hand was not Rylan. Nothing of his appearance matched the old fireside stories. So, Ishel turned her mind away from the unwanted paranoia. She brushed a stray lock of golden hair out of her eyes. Right now, Light Moral was speaking with Imreen, preparing her for her role in the rite. A tear of sympathy and admiration threatened to cloud Ishel's vision. The noble girl was so brave, so unflinching when it came to Rylan. She loved him with every iota of her being. She was ready to give up everything for him. Titles, estates, luxury. These were nothing to Imreen and her love for Rylan. She would offer her soul to save his life. Which was why, just as Ishel vowed to protect their courtship, it was she who would personally oversee an unbreakable marriage between them. So, Ishel read the rite again. Maurice halted 20 feet from the remains of the outermost structure. It was a series of perfectly preserved glossy black mounds. The trenches and molten remains created a grotesque black display, like heaps of frozen slime. Black timbers protruded at random angles, like skeletal hands imploring for mercy. This was the place where no being should be able to trespass. Life and energy would only meet sudden disillusion beyond this point. It was deadly to so much as touch the implacable spirit barrier. Maurice stood still for a long while, staring at the air in front of him before raising his hand. He rested his palm on a cool, invisible surface, rippling with watery blue light. It was like touching the surface of a still pond. It also felt refreshing to the touch, soothing his skin. All at once, a cacophony of whispers filled his mind. I see. Maurice appeared as though he was talking to himself. So, a trespass has occurred. Even before he learned more, Maurice knew this could complicate things for a young Chronomancer in training. It was late afternoon when Ishel arrived at the littered clearing that surrounded the cottage. Sunlight poured through the thick patchwork of high forest branches before it gleamed faintly off the dull edge of the rusted wood axe. It was a wide open space, but it felt cramped with little less than 100 lights of the order. Many of the torches and solas already looked exhausted. They already spent so much effort in maintaining the tether that kept Ryland's soul in his body. Borvis approached Ishel first. His head was meekly bowed, and he rubbed a nervous hand through his short brown hair. He chuckled awkwardly. So, marriage will save his life and spirit.
That is what Light Moral believes. His musings are sound,
Ishel answered. Ishel felt awkward and fidgety herself. She stuffed her hands into the sleeves of her robe. The former skirt-chasing former noble was intimately close to her in the time of the war. She had her own cravings of him before then, but his presence grew to a comfort that bolstered her resolve. Now she could not imagine returning to her studies and having him in a lesser capacity. She thought about it, and nerves tightened, because she hoped something like today waited in their own future. It's an awful lot, though. Very restrictive. Borvis scoffed as his eyes shifted between her and the ground. No secrets kept, no pains endured alone, no desire to hurt one another, ever. No lecherous thoughts.
You sound as if that is awful.
Borvis stuttered, his eyes wide. Ishel wanted to laugh. This shy demeanor was unlike his usual bluster and wit. He was nervous about something, and she thought she knew what that might be. Watching him squirm still entertained her. Her mirth must have revealed itself because his eyes narrowed. I have also heard that those men cannot be frustrated with their wives. They cannot hunker down in a tavern and complain to other men over a heavy brew. Ishel tapped her lips, feigning an expression of deep thought.
It seems a proper way to get a man on his best behavior. Perhaps I should try it on you.
You wouldn't dare force a man into matrimony. Borvis spread his arms high. Think of the ladies of the world. The ladies, I say. They will forever mourn the loss of their premier charmer. It is woe and lament, unbound. The thick rebuttal forced a peal of laughter out of Ishel. She didn't think she could laugh after the invasion. But a plain marriage with the right woman, I might be persuaded to stay my whining and act a pretense of chastity. It was indirect, but heat blossomed in her cheeks. With Borvis, a heartfelt admission was all but impossible. He favored his bravado and practical pessimism too much for that. It was Ishel's turn to stutter.
Such a thing would have to be overseen by my fathers. Are you two going to promise already? Or must I shove you into it?
The awkwardness of the moment shifted as Terranin approached.
Is it not your turn?
Ishel asked. The pyromancer shook her head.
Light Moral believes White Heartfire will be a potent aid in the coming rite.
Ishel knew the rite forward and back, and Moral was right. The white fire was pure. It would reach and bind their spirits with greater ease. It would also be reassuring to have Terranin's support. It was not just her power. Terranin was a treasured sister in arms, lending all her will in a steadfast presence. Beyond that, Terranin's loving nature reminded Ishel of the other girls' stories of their favorite aunts. She also had a favorite aunt's hot temper and fiery resolve. Borvis tried to edge away. I think I must attend to the tether. Terranin would not have it. She gripped his shoulder, yanking him back.
Not this time, Light Borvis Len. I have watched you both about this for a long time. You are both the same age when I married. I will shame Boric's spirit if I do not set you both on course.
Terranin paused, looking at them at length.
I do not need to heat read. I have spoken to both of you. Son of Len, hailing from Northern Terrell, boisterous torch polymancer of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. You have a query?
At this point, any light not aiding in the tether began to crowd close with undisguised interest. Borvis was on the verge of panic.
He licked his lips nervously. Fate's blighted all light, Terranin! Borvis grumbled as he bent to pick up a stone. This is far less tactful than I imagined it would be. Let it never be claimed you possess a mastery of subtlety. Terranin's answering grin was toothy. I wouldn't dream of such a false boast, Light Borvis. Borvis closed his eyes and closed the small stone in his fist. Ishel felt the endless current flow into him. She had to commend his self-control in these circumstances. Perhaps he should earn his silver staff before her. His mouth moved silently as his free hand traced circles around his closed fist. When he finished, he opened his eyes and fist. Ishel saw a gleaming gold band, sparkling with sapphires arranged to shape a tiny, jagged lightning bolt. Tochivoka Ishel of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, daughter of the revered smith Anik, will you promise yourself to me, as I promise myself to you? Ishel accepted the tiny ring without looking away from the wiry polymancer's comical face. Borvis would always strive to comfort her and make her smile. She imagined how a future like that would be. It made her inwardly happy to foresee it. A husband and wife, lights of the order in love, living and working side by side to better the world. She thought about herself, in the days as a young girl, hoping to be discovered by the order. She thought about her dreams and hopes of making the world better. That dream could be made real, in greater ease, with Borvis by her side. I will, Borvis Len. Maurice stood, his eyes rolled back in his head. The spirits in the barrier conveyed everything to him. Being a child and the next Chronomancer, they trusted him to safeguard the knowledge they died with. And he felt them all. He felt the presence of those who died in the Battle of Catan. His tears fell when he recognized the spirits of the Solas who remained in the Citadel after the departure of the renegades. These were the brave Solas who stood isolated in battle against the Cassarans in their home. Their bravery was acknowledged, and they were beckoned into the barrier. Maurice saw events unfold from the perspective of an incorporeal bystander. He gained knowledge that was kept secret for 2 millennia by each Grand Illumination. Maurice, a child of 10, now knew more than almost anyone about the Order of the Void Triangle. He knew about their recent emergence as the blood-soaked Book of Worms. He knew about their role in the destruction of Catan, after they allowed him to watch the battle take place. The spirits passed the knowledge of what the book came to do. The scope and patience of their plan was enormous. Maurice measured himself against it all, and felt small and helpless. Worse still, the recent trespasses left reason to believe imprisoning the book was not enough. Something came and acquired all the dark instruction. That something was the missing part of Light Rylan. Maurice was confused. How could anyone ever believe Rylan would align himself with a nihilistic demon agenda? I know enough about him to know he has a great heart. He seeks to save and protect, to help. Even if this void disciple was him, wiping out an exterminating army is not the same as ending creation. The spirits answered. They were aware of this truth. It created a fog of uncertainty, rendering any action premature. There was no guarantee that Rylan would do as the Void Triangle hoped. Then why have me here at all? Why tell me? The spirits explained that a great crossword of fate had begun. Maurice was called as a precaution. His first loyalty must be to them, to learning from and obeying the spirits first and foremost. Maurice felt the immense gravity of the situation, but he held no doubts or hesitation. I vow, upon the fate of my soul, to serve as your student and vessel of your will. Ishel and Aimreen stood outside the clearing and the prying ears of her fellow lights. It wasn't that Ishel did not trust them. She believed that this moment should be shared by 2 ladies of the same age. It was mid-sunset, the forest dimmed with the surreal glow that came with Twilight's arrival. So, you believe Rylan will be adopted under the Tekan name? Ishel inquired. For a peasant born to any nation, marrying into nobility was not common. But while Aimreen was willing to sacrifice everything for Rylan, she believed her father would not ask anything of the sort of her. Marriage often involved taking the family name of a husband, but common-born people were given no family name. That was a privilege reserved for highborns throughout Stratia. But a family name could not be removed unless the family disowned a person in disgrace. It was a rare circumstance. My father always liked Rylan, and his opinion has only grown. I think he will insist that he be taken in as a care in marriage. He will be afforded some of the family respect and honors.
Isha listened and smiled as a distant memory played in her mind. This truly was becoming a different world full of changes. Here they were, all readying themselves to step forward. Ishel shook the memory of fighting with Rylan in a contest of the Magus.
Do you have the jitters for what is to come?
Aimrine looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking her head.
Should it be strange? My body, my heart, mind, and spirit, all a part of him. And I only know I want it. It is more than I believed possible. But that only makes me wish for it more. But he will be a part of you in the same manner.
Ishel broke the tension with laughter.
I have evaded current reading just so I would not know what thoughts clutter him.
Aimrine's retorting smile was teasing.
Are you certain you do not avoid the clutter of your fiancé's mind?
It was a light-hearted moment, and Ishel laughed with Aimrine. At that moment, Ishel felt like she knew what it must be like to have a sister. She was amazed that she would discover this feeling with a young woman born to aristocracy. So, while there is still time, there was one thing left to do. Ishel closed her eyes and stilled her thoughts. The endless current pulsed through her, filling the stillness. She thought about Aimrine, picturing her in her mind. As she did, she began to speak incomprehensible words. These words were only one sound melding into another. Her hands brushed the air in long, wavy lines. Ishel held an obvious weakness in transmutation. There was a difference in shaping elements, but making one object acquiesce to a desired change was far more complex. Borvis would argue that elemental work was harder. It was really a difference of opinion between the specialists. Then there was a push of gentle blue light against her closed eyes. The shaped energy pushed out of her hands to wrap Aimrine in a cocoon of transforming light. She changed the color of her dress to a pale blue. Silver, flowery embroidery swirled in a snug silk bodice. Gossamer white lace work cascaded her arms and fell from the back of her hips. 2 curling strands of her brown hair framed the sides of her face. The rest of her hair was gathered in a coiled braid on the top of her head. Her hair was caught in a wreath of white morning glory vines, spotted with lilacs, irises, and lilies. When Ishel stopped and opened her eyes, she was as speechless as Aimrine. The tear that fell from Aimrine's eye only added to her stunning radiance. Aimrine wasted no words in wrapping Ishel in a tight embrace.
You are the dearest of friends, Torch Ishel.
Ishel found her own eyes beginning to water.
I could do no less for a bride and a friend.
Ishel waited before she led Aimrine back to her soon-to-be husband. Chapter 50. Aimrine imagined many ways of how it might be to marry Rylan, but this was the most unexpected. Ishel held her hand, guiding her through the rooted doorframe and into the crowded den beyond. 10 Solas stood in stoic readiness. 4 more Solas were seated in plain wooden chairs on each side of a bed where Rylan lay in feverish slumber. The 4 Solas weaved their hands in various hard and gentle gestures. Their faces were furrowed and covered with a thin layer of sweat. The light of a full moon spilled through the roof, bathing Rylan's fitfully sleeping form in a pale halo. His breathing was labored and loud. His chest rose in rapid efforts to take in the air of mold and forest pungency. Aimrine looked at Rylan and felt a pang in her chest that climbed her throat. Even though he was surrounded by his brothers and sisters of the enlightened sun, even though they all concentrated their energy on him now, he still struggled to keep his life. He came back from fighting to save them all. Now he needed to be rescued himself. Aimrine would be the key to saving his life. She would bind her soul to his, and his struggle would be shared. In the embrace of her spirit, she could pull him back from the precipice. Beyond the whispered words of the Solas, the night was filled with songs of nightbirds and cicadas. Tiny eldritch lights began to flare and fade around the cottage and forest. Fireflies had taken up residence in this unusual habitation. Were they drawn here for some reason? The combined night glow created a fluid, surreal sensation. With the cool, subtle winds, it felt a little like being inside a reflective pool of water. Terranin separated from the circling shadows of Solas and walked to the other side of Ishel. Ishel turned to the Parali Solas Moral.
Any word about Light Maurice? Though he was only a child, an Chronomancer would be a great help.
Moral shook his head.
I see. I also would have appreciated the additional strength of Lights Larian and Kasayan, but it can't be helped. Did you acquire Light Rylan's consent?
I needed to spirit walk in his fever dreams. Morale shuddered at the memory, causing Ishel to quirk an eyebrow. But he would give his entire being to her. Amreen was overcome with excitement as she heard those words from Light Morale. This was truly happening. Rylan was the focus of her love from the deepest recesses of her being. She wanted him since the first day they met in the palace of Malkanor. This was a moment she wished for, since before the day that led to their first kiss on the moonlit plains. Ishel stepped aside, inviting Amreen to take her place inside the circle. It was an ancient custom that the couple should stand side by side and hand in hand. The lights of the order were forced to improvise. They had to gain the permission before the rite of spirit marriage, working with an unconscious man. It was especially brave of them, since the rite had not been performed in 7 centuries. Amreen laid down in the small bed beside Rylan. She took his hand in her own and looked up into the sky, filled with the light of stars and fireflies. Potent energies hummed as they tethered Rylan when she laid down with him. Now, those energies stopped. The leaves and layer of decay litter began to stir in a strange gust. The wind gained subtle intensity. All at once, the night burst to blinding white light and crackling light. A ring of floating fire circled several feet above Rylan and herself. Inside the ring, there was a golden glowing aura. It formed a cocoon that soaked through her skin, permeating deep beyond her body before pausing. The glow cradled her with soothing warmth from within. Ishel began to speak. Her words were loud enough to reach outside to the edge of the clearing.
In oath given, we gather in reverence to bind thee, Light Rylan, and Amreen to care.
Every light present intoned their response in unison.
Thy oath given, two shall be one.
Since the first endless current was our ally, it was known that hearts in love continued beyond death's claim. To honor and celebrate this sacred truth, we deepen these bonds. We wed, not until the end of one life, but unto the end of eternity. We share all that we were, all that we are, and all that we ever shall be.
Ishel paused.
Thy oath given, two shall be one.
Ishel continued after the unified intonation.
And so, we shall bind thee. Thou shalt hold no secret, or shoulder any anguish in solitude.
Amreen was also informed that this meant the death of one could mean the death of the other. There would always be risk that she would be his mortal weakness.
We bind thee in absolute loyalty. No pain can one inflict upon the other without receiving it as well. But also, shall no end truly know thee. As one, thou shalt be forever.
Ishel continued as a slight tremor cracked her voice. The infusing golden light moved anew. It reached deeper and deeper in Amreen's essence. The white fire flared without growing hot. It created a circling wall around Amreen and Rylan. Amreen turned her head to look at Rylan. She watched him and smiled as tears of joy filled her eyes. This moment was the start of an eternity together. The voices of the Order filled the night, reaching beyond the clearing and deep into the woods. Their voices united were filled with the potency of their passion and determination.
Thy oath given, two shall be one.
When those words were spoken, a trickling seeped into Amreen's mind. While the golden glow grew brighter, her brain was slowly infused with the tickling of memories and thoughts that were not her own. There was an ache of thirst and a groan of a hungry belly as she toiled in relentless, sweltering heat. She fought the desire to drop the heavy straw basket and run for the shade of an apple tree. The bony, underfed torso of her father was a potent sight that morning. She would work at least as hard as him. She would help to return strength to his body. A pang of guilt and sorrow swelled in Amreen with a Morlock suspended in midair. Were Ardsolis Meticia any less powerful, she would have been executed as soldiers scoured the woods for pieces of the heir to the throne. She was torn between the relief that Ishel still lived and the brooding remorse of being so nearly branded a murderer. Then there was the unstoppable resolution to discover the source of an evil that would not allow its victims to speak of it in the presence of the Order. She searched backwards to the emerald force of time to discover its presence and raise a defense against its approach. Rylan was a series of trials met with pain and determination. Everything he fought for or endured was for the people he cherished. Amreen was at the center of so many of his struggles. She brought him back to himself again and again, even while he lost himself just for her sake. It riddled her with shame and guilt that he should pay such a steep price for her. So, Amrine all but screamed as she watched his final moments in the Arctic duel with the Titan Xenon Roll. Ryland was as amazing to behold as he was implacable in his desire to end the war for all Stratia. But the Kissaran did not come to fight with honor. The deception was almost enough to kill Ryland and all Stratia. That was when Amrine was greeted with the true secret of Ryland's predicament. Deep in the darkest corners of Ryland's being, there slept a third presence. Amrine already knew about the second presence. The predatory gaze of the resilient aspect of vengeance circled even now. It was a cold, judgmental force, but it was one of two parts needed to awaken the third presence. Amrine was overcome by an overwhelming pain deep in her middle as the memories around the third presence came forward. Amrine pleaded desperate cries that would not leave her mouth.
No, please! I beg fates this not be so!
But there was no denying the terrible bloody memories she found. An icy resolve of killing intent settled over her. The darkness swallowed her whole. She was replaced with a being of maddening nightmares and darkest imaginings. She held the knowledge of secrets and methods no human should ever know, and she held the power to wield them. Demons rejoiced in her presence. Void hands had given their lives freely so that she would become reality. The third presence went by the name Negistrisis. To all demons, he was Kriat's end, creation's end. Ryland came to the cottage at the summons of Elysian's mother. Together, they were fighting against the darkness inside him. That by itself was alarming. They were not only fighting for his life. His spirit was weak from prolonged use of demonic sorcery. Amrine gained the knowledge from Ryland that these arts scoured the soul. Ryland would not die if his soul were scoured from his body. Negistrisis would be the only remaining presence then. Unleashed, he would begin the destiny the Order of the Void Triangle laid out for him. Negistrisis would first become a killer of worlds. Then, he would wipe away every living and dead thing. There would be no spirits, no hell, and no silver fields of bliss. Everything would be swallowed up in nothingness.
Ryland, my love, what have you done? Would death for both of us have been so bad?
Amrine asked in the silence of her mind.
I never wanted you to pay such a price. It is far too much.
Ryland's thoughts answered defensively, surprising her. I could not let you die. A heavy fervor soaked into her. Amrine succumbed to a shared sleep to bring Ryland back. Sharing the fever and the effort to sustain his spirit, he would wake in several hours. Ishel told her she would keep a watch over them until they could wake. Amrine sealed her heart with a resolve she reserved only for combat. The war against extermination by the Kissaran Empire was over. The war for Ryland's soul had only just begun. Chapter 51. What Remains of Home. The survivors of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, heroes and saviors of all of Stratia, climbed the broken road to the Zenith Citadel in silent shock. The hillside was pockmarked with charred craters. Heaps of blackened corpses lay closer to the collapsed entry. Among the burned, rotting bodies were the identifying patches of brown and gray robes. The Kissarans did not get the chance to finish disposing of the remains of their enemies. There was no sign of Kissaran occupation. This hinted that the fighting in Malkanor might have drawn them in. Were they wiped away during the eclipse before they could finish their work here? Errant early autumn leaves brushed the rise caught in cold, soft winds born of the ocean. They added to the bleak, surreal sensation, which was made worse by the light gray clouds that blocked the afternoon sun. The renegades walked in dragging steps. The sound of their scruffing boots was accompanied by the roar of the maelstrom waves and the cries of the gulls. Terranin felt the same as her fellow lights. No one spoke. Their breathing was labored and loud. Numb disbelief bored deep within them, dragging with unseen and unbearable weight. Their eyes were blank as they stared at the black burns and the giant collapse. It was a testament to the tragedy that befell the pristine bastion, their home. They were hollow, walking for the sole purpose of each step. They shared in the feeling of being broken and cast off. They were like restless spirits caught in a hazy netherworld. Terranin recognized the feeling well. It was the same mind-shattering detachment she felt when she sat alone in a hut. Her self-preserving sanity could not accept her loss then. It failed to do so now. Then, came the first intrusion on Terranin's fugue state. It was an instant tug that ignored her body, reaching directly for the core of her being. There was a gentle warmth and invitation to the pull, a sense of a fond smile that urged her to follow. So broken and weak, she would have accepted even if the pull were less friendly. She let it happen. She became a marionette on those intangible strings. What else was there to do, really? Terranin stumbled, tripping and sliding over the glossy and jagged heaps of debris. She mindlessly ignored the series of cuts and scrapes she recklessly earned as she began a downward climb. The descent ended in the center of a smooth black crater. Terranin looked about with a bewildered stupor. The bowl of the crater descended halfway into the basement. The floors were shoved away from the crater with colossal force, hurled into the surrounding molten heaps. Terranin looked down. There was a single large handprint in the epicenter, burning bright red with ceaseless heat. Candle-sized blue fires danced and played in the print. Terranin knew those blue fires. It was Spark Baron's heart fires. The blue was a sign of his love of drinking that kept him from achieving the pure white expression of white fire. Terranin knelt on both knees, reaching down and cupping the blue flames in both hands. She pulled the fire close with slow reverence. She felt no fear or alarm as the fire absorbed into her skin. Baron's last moments found their way to Terranin. She fell forward onto her hands. A moment of numbing shock washed over her as he spoke his last words to her. He died smiling, proud of her, and she failed him. He was her teacher, her friend, and she could not wield enough fire to stave off his death. And Baron smiled. He smiled brave, bold, and proud of Terranin. He fought against an enemy determined to kill the entire order. He had no way to win or survive. Still, he smiled in a defiant end. Terranin's tears came then. They were futile and useless to her now. She screamed her pain against the rubble, her tears falling on the now cold handprint. She spent these last years studying in the order, believing she was becoming powerful enough to prevent any more pain like losing her husband and son. My love, my treasured boy, and now my dearest friend. Why won't the fates show mercy and end me? I can't keep doing this. It is too much. Terranin's agonized cries faded, losing volume as she lowered her head. Terranin felt a reassuring presence of Solus Nerelise knelt and wrapped her arms around her, pulling her close. He passed his pyromancer's legacy through you. It was more than he thought he would have. He must have known you battled with your full power and heart of his lessons in you. We all knew you were everything to Light Baron. You were a hope he never dared believe he could have. He smiled and laughed as he died, Light Nerelise. Terranin turned her tear-streaked eyes to the red-haired Solus. That means he faced death with no regret. That is only something we can do when we are certain we left the world better than when we came to it. Baron's last words reached through his heart fire, coursing through Terranin's spirit. I love you, my white phoenix. What comes next for the Order is in the hands of your brave renegades. The weight of those words settled on Terranin. Baron never admitted to his deepest feelings before, even as she saw them firsthand. He also left her no escape from picking up the pieces of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, and the arduous task of putting it back together. This was true when Boric and Caden died. Terranin was left to press on without them. Already, the Zenith Citadel seemed a place fit only for ghosts. The once ivory halls were cracked and the floors and walls were scarred with deep black gouges. The bloodstains smeared large and dried to a brown crust. There were no bodies. The Stratian corpses were piled outside in burning heaps. Maybe the same, or better, was afforded to the Kassaran fallen. Ishel shuddered. Of course, there was a third possibility for the invaders' remains. Ishel walked the silent halls with Borvis, grateful for her fiancé's presence as she held his hand. Ryland temporal projected just a couple of days ago to discover more about the fate of the Citadel and those who fought and died there. The battle to protect the children had to have been fierce because the smell of burned things and smoke still lingered. It was a hard moment. Some of the children were left behind in Malkinor to spare them the horror. Many refused to have any coddling of the sort. They were the survivors of hard battles. A good number of them survived the hour-long battle of Thrywold. Ishel knew better than to deny them in the face of all they endured. Some were following Rylan now. They were hoping to reunite with their close friends trapped in the temple study. It was 2 weeks past since the marriage rite, and Rylan appeared to be in good health. He was physically able, and his powers were restored. But there was something different about him. Rylan was quieter and more distant than usual. His eyes were frequently downcast and haunted. Sometimes Ishel caught glimpses of him wincing and grinding his teeth. It was a matter for another day. Rylan was further along on the first floor. Their paths diverged on his insistence. He told her to go to Spark Kara's chamber to her reading den. Ishel was not to go alone.
I don't much agree with Light Rylan. I am certainly not as fond of him as you are.
Borvis chose to break the depressing silence, but Ishel knew where he was going to go with it. She wished he would keep his thoughts to himself just then.
It is an ill-fitted moment for this, Borvis Len,
Ishel growled. Since his proposal, Ishel took to using his full name when she felt displeased with him.
Is it? We walked in the desolation of our beloved order. They died knowing we would choose the new shape for all that we knew. For that to happen, we needed a leader.
I agree. Light Morol seems like a logical and well-versed choice.
Borvis halted, and Ishel rolled her eyes as she stopped to face him.
As an archivist, Light Morol is fully aware that his abilities to lead are an interim at best. He would only do so because the best choice is not yet a Solus.
If you know so much about leadership, then perhaps you should lead. You are noble-born. You should claim it.
Borvis shook his head and chuckled.
You lead 100 lights who are not Solus capacity against thousands of genocidal Kassaran Magi. You coordinate, you plan, and you inspire. You tuck away the burden of all your grief for the benefit of morale. Yet now, your fear taking the mantle we all agree is yours.
Light Elysian planned that role for Light Rylan.
If Elysian lived, his choice would be correct. He would have guided Light Rylan and instructed him in wisdom.
Borvis spoke heated, but he paused to breathe.
It is not Light Rylan's blame. I first accused the Solus of cowardice. Left to learn by himself. He had no one to teach him as only a spark can. It was all books, techniques, and practice for him.
So, we further it by stamping him with the title of Solus and hurling him back into Malkinor alone?
Ishel hissed, incredulous.
No one is getting their titles so quickly like Ishel. You know Light Morol and the other Solus plan to spend the next while pressing their knowledge onto us. Then they plan on putting us to trial.
Ishel seized the moment for a change of subject. She giggled and earned a sideways stare from the sharp-nosed polymancer.
You know, they fear teaching you how to current read almost as much as they fear Light Rylan.
Borvis scoffed.
I don't need to read a lady's current to know how to give her all she desires.
Ishel gave him a warning look. Borvis rubbed the back of his neck.
Of course, I find it very simple.
He stammered nervously.
When I need to know only one lady's desires, and I would never dare make a blacksmith's daughter very cross with me.
Ishel's meaningful stare intensified.
And,
Borvis dragged out the word. Ishel said nothing, taking Borvis's hand and all but dragging him the rest of the way before stopping at Kara's chambers.
Blacksmith's daughter, most powerful evoker, is far superior light than I could ever hope to be.
Light Ishel finished for him. Borvis looked like he paused to swallow his pride before smiling.
Of course, that is precisely as I was about to say.
The levity departed as Ishel opened the door. What greeted her settled over her like a death shroud. Kara's chamber was demolished. Her bed was smashed to pieces. The walls were gouged and broken with burgundy-hued vines from the Havoc Guild. Pieces of her desk and end table were little more than slices and broken chunks of wood. Drifts of ashes stirred in errant breezes from the open window. Ishel stepped forward, slow and shocked, her feet crunching against shards of broken glass. Seeing what was left of her mentor's bedchamber was as striking and final as seeing the body of Kara would have been. It was empty and violated, a telltale of a remorseless murder that occurred. Her breath caught in her throat as she approached the door to her mentor's reading den. The door was closed. She held her breath, hoping that something of her friend and teacher was left intact to mark her presence in the world. Ishel opened the door, her mind repeating silent prayers. The door did not creak, seemingly well oiled. Maybe the Kassarans left her that much. books, war-torn and burned on shreds of the thick rug. The 4 current sphere stands were broken and cast aside like twigs. The windows were broken, hanging on one bent hinge. The shelves and chairs were crushed to bits. The enchanted vials and daggers Kara displayed on the shelves were missing, likely the only objects stolen instead of destroyed. "Look!" Borvis pointed across the room in a whisper. At the exact center of the far wall, one stone began to emit a low and quiet hum. Its surface radiated a pale blue glow. It was clear that it was set to react now as Ishel walked in the room. Ishel approached the wall in a numb trance. She lifted her hand and touched the stone. The small brick flared with azure light before vanishing. In its place was an open alcove with an envelope sealed with red candle wax. Ishel's name was scrawled on the unsealed face in gold leaf. Ishel broke the seal and opened the letter. Her knees buckled and her vision blurred while she read.
"Light Ishel, my dearest pupil, if you are reading this, then I am no longer among the living. Earlier this day, my elemental affinity sensed something very peculiar. Studying this, after allowing it to wash over me, I realized what it was. I am so proud of you, my sister. You shaped the Song of the Thunder Gods. I never thought I would live to see it wielded by anyone. Only the most legendary of sorceresses have ever mastered it. So, as I felt this, I knew you were in the heat of battle. The Kasarans are likely angered, and it's only a matter of time before they come here. For reasons I am forbidden to divulge, I cannot leave. I really wish it were otherwise. A spell shaped like that is worthy of a solace. I would join you, grant you your silver staff, regardless of protocol, and we would face this enemy as equals. Already, you have walked an extraordinary path. It has filled me with joy to watch as you matured. All along your journey, I have been proud to watch you embody the spirit of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. But I can see that this is where the fates decree that teacher and student must walk different paths. As we do, I depart happy in the knowledge that I left all that I was in expert hands. You will honor every evoker sorceress that has ever been. Watching you with pride, Solus Evoker Kara, of the Order of the Enlightened Sun.
Ishel clutched the letter close. The final thoughts of her mentor. Borvis saw the great hiccuping sobs rack her body. He rushed to hold her, keeping her from falling. "It is all right, Ishel. It is time for all your tears," Borvis reassured as he stroked her hair. Months of pent-up grief, congealed within from ceaseless war, filled the air with her cries. Her screams rang off the walls as the pain pierced deep. She saw Kara in her mind. She replayed the first moment she approached her and her father. They knelt in the rain and debris of a decimated outskirts.
"My good man,"
Kara addressed politely,
"if you would trust her to my care, I believe I can show the world the wonder that we both know she is."
Ishel's father always trusted in the wisdom of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. He needed no further convincing. Ishel never forgot the gentle warmth of Kara's smile that night. Even in her mentor's most stern moments, Ishel always saw traces of the caring Vodessian woman. Ishel thought about all the hard training duels Kara forced upon her at the end. Looking back, Ishel realized her mentor struck with a twinge of sadness in her eyes. Kara must have understood even then that their time together was about to end. Kara's all-consuming thoughts were driven to prepare Ishel for a hard future without her. Ryland walked through the halls with an agility that belied his current sense of awareness. He was vaguely aware of over a dozen battle-hardened children following him. They were freshly raised to the level of Candle. He tuned out all sounds, and so did not pay heed to the sound of their footfalls. His eyes were lowered, shadowed, and concealed by the hood of his cloak. His emerald staff clacked against the ground with every other step. Ryland was in an introverted frame of mind for over a week now. He spent his time sorting through a new variety of feelings as he experienced an onslaught of new thoughts and memories. They belonged to Imreen, now his wife in both body and spirit. He needed to organize these new additions. He needed to separate what was her from what was himself. But there was more than this compartmentalizing. The only reason Rylan could function at all was Aimreen's added strength. They fought side by side against a hungry pulling vortex, a cold, hollow place inside himself that sought to swallow him whole. It was always there, as implacable as any force of nature, so they stood close in battle, even though they were miles apart.
Remember what Solus Mara advised.
Aimreen's thoughts projected into the spirit bond.
The good you do in service to the world will impart greater strength to your spirit. Rescue those children, my love. Honor the sacrifice of all who fell in the Citadel.
Rylan answered with the image of an accepting nod to her. Aimreen projected a memory of a long, heated kiss with perfect clarity. Rylan tripped over his feet as he walked.
I love you, Torch Rylan. Do pay heed to the world and the moment.
Rylan chose to follow her advice, allowing the sounds and sights to wash into his mind anew. He held the quiet murmurs of the candles in the tentative entourage. They sounded depressed and doubtful. What words he made out told him they believed their fellow lights were forever lost. Rylan straightened his posture, trying to convey his certainty. He was not skilled at speeches like Ishel, but he believed his actions would say more. These children walked broken hallways of an empty, ruined home they cherished. They believed they would be the last of the enlightened sun. This despair could not be allowed to consume them. The Order was not on its deathbed. It was at a moment of rebirth, just as it had been 2 millennia ago. The mage clans passed only for the Order of the Enlightened Sun to rise in its place. The tears of his fellow lights were warranted. Rylan understood that need from the loss of Elysian, but they would have to believe and have faith in the virtues and purposes of their teacher's sacrifice. They needed to realize their strength and rebuild the Order in a far greater glory. They needed a sign for their hope to breathe again. Rylan stopped at the dark oak remains of the door of his temporal study. He admitted that it seemed plain and undecorated compared to the grandeur he saw at the temporal sanctum. He would have changed that, perhaps emulating his forebears by aspiring to their design, but Rylan was not planning on staying among the Order for much longer. He would study for his trial, pass, and then return to Malkinor to begin his service. One day, he would become an Ard Solis. He would return to the Order only when it was mandatory. The candles behind Rylan stopped short with trepidation, giving him adequate space among the broken remains of the door. Silence settled over them after several anxious whispers. Rylan closed his eyes, breath by breath, his mind lulled into the silence of the single moment. He would start with temporal projection, but he needed to do much more. He needed to reach and pull. Time moved backwards, deep into the immutable cold blue of the past. For long moments, there was nothing. After more than a month back, he watched the crimson and gold armored Karak walking backwards, unperforming their tasks. He quieted the reactive senses of anger and killing resolve as he watched them. They were dead now. All of this was the past. He watched as the bodies of the Solas were placed back in their last moments of life. The cold of the past deepened to a biting chill in Rylan's brain. Rylan watched as a brown trail of blood turned red, telling the tale of the Cassarans as they removed Solas Kara's body for burning. A pang of deep gut-wrenching sadness struck him as he looked at her, knowing he was about to watch her die. The door to the temporal study reformed, and a blast of orange fire returned to her hand as she died in Xenon Roll's merciless grip. Rylan ended the reverse progression of moments abruptly. Now came the more difficult task. He had only ever managed this once, and that was by accident. Both in the present and the past, Rylan grasped the doorknob to his temporal study. The last time he did something like this, he copied a mind that was dead for 2 millennia. The temporal current disapproved. This was not something as ephemeral as a mind grafting onto his own. Rylan was attempting to pull a solid object out of time. Worse still, the object created a path to the future that no longer existed. When the door was destroyed, the temporal current began dissolving the wayward space and time. Rylan grabbed that space, in the moment before dissolution, and reconnected it with the present. Rylan felt the stones at his feet tremble. A heavy, suffocating presence filled the air, groaning and growling like a threatened animal. Green light pressed angrily against his cold eyes. The candles talked fearfully as the temporal current protested his efforts. Chronomancy was about pressing the limits of acceptable manipulation. This time, Rylan pressed the limits much farther. The silvers and bits of broken wood from the door whipped around him, darting into place at his command, rushing to where they should be. Rylan's lungs squeezed, forcing the air and straining every breath. Gravity crushed down on his body, forcing him to lock his knees and brace against the intensifying force. Though the time tried to shatter his efforts, Rylan stood and defied. At last, his chronomancy could save lives as he always wanted. Today, he would honor Ulyssean's teachings. Today, he would live up to the hopes of the Temporal Arbiter and the Supreme Magus. Rylan pushed against time, and his spirit flared to life with unyielding resolve. The vortex of Negistrissus pulled, time pushed, but Rylan found the iron within to stand against both. Imrine smiled with pride for him.
Triumph over it, my love.
We can make this right again, dearest heart. Rylan spoke out loud. In that moment, the temporal current could no longer defy Rylan. The smell of burned wood filled the hall for an instant. The pieces snapped and cracked, immediately taking rectangular shape. The pressure in the air burst with a loud pop and the ground stilled. The green light faded. Rylan looked down to see a brass knob in his hand. The dark oak door was intact. Rylan opened the door while the candles held a collective breath. Over 30 children in brown robes sat expectantly in the room around his meditation circle. Their eyes were fearful, glistening, and wet. Time had not passed for them. They believed the Caesarans still lived. The candles cheered as they rushed to their friends. Rylan would allow them to explain everything that happened. Rylan watched the candles embracing the flames, and he smiled. His spirit surged with the added strength of doing his best to do what was right. Yes, the Order of the Enlightened Sun will stand again.
This has been The Chronomancer and the Crimson Invasion, Destiny of the Void Triangle 2. Written by Jason Harrington. Narrated by Mason Hamilton. Copyright 2021 by Jason Harrington. Production copyright by Jason Harrington.